Well, a very good morning to you all from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Ohio. This is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. It is April 4th through the 6th, as you see on the screen. It's actually the 5th. Saturday, 8-hour enduro due to be starting here due to have already started here, actually, about 2 minutes ago. As you can see, it's a little bit damp here, as we anticipated. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. I am joined this morning by Scott Michaels. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning.
By JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Morning.
Dustin Ollis, for the first time in some time, is back on the ones and the twos. Jordan Worth is on some other production duty. Happy to have Dustin along for the ride as well. Dustin, if we can pick up Thunder Valley at the moment, we'll give you an indication of exactly where we're at here. This is the Great Lake of Ohio. The sixth Great Lake has formed, unfortunately, just under the O'Reilly Auto Parts Bridge over at Thunder Valley. We've been watching this through most of the morning. The good news is that it looks much better than it did when we first pulled up over there at about 7:45 this morning while we were setting up cameras. Myself and Layla Kazmarek, who's on social media duty this weekend. The bad news is we're not quite there yet. In terms of getting this lake cleared out. By my estimation, it was probably 12 to 18 inches deep, to the point that we had to turn around and go counter race to clear the track while we were setting up cameras. We've been pumping water out into a truck, and it's helped by the looks of things. But now that they've apparently filled the truck, they're finding looks like they're trying to find other ways to prevent the water that's leaking back into the track from refilling the lake. And if you look to drivers right there underneath the bridge, you can see the water gushing through the Armco and backfilling the sixth Great Lake here down at Thunder Valley. I think we've got some standing water over at turn 6 as well. Dustin, if we can pick that up. I've heard that we've got a pump truck or a sweeper truck over there. Yeah, it's not so bad, but there is occasionally a lake that forms there at the apex of turn 6. And they've done some work over there to try and clear all of that out. They can make it. A dry line will form eventually from TL Racing. Thanks for being with us this morning, everybody. We're not going to vamp our way through a delay here and a red flag. Well, it's not a red flag because the race hasn't started yet. But I think we've got some pretty substantial work to do. And as we all know, if you've paid any attention to our forecast this weekend, I think this may not be the work of a moment. There's potentially more rain to come later today and tonight before our Sunday 7-hour race as well. So we don't have an ETA on the work being done over at Thunder Valley. We will provide updates as we get them from race control, from RJ Till, Dave McDaniel over in timing. Jim Davis is up here, Steve Brecht as well. Anything we hear from them, we will make sure we pass on to you, the viewer. You can stay tuned into the chat. We'll get a message up on screen that says we're currently under a delay for track conditions. And we will pop in with any updates we get as the morning progresses. Until then, make yourself another cup of coffee. You can enjoy some additional DriversEye live coverage, by the way, of the SCCA Super Tour, where Jordan Worth is. Ryan West is over there this weekend at Virginia International Raceway. It's sunny and 86 degrees there, so if you want something that doesn't look like this, now feel free to pop in and check out some good DriversEye live amateur racing coverage from the SCCA Super Tour on the SCCA official channel as well. And keep a weathered ear in to us here on the World Racing League channel. We'll provide updates as we get them. So enjoy that, and we'll be back with you in hopefully the not-too-distant future with some more updates and hopefully an ETA and projected start time for the Saturday 8-hour enduro from the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. Thanks so much. Welcome back to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, Lexington, Ohio. Brendan Kasmerick, Scott Michaels, JT Tammy, Dustin Ollis on the ones and the twos. I hope you've enjoyed our little Telestrator tech demo we've been playing around with over the last hour or so here while we wait out the track condition delay. It's been great fun, and more to come on that front, I'm sure, later in the day as well. In the meantime, we have more pressing issues, which is the Great Lake of Ohio here underneath the O'Reilly Auto Parts Bridge. At the moment, as you see in that, they have pumped a pretty substantial amount of water off of the depression at the bottom of Thunder Valley. And it sounds like there is a target of trying to have things ready to go around 11 o'clock is what we've heard. Now that's not, I'm not convinced it's taking into account all of the factors. As you see, there is water still flowing through the Armco and kind of creating its own lake in front of the tire wall on driver's right. And there's more rain on the way, potentially between 10:30 and 11 o'clock. So as always, there are many, many moving parts to whether or not we're going to be ready for that opportunity in the next hour. In the meantime, an additional update is expected now at 10:30, a little less than a half an hour away from now. We'll have a little better handle on maybe the weather forecast, the trajectory of things down there at the exit of Thunder Valley, and hopefully an improvement to the overall conditions that are going to allow us to go racing. As you see, they've still got a pump up on top of the tire wall and the pump truck, and I think the concern would be that once they stop pumping, what do we do? Where does the water start to go then? And I'm not sure they've dammed everything out to a point that'll allow us to do what we need to do. So keep it here on DriversEye Live. Continue watching the our SCCA Super Tour coverage, if you like, over on the SCCA official channel. If you'd like to be plugged into some live motorsport. And yeah, around 10:30, check back in here, and hopefully our friends at the World Racing League will have more updates for us around the bottom of the hour. For Scott Michaels, JT Tammy, Dustin Ollis, and Layla Kasmerick up here in the booth, I'm Brendan Kasmerick. We'll be back with you hopefully around 10:30 Eastern. Welcome back to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, Lexington, Ohio, just about an hour north of Columbus. The World Racing League on DriverSeye Live. We continue under our track conditions delay here for the moment. I think we're making good progress. You see it on the screen there. We've moved most of the heavy equipment away from Thunder Valley. Still the pump truck involved over there, but certainly the center of the track is reasonably clear. And once we can get the edges of the track and maybe a little bit of a dam built up there to driver's right, keep some of the water from re-entering the depression at the bottom of the hill there, we can send cars out on course. We've got one other little lake that's got to be pumped out in the runoff over at turn 6, which has been identified as a problem area. It's not on track, but they do have probably 12 inches of water they got to get out of driver's left on the exit of 6. And hopefully once that's cleared out, I think we're progressing towards an 11:30-ish race start time, which at the moment looks like it'll leave us with about 5.5 hours on the clock. Checkered flag still slated for 5 p.m. Eastern time. I wanted to welcome to the booth, in addition to JT Tammy and Michael Scott, who'll be joining us on the comms for race time, David Russell, who is not a voice we've had so very often up here in the DriverSeye Live booth, but has graciously joined us over from the pit and paddock side to stop up in the booth here for a little while pre-race. Welcome, David.
Yeah,
Can we have you move your boom down? There you go. Fantastic.
yeah, happy to be here.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Automatic racing has should have him now. Yeah, automatic racing has been part of the World Racing League in many forms. A couple of different types of automobiles. We've seen the bright yellow Aston Martins, of course, the sky blue Aston Martin. We've seen you guys over in HSR with both of those cars as well. A new challenge for automatic racing this year. You've been part of the migration over towards the Sebeco NPO1s in GTU. How's that been?
Yeah, that's been great. I have a lot of friends over there.
Yeah.
So for me, it's about relationships, and the timing was good for me because our Aston was just kind of, quite frankly, getting long in the tooth.
Yeah.
And so we had planned on really retiring that at that point, towards the end of last year anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And, our initial plan was to run a new Aston, right, which we obviously have a couple of. So that was going to be our plan. And then, another opportunity was presented to maybe switch gears and run something a little different, which is the Sebeco prototype. So we decided pretty quickly we thought that was going to be a good option for us. We liked the challenge of that. And it is a bit of a different thing, right? But, it still has 4 tires and engine and brakes on it. So how difficult can it be? Ha ha. But no, it's been a great experience. The support is, very transparent,
Sure.
and they're, I can't say enough good things about how comforting that relationship is, quite honestly.
Sure. And that support coming directly from Sebeco and their sports squad, and I assume through Stratus Racing to some degree as well.
Yep, exactly right. Yep.
Very cool. Yeah, we've had a discussion or two with your counterpart over at Round 3 Racing, Brad McCall, doing very similar thing, right? Taking the GTO program, the Porsche notwithstanding, and we're running a pair of the Sebeco NPO1s. Have you guys had a kind of interface in doing these programs, building these programs basically in parallel, and trying to share data and information, or is this purely nope, we're still competitors, we're going to figure this out on our own terms?
Well, I think it's both, right? But I think it's really the reality of it is we're, the baseline setup they have on the car. I just use this as an example, right, of how we're operating with the relationship, and that is I know I'm getting real information.
Oh, good.
It's not so I've been on the baseline setup, quite honestly, since the beginning.
Okay.
When we took the car. We've changed virtually very little things, just a couple of shock changes and the rear bar type of thing. But no, I mean, it's like we're not at that point yet.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be, just tell you where we're at with it. It just takes we need to get to that point before we'll start to do anything racy with the car, really,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
So the team, we just have to get there, right?
Understood. The automatic racing Aston Martin program, right? That car was a carryover, I think, from the Continental Tire sports car days, right?
Yeah. I mean, so our original, we were the first to do the Aston Martin project here in the U.S. in end of 2011.
Okay.
So, that's a important relationship for the team, has been an important relationship for the team. We're not walking away from that relationship necessarily. We're just switching gears over here to do something a little different. But yeah, I mean, that car was a continuation from our IMSA car.
Right.
And we knew the car like the back of our hand, right?
Yeah, sure.
And we loved the car.
Yeah.
It's still a special car for us, especially the normally aspirated V8. That car in particular was really a nice piece, known as an R15, right? So, yeah, I mean, I have a lot of friends at Aston Martin. So that was also, as a team, we're big on dealing with people that we trust and know we can have a good relationship with, and manufacturer-wise.
Yeah. So that Aston Martin, I think if you were to go into Motorsport Reg and look at the way the car is entered, it's listed as GT4 AR or GT4 WRL AR, something to that effect.
Yeah.
Obviously, that car has gone through a number of iterations to keep it competitive in the GTO category up until, as you said, it got a little long in the tooth, and that became substantially harder. But there were iterations of that car to keep pace with the new GT4s and the biggest and best, right?
Yeah.
This Sebeco NP01 is, I mean, with the exception of the Ligier, is kind of in a class of its own in GTU. And with all the development that's been done by Sebeco Stratus Racing is a pretty turnkey solution. With your experience with the Aston Martins and the team's expertise in that regard, do you see yourself going down a similar path of development, or do you think this is going to be more of a, hey, this is a great package as it is, and we're really just racing other identical cars?
That's a really good question. I think, eventually we'll see where the series goes with it, right? And what they want to do with it. But we come from a background of development at Automatic, so we're gonna, what the plan is, and we enjoy that, right? That's a challenge, right?
Yeah.
So unfortunately, it's an expensive challenge sometimes too. So you got to make that all make sense and match. But I think we'll end up developing what we think is our package.
Okay.
Through full cooperation with the manufacturers.
I'm excited to hear that. That's we love the development. We love that this is, to some degree, one of the last open rulebook endurance racing formats in the world. I mean, now that prototypes have gone the way that they have of homologation, this is kind of one of the last places you can really kind of play around and do whatever you think is going to fit your needs well. So I'm excited to hear that and look forward to things in that regard in the future. I've got two other things I want to talk to you about, David. The first one was an interview we did back at Circuit of the Americas. By chance, we saw a sticker on the side of the 909 Aston Martin, the sky blue car. That was the Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University sticker. And being an alumnus of Embry-Riddle, I thought, oh, what's all that about? Why are we doing this? And then had a chance to chat with Nico Villanueva down at COTA. And had a really, really nice chat about, a young person in motorsports. It's not necessarily going down the pathway of being a driver. Like, it's not all of his goal, but to really make motorsports accessible to 18, 19, 20-year-olds, whether you're in engineering, business, whatever, and tying the whole motorsports experience together for young people to get their hands dirty. What's that been like from the team ownership and management side in allowing young people to come in and to kind of tool around a little bit and get their feet wet in motorsports, not behind the wheel?
Yeah, so that's a refreshing relationship, right? I mean, Nico has worked tirelessly at that, and very few kids that we run into, and we've had a few interning through our race shop over the last, 2 decades, but he has the fire in his belly, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you get kids that have the fire in their belly for about 3 months.
Yeah.
But he's relentless, right? And I think that's to make it in this sport, or where he's trying to go, you have to be pretty relentless to try and in his case, raise the funds to go racing, right?
Sure.
But and assembling a team, which is something that he's worked hard at, trying to put together a group. And I have one of his kids here, Gavin, and he's studying to be an engineer.
Yeah.
He goes to Embry-Riddle, and so he's traveling he's doing the Circus Road show with us for
Very
WRL.
cool. Yeah.
So yeah, it's I think you want to help people, right?
Yeah.
Owning the team, I think you always want to try and propel people to achieve the goals that they are setting out to strive for.
Yeah. And having somebody there that it seems like Nico's a good kid, a trustworthy guy to say, hey, yeah, let's build this together. Here's your platform,
Yeah.
right? And yeah, it's been really cool to watch from our side. Haven't seen Nico back at the track this year yet, but as you said, it's mid-semester
Yeah.
here, and be hard at work.
And he's working on Daytona. I mean, he's working at
Fantastic.
trying to assemble a deal for Daytona. And
Fantastic.
I think he's making progress. He's got a little bit of time to kind of put that together. So
Excellent. Yeah. Looking forward to hopefully catching back up then, and maybe seeing an Embry-Riddle sticker or two on the side of the Paris Sabeco NPO1s. Last question for you, David. I'll let you get back over as we maybe inch towards a restart here. Automatic racing was tied for a long time to the name Ramin Abdul-Vahabi. And trip over that name. It's a little bit of a heavier conversation, but maybe there's an opportunity to celebrate here. Ramin obviously passed towards the end of last year. A name that I'd seen on the side of your Aston Martins in basically every series that was run, always on a WRL entry list. I think maybe from my perspective, not knowing a whole lot, there was a fear that maybe he was such a big part of automatic that things might not continue. But it now, based on the conversation you and I just had, there's a legacy there that's been left that allows automatic to continue. If you could just talk a little bit about, your relationship with Ramin and the legacy that his passing has left as automatic enters something of a new chapter here. I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I mean, he was clearly a special part of our team. And he's with us, right? I know he is. And he really wanted us to he'd been chastising me and, a variety of my friends that are in the paddock and about, hey, I want to run a downforce car. I want to run a downforce car. I want to run a downforce car, right? Let's go have some fun somewhere. So when we did this deal was the last time I spoke to him. I was sitting in the parking lot at High Plains about to meet with Sabeco for the event there about doing the deal, right? And I called him. He called me right when I pulled in the parking lot of the racetrack in Colorado. Just flew from Orlando, Florida, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, "Hey, how you doing?" And, well, he didn't have that kind of energy level, but he sounded pretty good. And that was the last conversation I had with him. He said, "Hey, this is," and he was the first to know what we were doing.
Awesome.
We were doing this. I'm like, "Hey, we're doing this, and you're gonna be the first to drive the car." And we never got there, but he would have been 100% behind it, as he would have been anything that automatic would have done. He would have just supported us. We're fortunate enough to have customers. Stephen Davison's one of them, as you know, right? And, Brandon Kidd and Rob Eklund.
Sure,
top of the list, right? I mean, those guys have always been like, hey, whatever you decide to do, we know you're going to make a good decision, or we'll get behind you, right? Yeah. And that kind of for me was priceless, right? I made this, and because of that, I was able to do things before I could get a hold of people to do this, to run the prototype, which has been super.
Yeah.
So I miss him, but he's we were always gonna eventually get to the downforce car. So,
yeah. I appreciate you kind of giving us a little bit of the backstory there, and for as much as we loved the Aston Martins and the V8s and the ground pounders, this is a pretty exciting new chapter, and it's really cool that Ramin has left the legacy of really being one of the primary catalysts for you guys going and doing this. And you sit third in the Midwest points. I know we're one event in, but it's Stratus, and then automatic right off the bat, ready to go in a really deep and frankly very compelling GTU class this year. So I look forward to
that's the plan. If we can just finish behind Stratus, I'm realistic and know that we're not going to never beat Stratus for 2025. So we want to. That's the goal.
There's no way you guys don't sneak in a win or two in there somewhere, right?
We'll
You're going to capitalize for sure.
Let them stumble. Maybe they won't stumble. That's a pretty smart. It's a pretty savvy group over there, clearly, right? But
that's experience.
But we love the Aston. I mean, the Aston thing was. We have a special place in our heart. That car is for sale. We had a buyer for it, and then with the economy switching gears here,
sure.
It's probably not going to get sold, but it is for sale. It's 2/4 with three amateur drivers in it at Sebring at the final event. Was a pretty eventful thing, running against almost all pro lineup.
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, it's a really good car. We still have one in the shop that the house owns, Automatic owns, that will run specialty events, but probably not WRL again. And that's not really not the plan, but yeah.
Well, David, I appreciate you taking some time to haul over here. I know we're on the wrong side of the paddock this weekend, but yeah, taking some time to come chat with us and give us a little insight into Automatic, where it's at and where it's headed, and hopefully some good things, continued good things for you guys in the GTU category with the 908 and the 909.
Yeah. Look forward to the balance of the season.
Very good. David Russell, Automatic Racing. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. As we turn our attention towards the next step, which hopefully is cars on course. It's 11:05 now. The estimate continues to be 11:30 with 11:40. Drivers cars at 11:15. Grid clear at 11:30. So we're essentially moving the start procedure backwards by 2 hours and 40 minutes or so. So the target would have been 9 o'clock this morning. 11:40 is likely where we're headed, and drivers are going to be allowed to head to their cars here in about 10 minutes' time. That's from RJ Till. It's in the YouTube chat there as well if you've been following along with us. And I will echo what RJ says with massive amounts of appreciation to the Mid-Ohio crews. Some of the worst flooding they've seen in 15 years. I believe that it's not often you get what they measured to be 28 inches of water at the bottom of Thunder Valley, but a tremendous amount of work has been done over there, and thousands of gallons of water been pumped out of that depression. Yeah, I think we're headed for good things, pending success over here, and hopefully the conclusion of the pump out over at turn 6 as well. Do we have a JT Tammy and a Scott Michaels with us?
Yeah.
JT's here. Very good. How's the practicing going, JT?
Oh, I stopped a while ago.
Oh, okay. JT's got his normal sim racing on Saturdays and Sundays, so he's with us through the early part of the morning here. Scott Michaels will be back with us as well. Dustin Ollis is on the 1s and the 2s. And if you're interested in deepening your following along with the WRL broadcast, of course, give us a follow at World Racing League on Instagram, at DriversEye Live as well. Layla Kazmarek is up here with me in the booth and handling all things social media and promotions related this weekend. Tag us as well, and have yourself featured a little bit. If you're looking forward to the remaining 5 hours and 20 minutes at Mid-Ohio, that kicks off at 11:40. We're going to take one more step away from action or lack thereof here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. 11:30-ish, we'll pop back in as cars begin to roll off. We'll give you a proper rundown of the starting grid and hopefully the kickoff of racing action here in about 20 minutes' time on DriversEye Live. Again, Brendan Kazmarek is with you here along with JT Tammy, Scott Michaels, and Dustin Ollis. Be back with us here in 20 to 25 minutes for racing action, finally, from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Ladies and gentlemen, some 2 hours and 35 minutes after we were meant to go racing at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, the World Racing League finally has race cars on track. This is WRL. This is DriversEye Live. Happy to have your company for real this time. It is race time around the 2.25-mile circuit just outside of Lexington, Ohio, just north of the Columbus metro area. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined again this morning, such as it still is, by Scott Michaels. Hello again, Scott.
Good morning.
Hello again, JT Tammy.
Howdy.
Dustin Ollis is still on the production PC in his global broadcast studio, I think is what they call it these days. Up in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see the countdown timer still counting down towards 5 o'clock. It has been a long wait, but we do now have cars on course. The GTU cars in the center of your screen here, the second group to head towards a green flag for a slightly reduced race distance this morning, but nevertheless should be a really good afternoon of endurance racing action. 4 classes. If you're new to the World Racing League, GTO and GTU. The GTO cars are this group you see. The Porsche 911 991.2 Cup of Round 3 Racing will start on the pole alongside the number 74 AOA Racing BMW M4 GT4. The Toyota R&D Racing Toyota Supra, that is not a GT4 Supra. You see in there as well in that lead group to start third on the grid alongside the 78 number LML Racing Pontiac GTO-R. More to come on that car in a little bit. The old sister car to the Matt Connolly Motorsports Pret 2 car from the Grand Am days. Up there in the top 4 in GTO. Your GTU leaders, Stratus number 60, Stratus 58, Stratus 59, and the number 10 of Round 3 Racing. JT, we'll head back towards the production class, if you don't mind giving us a couple of the leaders there in your GP1 and GP2 front couple of rows.
Yeah, sure. GP1, 38, Palomar Racing. They have taken pole just over the 333 from Roos Innovations. That's the highlighter yellow, white, and blue BMW out there. All-Star Racing with their E46 will be starting third in the second row alongside TC Klein Racing in their 2016 BMW M235IR. Third row, you got Primetime Motorsports in that Ford Mustang. You will hear that. Fantastic. Lining up alongside Ginger Racing, longtime WRL entry. A little bit further back, we got Flying Fur Motorsports in their M3, Open Throttle, the 64, AOA Racing with their newer BMW, Samson Racing, 3 Series alongside Blaze Racing, their M3, and I believe we also have the 63 from Open Throttle, rounding out the back of GP1. GP2, I believe it's the Garage 66 Subaru BRZ, alongside Rapscallion Motorsports' NC Miata. You'll see coming into shot here with the Sunoco livery just behind the...
That's an RP1 to you, sir.
RP1, yes, sir. Directly behind is the 55 AOA MX-5. Palomar has a BMW M3 going through shot there. Directly behind, you see the Proper Performance Honda Civic SIs, TCAs.
Yeah, and then not on the grid, the last car shotgun on the field is the Brian Herta Autosport Hyundai Elantra N, the renewable lubricants sponsored number 108 there at the tail end. I believe that's is that an Acura? Honda. Can't catch the logo. I think it's an Acura safety car from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Leads our leaders down into the braking zone at turn number 4. Scott Michaels, you've had a fair few laps around the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, digitally anyway, in your day, I have to assume.
Not in the wet.
Yeah, well, that's okay. We'll talk about the wet thing here in a minute, but China Beach here, off to the right side of your screen, does not look the way you would have seen it in iRacing, does it?
No, but you would never hope to use it anyway, so certainly in this race, I'm hoping it won't make much of a difference. But yeah, it's definitely a new a renovation, I guess, for the circuit. The surface looks very nice and smooth. That's maybe a bigger difference to what you would see on iRacing. I assume that was redone at the same time as the China Beach renovation?
Yeah, it was redone again. So that the whole track was paved in advance of 2024. We got one year in on the new surface, and then as part of the reprofiling of China Beach and the runoff itself, they also had to redo the track pavement itself, change some of the grading to bring the runoff itself up to grade with the circuit. And it means that there's now fresh pavement again at turn number 4, but it also means that there's a big old bump right about 100 feet before you turn into the corner. Which will be interesting to see how the conditions kind of change the approach there. It was really no problem yesterday, but I didn't notice the bump either until I started putting cameras out this morning, and just wonder a little bit if in still some pretty damp conditions, despite it not having rained since really about 7 o'clock here in Lexington, just maybe there's a little bit of a trip-up spot there on the way into turn number 4.
Yeah, new surfaces also can react weirdly with rain. So, was it wet yesterday qualifying?
It was not. No, very dry.
Okay, so we haven't seen any wet running yet.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so I'll be interested to see how grippy this new surface is in the rain. Doesn't look like anyone's having any major issues on the warm-up lap, so hopefully it's not absolute ice. But yeah,
we've seen a little bit of everything over the years here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. 2022, our second year here. Actually, it was our first year on site. We did the first 2021 race completely remotely, which was an interesting race in its own right. But 2022, we woke up to an inch of snow on the ground on the Saturday. We had GP2 cars that led the race overall, legitimately, on pace for quite some time. And long red flags last year. I mean, we really, for some reason, I don't know if it's springtime, if it's April in Ohio, what it is exactly, that just seems to throw all kinds of chaos at the World Racing League. But we are, really kind of dealing with it again in 2025 with 28 inches of water over at Thunder Valley. It's been successfully pumped out on pace lap number 3 here. I think. I wonder if this is just to get a feel for the conditions. You guys have watched the screen maybe a little closer than I have as I've been looking out the window over at the starter stand, but I really don't notice any spray or anything like that coming off the backs of the cars here, even at pace speed.
Yeah, looks reasonable to me. There's very little spray. That was something I was commentating on that 2022 race. That was something I noticed at the time, was that I guess because of the relatively low speed that you get around average speed around Mid-Ohio, really doesn't cause visibility issues as far as I can tell.
Go ahead.
I do need to make one quick correction here from what I was saying for the grid in the general production. At the tail end of GP1, you do have the 800 Stuttgart Central Porsche Boxster S. Keep an eye out for that orange and black livery.
Yeah, I don't think they qualified yesterday, the Stuttgart Central Boxster. As the pace car just begins to pick up a little bit of speed here on the front straightaway. The Mid-Ohio School Acura safety car, as I've seen out my window here. And hopefully inching towards a start. Now remember that when we do go racing here, in hopefully just a couple of moments' time, it will be down on the back straightaway. So the safety car will peel off somewhere here, either at the pit lane or in one of the short course cutouts at the exit of the keyhole. Park itself there as the field takes the green flag just to the left side of the screen. And if I had a telestrator, I could point out exactly where that is in the shot. But it is way off in the distance there. You get the run halfway down the back straightaway towards turns 3 and 4, and then the run into the braking zone for turn 1, lap 1, whenever that happens to be. Now, we are scoring the race, obviously. Not that it's of any consequence because it's a timed race, but 2 laps officially completed now, both of them behind the safety car. Difficult to project this one. It's been a moment, I think, since particularly in what we would still consider to be the top class in the World Racing League in GTO, we've had not just kind of a thinned out field, but a field that features not what you would say all of the regular heavy hitters. Round 3 racing and AOA racing with the Porsche Cup 991 and the BMW M4 respectively would arguably be the strongest in the field. But then you take the road-going Toyota Supra in third and the 2005 tube-frame Pontiac GTO in fourth. And the Jannetta G55 in fifth from Camber Performance Engineering. racewrl is in there as well. And then the FPRS Mustang bringing up the back of the Ligier there from Rapscallion. It does kind of open the door if any one of the two lead cars, let's say, on the front row there have any issues. And we could be up for a real surprise here in GTO. GTU stacked as, I can't believe we're saying this, but GTU is stacked this weekend. Tremendous growth in our lightweight Grand Touring category. Mostly Sebeco NP01s. In fact, all NP01s this weekend. The 739 Racing by Rapscallion Ligier JSP4 not featuring on the grid. Lights appear to be out on the safety car. So are we going to get a green flag here on the front straightaway as if it were a restart? I think this might be the case. The safety car is going to peel off to driver's left into the pit lane. The starter at start-finish does have the green flag in hand, so it'll be a less traditional start here at Mid-Ohio, at least for the circuit. Green flag waves, and the Round 3 Racing Porsche with that weight over the rear wheels gets a really good jump down the short front straightaway into turn number 1. A small gap between the GTO and GTU field. Those GTU cars going to be really tiptoeing around this first corner. Not a lot of temperature in the tires, not a whole lot of grip or downforce being generated at this slow speed. And you see the round 3 car in the foreground leading the top 4, 5, 6, top 7, 6 cars in GTO, all as they were. Your general production cars down the front straightaway with the green flag in hand. So we've changed the start procedure slightly, but it is still a split start. Palomar leads GP1 field away. Bruce Innovations in the number 333. Really good run around the outside of turn number 1. You'll notice the very dark tarmac there at the apex of turn 1. A new patch put in for 2025 up along the pit exit curbing. Staying well away from that, trying to find out where the grip is around the first corner at Mid-Ohio in tricky conditions. Battle on for the GP1 lead, JT Tammy.
Yeah, definitely. You can really see the 38 and the 333 really nose to tail right here coming into turn 4.
That was a good run for the Bruce Innovations. Good run for the Bruce Innovations car around turn 1. Tried to get the leg up on the Palomar number 38 down into the keyhole, down the pro straight, as we'll call it, here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, but not able to get the move done. And same thing, just doesn't quite have the legs on the way into turn 4 and down towards China Beach for the first time of asking.
Yeah, Primetime also moves up a spot into 4th in GP1, getting around the TC Klein BMW, who are now running side-by-side with Ginger. Oh, we got a spin AOA, the 55, I believe, just coming out of the turn 5 out of China Beach there. The downhills, they swing to turn 6. No, that's actually...
Yeah, that's the 800, I think. The Stuttgart Central car. Yeah. Yep. Quick loop up there at the top of the hill. It's easy to do. The car gets light over the top of Madness, and if you haven't got the car pointed more or less squarely down the hill, especially in the rain, back end can slide away from you there. That's exactly what's happened. I think everybody here is running at something not anywhere near 90 or 100%. Very tentative in the tricky conditions. But I think now that we've got cars on course and some temperature and energy being pumped into the track, we've got the opportunity to start to get ourselves a dry line. Now, one thing we haven't really talked about that we did briefly touch on in qualifying yesterday was tire choice. And we run on 200 treadwear tires across the board here in the World Racing League. Your production cars are on a make Continental tire. GTU is still an open choice, but you do have different compounds within the brands. The 200 treadwear tire is nominally treaded. In some cases, it's actually treaded, but will take you up through what I think most would call intermediate conditions before it really starts to become ineffective at moving water out of the way. And it seems like we'd be kind of in that in-between spot here. Very damp this morning, obviously, but drying out very quickly here. River running across the track in the braking zone for turn number 11. And Pontiac GTO R tube frame GTO car, coming under a little bit of pressure from the other tube frame, the Ginetta G55.
Also a good race for second GTU between the, I'm going to try and get the numbers right, 58 and 59, I believe. Yeah, because the number 60 Stratus is leading. The blue number 58 Stratus in second. Seems to be struggling to find the right lines in a few corners. I've been noticing from the onboards, what's really interesting is, particularly thinking about Brendan, you talking about your the dry line. The GTU cars appear to be having to experiment more with wet lines, going wide through a lot of the corners, whereas the GTO cars are able to take the dry line, by the way, or the traditional dry racing line a lot more. So I'm finding that quite interesting, and that's causing this battle for the second in GTU to be quite interesting at the moment.
The way to come up for it to come up here in the background, we're looking at the battle for fourth place in GTO and now second place, as you say, in GTU. It's all Stratus at the front of the Grand Touring under category, 1, 2, and 3 in a row, and then the first of the round, actually both of the round 3 cars are rounding out the top 5 in that category. A little bit further down there, it's the number 108 from Polecat Racing, the 247 of Heraflight, before you get to the pair of Automatic Racing NPL1s. Oh, car in the wall. That is the AOA car? Or is that the Boxster again?
It's hard. It might be the Boxster. It's hard to tell. You can only really tell by the
From this
nose.
far away, yeah. I think you're right. Maybe just a little bit of orange trim on that car up against the driver's left Armco at the exit of turn number 8. Again, very much like the spin up at turn number 5. The car gets light over the rise between 7 and 8. It can be really easy to spin up the rear tires as you come down the other side, and it looks like maybe the car just took off to the left underneath what would have been the old Honda bridge over at 7, maybe clanged the Armco there to driver's left. We did have a note in the drivers' meeting yesterday from RJ Till. They will do hot pulls here at Mid-Ohio, even in some damp conditions here. I think if we can get that car out of the way, we'd be all right. But it seems like maybe the issue isn't that the car is too damaged to continue, but maybe it can't pull itself up the hill. We go double yellow. So much for the hot pull.
Well, yeah, I think the issue is the conditions of the grass right now, or the mud, wherever you are. And he's going to have a little bit more grip going down the hill, but you're going to run out of downhill eventually, and you're going to have to pull yourself up the off-camber runoff at some point to get yourself back on track. And yeah, I'm with you, JT. I think maybe this is not on, unfortunately, for a self-recovery for that number 800. It's still really tricky conditions here. I mean, we know it's damp basically everywhere. Yeah. And in some cases, a couple of small, not quite rivers, but some small streams running across the circuit. You combine that with the constant elevation change and camber change here at Mid-Ohio, and yeah, it can be very, very easy to have something like this happen. Look at the race timer. We're 2 hours and 54 minutes in, but with only, we don't have a lap counter over here. 6 laps complete, I think. 7. Oh, there it is. It's up at the top. There we go. 7 laps completed by the race leading number 70 from round 3 racing. Safety car. It looks like the lights on here, I would think.
Looks like in the early running we can distinctly, from the best laps, tell which cars are comfortable in these conditions and which ones are struggling. Certainly the leading 2 have just 3 seconds a lap faster on their best lap than anyone else in the field. The Toyota RNG racing car is very much in its own little world. 148 fastest lap in 3rd place. And then the rest of the GTO field and the GTUs are all in the 150s and 151s. Early on in the race.
We've seen this, Scott, time after time with the GTU cars, the Sabeco NP01s. They're so light that it can take a really long time for their tires to get switched on. And in cases where the conditions are less than ideal, where it's either damp, wet, or very cold but dry, they'll start the GTU cars behind the GTO cars, even though on let's say on pure pace or raw maximum pace, they might be quicker than GTO cars. For the conditions in the early laps when things are busiest and at their most chaotic, it takes them so much longer to get up to temperature, pressure, and confidence built, frankly, in some cases. That best to have them start behind the GTO cars. But you're right.
It is a shame to see that none of the GP2 cars are faster than the leaders at the moment. I was kind of hoping for a repeat last time, but yeah, it doesn't look like that's going to come.
I think we're a little too dry.
Well, you say that, so I don't know that we're going to get so much of that today. Probably tomorrow. It'll be dry, but also 37 degrees. The GP2 pole sitter would have qualified third in GP1 yesterday. So 137 in dry conditions, whereas the next closest car in GP2 was in the 140s. Your GP1 pole sitter also in the 137. So the Garage 66 Subaru BRZ there, keep an eye on that car as the race wears on. And once it dries out, I think that car has got a lot of potential to go wreak a little bit of havoc in the GP1 running order as well.
It could be that they were just behind GP1 cars because their fastest
Yeah.
lap is still it's equal to all the 5 or 6 GP1 cars that are right in front of them. So maybe if we can get them clear of that field, they'll start marching through. But yeah, we only had, as you say, 6 green laps there. Obviously, the drivers figuring out the track, figuring out the surface, how it's working. I think the visibility's fine, so I'm not going to try and blame that. But yeah, we'll hopefully get us a little bit of a longer green flag run. This yellow flag here will close up the natural field spread that happens at the start of a race, particularly in wet conditions. So it will keep everyone closer to the leaders. Maybe on this second start, with everyone a little bit more comfortable with how the conditions are, we'll see some true pace.
You know, one of the interesting changes from, let's say, a standard day of WRL racing here that I'm getting a sense, there's so much unknown and we're so far out of rhythm, right? We've all been sitting around for 2.5 hours. You know, we finally got things going, but it was not like we're waiting on lightning or anything. Everybody's kind of waiting for the next update. We know more rain is on the way, but we don't know what it's going to do to the track. We don't know what it's going to do to our drainage areas, which are the primary area of concern. My weather app of choice now says rain potentially starting in 7 minutes, albeit some pretty light rain. We've also got kind of compressed individual class fields this weekend. GTO, 8 cars. GTU, I mean, it's 10 or 11 cars, but I do wonder if this is one of those days where you just take today as it comes, right? Rather than try and run to a particular strategy, literally just keep the car on the island. And whatever happens, you take it as it happens, play it safe, be smart. And I don't want to say be there to race at the end, but literally just minimize the mistakes and don't worry so much about pace or position.
Well, as usual, the type of full course yellow we have dictates a little bit of how you need to race. So I assume we're expecting all full course yellows to be safety cars, are we?
Yeah, no code 35 in effect here.
Right. So
very mixed opinions on that, by the way, Scott.
From who?
From the teams. We're very pro code 35 here at DriversEye Live. That's not a universally shared opinion.
Yeah. Same debate happens on iRacing with whether we should have road course yellow flags or not. I'm very much in the no camp. And
of course.
As with you, I'm very much in the code 65 camp. So yeah, but that does mean that if we're going to have yellow flags here, and I imagine, while you say there will do hot balls, there's going to be cars stuck in places where safety vehicles would also get stuck. So we'll probably see a few safety cars. So yeah, it is going to be a case of don't take risks, stay on the lead lap as much as possible. But it is also really important to stay on the lead lap. So if you're a car that's off the pace a bit, then that means you really need to be on the ball. It's opposite, really. If you're a car that's running quite fast and can comfortably stay on the lead lap, then just take no risks, cruise around, wait till the finish. If you're a car that is that's losing seconds a lap, or if you're in a lower class, then you do want to be maximizing every single lap to make sure that, because it could be the difference between getting lapped on lap 30 or lap 31. That might be the difference in your race if a safety car comes out at the wrong time. Do we do class waiver rounds?
We do not. No.
No. So yeah, for the lower classes, you actually it's the opposite. You want to be maximizing every corner, trying to stay on the lead lap for as long as you can.
Yes and no. I mean, if the point is that you're trying to capitalize on others' mistakes, and maybe you just focus less on, maximizing your pace, especially if you don't have the pace to begin with, and just kind of let the day ride, keep it on the island, and if you were going to finish 5th or 6th, and the 2 cars ahead of you are pushing too hard, and then you have the opportunity to jump up onto the podium. It may not fall that way, but you also don't want to put yourself in a position to hurt yourself either. Maybe just the safer way to play today. Different schools of thought there, but certainly with the stratification we have at the moment, where these top 3 cars in GTO are going very, very quickly relative to the rest of the field. Keep the Pontiac on the gray stuff, and maybe that seemed like that the number 78 car of LML Racing has a chance here. Same thing with Camber Performance, the FPRS car as well. Kind of intrigued to see how this one all shakes out. In that regard, we've ticked under the 5 hours to go mark. Thank you all for joining us, by the way. Now, as we get past noon o'clock, 336 of you have tuned in here. Matt Guyver was with us yesterday for our qualifying coverage. Asks if the BRZ is a GR86 Cup. It is not. It is a straight-up Subaru BRZ. Toyota BRZ, whatever, same thing. Really, really quick car. Good around Mid-Ohio, especially with the changes of direction. Very lightweight car. Susanna Filmo, Woo Automatic Racing, same thing. Go check out our interview earlier with David Russell. Really, really nice chat with David for about 10 or 15 minutes. At about 11 o'clock, the green flag waves, and we are back to racing at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course with 10 laps complete now. Round 3 racing leads into turn number 1. Move up the inside for position number 4. That's the Camber Performance Engineering Ginetta G55 up the inside of the Pontiac GTOR. But just as we've seen over the first couple of laps, I don't think there's a whole lot of grip on the asphalt patch there to the inside of turn number 1. And now the Ginetta under attack from the Rooster Hall Racing BMW. Round the outside, gets on the throttle, can keep the speed up down the back straightaway. Maybe pull on the Ginetta here. Headed down into the braking zone for turn number 4. Eyes to the back of the screen. Ginetta is not known for being a high horsepower car, but does keep up to the back of the GTOR pretty well as they jump on the binders. Cold brakes, cold tires here again. And it looks like the move is done. Indeed, it is almost 3 wide in the transition up the hill at Madness. GTO just struggling a little bit to get the car to turn in there at the top of the hill. Same thing for the GTU cars.
Well done to the Ford Performance Racing School Mustang, going around the outside, turn 5, finding so much more grip as the BMW gets a bit loose there. But the Mustang going around the outside of both the BMW from Rooster Hall and the Pontiac GTO of LML Racing right there. So 2 positions, 1 corner.
Look at the GP1 cars up into the back of the GTU field, having already picked off 4 or 5 of those Sebeco NP01s. The Bruce Innovation number 333 gets up to the back of the number 10 round 3 racing NP01, and our GP1 leader right now on pace would sit within the top 5 or 6 there in the GTU category. It's a change for the GP1 lead as well, with the Bruce car having gotten past the number 38 of Palomar Racing. And I'll cycle through on live timing. If you're not already there, redmist.racing is an in-progress development from taking over basically where Race Hero left off, although it's been a scratch build by our friends over at Big Mission Motorsport. It's already substantially more useful than the alternative, but if you prefer the Legacy Race Monitor live timing, that is available to you on both the internet and on a browser or on a tablet or phone app as well. kind of an opportunity to reset for everybody, I think, here. We got those first 6 or 7 laps, everybody trying to find where the grip is, feel out what the track conditions are like, look for rivers and moving water, and I think we've kind of taken that information, processed it, and now we're right back at it with some proper racing, JT.
Yeah, because 3 wide in the turn 2 is always a great idea.
But that's the thing, is now we know a lot more about the track than we did 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, right?
Yeah.
We all have a much, much better sense of where the grip is, how deep we can push into the braking zones. You know, do we need the rain line? Can we use traditional racing line? Ooh, that's a slide for the 118 from Blaze Racing. Up over the hill at Madness, gets the car caught, but now comes under attack from the GP2 Palomar entry, the number 83, and that Garage 66 BRZ, who slipped back to third.
Yeah, so lots of changes in these general productions classes right now.
Yeah, confidence makes a big difference here as well. Just like we were talking about, now that you know vaguely where the grip is and what the conditions are going to be like, you can start to push a little bit and build maybe a gap, maybe. But a little wide again for the Blaze number 118. It's not a class position battle there as well. Remember that Blaze BMW is a GP1 car. The GP2 leader is the Palomar number 83, having, as we said earlier, cleared the Subaru of Garage 66. And then the first of the, is that a GP1 or GP2 open throttle?
GP1.
Number
Looks like this.
63, yeah.
Just as you've mentioned, the drivers and the cars starting to warm up and drivers starting to figure out the wet conditions. The GTU cars are now starting to move through the GTOs. So all 3 Stratus cars are hassling the LML Racing BMW at the moment.
That's a Pontiac, Scott?
Oh, sorry, I'm trying to tell.
Yeah, still alive.
Trying to tell through the onboard cameras of the Stratus cars, which they're not using their wipers, which is interesting. Probably better for the the Toyota R&D car is also a lot more competitive in this second green flag run with the BMW up ahead. It's got itself into the 44s, which is about 4 seconds faster than it managed before the last yellow. Race leader is also going faster than they were in that first green run, though. They're in the 42s. While the remainder of the GTOs and GTUs are between 45 and 49 seconds, 1 minute 49 and 1:47.
Nope. It's fighting the internet up here at Mid-Ohio. It's picking up where we left off at Barber, as a matter of fact. But I think we're back in business now. Man, you could see some space still being kicked up at the very, very edges of the track by the number 96 Ford Mustang.
Chevstang.
Oh, that is. Yeah.
Renamed from Liberty Autosport.
Yep, primetime rate. That's right. So I knew the car
digging.
sounded familiar. I knew it sounded familiar yesterday. I was like, oh yeah, I think we've seen that car before, but I couldn't remember primetime racing. Makes a lot of sense.
Primetime Motorsports. I believe Primetime Racing ran a Viper and ALMS very briefly.
You're right. You're absolutely good. Well remembered, JT. Yeah, Primetime Motorsports. You can actually still see Liberty Autosports listed in the driver name there on the Sentinel onboard camera. Right on board with them now up over the hill. You can see just and hear how little throttle input that car can handle up over the crest at 7 and 8 and tip the car into turn number 9. Chasing the 909 Automatic Racing Sabeco NP01. That is the one that's in the traditional invisible glass livery. Really actually pulls the little prototype pretty well up the hill into turn number 11, and the grip is there, but really no need to force your way through if you're in the Mustang here. You have a couple of cars in class that have escaped out the front of the GP1 field, but as we were just talking about earlier, as raindrops begin to fall again on the windscreen, maybe not worth pushing the issue here, even if you think you're being held up a little bit. Better off just taking it as it comes, playing it safe, and waiting for an opportunity to present itself. This might be it, as the Heraflight car slides a little bit wide at the middle of turn number 1, pulls back to the left just in front of the nose of the 909 prototype, and 96 up the inside gets moved on the, tentatively done anyway, on the automatic car, but good grip for the 909 around the outside. And the battle resumes just as it was.
We've now got the 333 Bruce Innovations car and the 38 Palomar car starting to come through the GTUs. So while the GTUs are hassling the back end of the GTOs, the GP1s are moving through them.
Yeah.
So it does look like those GP1 cars are finding good grip at this stage in these conditions.
Exactly what we were seeing with the Ford there, Scott, that we were just riding on board with. It's all a bit relative, but certainly seems like the front cars, the quicker cars in GP1 at the moment, let's say, are actually going quite a bit more quickly than the GTU cars that are just really, really struggling for grip. You know, we think in let's say, IndyCar terms, we think of Mid-Ohio as being a pretty high downforce circuit with the changes of direction and the deep braking zones that you need to be quick around here. But on a 200 treadwear tire, you almost can't generate downforce, you know, at 60 or 65 miles an hour in one of these Sebeco NP01s. And it means that in conditions like this, if you're not generating the grip to begin with, and you're in a lightweight car, you're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place with how you're trying to build speed. You don't have a whole lot of power, you don't have a whole lot of weight, but you're also not generating any downforce. And I think that's where some of these NP01s at the back end of the class are at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, on a track like this, the lack of inertia of a lighter weight car is always going to help. And then the lack of power is going to actually be somewhat beneficial with throttle control on corner exits. So it's actually it's a pretty interesting balance. We're not seeing the GTO cars really having much of a straight line advantage on the GTUs, just because they can't get the power down for half the straight. So there's that advantage. So yeah, it's very finely balanced. It's I think in those tricky little prototypes, it probably is going to end up being which drivers can figure it out the best. It's going to make a huge difference.
Yeah, and to that end, the Stratus cars, 58, 59, and 60, they all kind of share a pool of drivers. So rather than splitting them off car by car, they'll do a stint in one car, take their hour mandatory rest out of the car, and then jump in a different one. Sort of the old R4R strategy, if you like.
Yeah.
Some sim racing tactics there to try and maximize your entries before iRacing. Kibosh to that. But we got a spinner here on the front straightaway. Yep, car. Where is it?
Rolling backwards.
Just off the last corner there. Oh, so as Dustin says, two of them. One of them is the number 1 NP01 from Round 3 Racing. Is it? Second one is one of the Stratus cars. It's the 58.
Okay. It didn't look like there was contact. It looked like the one was going off track just to avoid.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The sight line is pretty good there, but your options for recovery are limited. So you come off the carousel and you're pointed up over the crest of the hill. If there's a car spun off to the side of the track, your options are either point it towards the pit wall and try and go driver's left, or put yourself in the really damp grass in the one car width between the track and the gravel trap. So maybe in the number 1's case there, the best option was just to jump on the binders and bring the car to a stop, rather than getting itself into an even worse position by jumping off circuit there to avoid.
What it has done is really broken up the Eating GTU battle, because the 59 car had to run through the grass, the one had to spin. So now the number 60 has a lot of GTO and GTU cars, GTO and GP1 cars between itself and the second place GTU car, the number 59 down in 11.
The other thing...
Number 60 did manage to pass the LML in time, I think.
Yeah.
the spilling speaker is in front of them. Straight down to a 46.0, that number 60 car. And they've passed the Rooster Hall Racing car as well on that lap. So the Stratus number 60 seems to be making, the driver's making the difference there by the looks of things and getting a nice big lead in GTU.
Yeah, it's worth noting, Scott. I mean, we'll see what the unshackled pace is like on that number 60 now that it's cleared the Pontiac GTO-R. Excuse me. But if you look at the pace in GTO, the lead car is doing 141s. And even the AOA Racing BMW into the 42s. Toyota R&D's quickest lap is in the 42s as well. So even if we consider the 60s pace something like the ultimate pace of an MPO1 at the moment for the conditions, it's still, you know, a good 4+ seconds off of the ultimate pace up in GTO at the moment. Which is, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier about some of the differences between the way these cars make their pace and just how specifically here at Mid-Ohio, the layout of the track and the lack of available grip in these types of conditions can really kind of hinder the GTU car's availability to go quick.
Do we think these everyone's on a specific wet tire at the moment?
Yeah, that's the other thing we mentioned in those first couple of tiptoey laps is it's difficult to tell. We were so saturated earlier on that it seemed like a wet tire would be the obvious choice. But a good 200 tread wear dry tire will take you much deeper into intermediate conditions than, you know, typical race tires, obviously. And I do wonder if maybe with there not being any obvious heavy rain on the way, if maybe a couple of these cars had decided to go with their normal race tire and avoid the, you know, potential of having to give up significant amounts of time to change under green and setting yourself back with a choice like that.
Ooh, yeah. AOA gets a little bit wide there and gets sucked off a bit.
Into the gravel. That's the 85 BMW M2. I haven't seen it come out the other side. Oh, there it is. Fantastic work to push through the gravel there on the outside of turn number 9. We saw it earlier from the Blaze Racing number 118. Very, very easy for the car just to wash out wide there. And with there being limited runoff in general, the gravel comes up on you really, really quickly. Ping 2K in the WRL YouTube chat. Looks like the rain is dissipating here. We would concur, if anything, it was just a light sprinkling on the windshields of a couple of cars. And at the moment, I don't see any raindrops in the puddles across from our broadcast booth here at start finish. Just on the northern end of some of these bands of rain that obviously caused our issues earlier on today. If you weren't with us, we were delayed at the start by over 2.5 hours due to nearly 2.5 feet of water over at Thunder Valley underneath the O'Reilly Auto Parts Bridge. Did a tremendous amount of work over there to A, pump the water out, and B, prevent it from backfilling. You can see a huge lake there over to the left side by our timing pylon. The whole Mid-Ohio crew and staff did a really, really nice job of problem solving and then actually executing to get everything cleaned up and allow us to go racing at all today. Because I'll be honest with you, there are other tracks where we would not have been racing today. Really, really impressive stuff. Pit caller for the first time is going to be the BMW of Rooster Hall Racing. Thank you, JT.
Yeah,
it's already come to a stop and been sent.
Yeah, they briefly had the hood up, checking underneath. I think trying to diagnose something here because that
does it go back to the paddock? I think it's back to the paddock here. We haven't seen that car come out of the pit exit lane as yet. Good battle on here. This is your GP1 class lead battle. Bruce Innovations 333 continues to lead the number 38 of Palomar, and then the All-Star Racing number 5, all of which have dispatched of that LML Pontiac GTO-R in GTO. We said offline a little bit earlier, JT, and we have said this on multiple occasions, but I think GP1 is going to be our class today, and it's really, really good stuff straight off the bat.
Yeah, definitely as Bruce loses a temporary loss of grip there.
That's been the line, though, for that 333, is to lean really hard on the outside front tire going up the hill so that you're at maximum load. on the outside tire, and as the car gets light, you don't have such a dramatic loss of grip at the rear.
Yeah, we saw
Also
Blaze
interesting-
Racing do
Yeah, go
the
ahead.
same earlier.
Also worth noting, down at the bottom of the hill at the exit of turn number 6, maybe next time they come back around, we'll take another look at it. Big puddle has kind of started to form to driver's left on the exit of the corner to the point that these GP1 class leaders were having to pinch corner exit and stay well to driver's right as they got on the throttle. Side-by-side-ish for the race lead. Yes, very much so.
Still.
Onto the front straightaway. That's the All-Star Racing number 5 to the inside of the Bruce Innovations 333. We going to go first to third here in a couple of or third to first, excuse me, in a couple of corners. I think we have limited grip on that new asphalt patch, but no, we're still side by side. JT up the run into the keyhole turn. Now we're done. Now the move. Oh no, that's a Samson car. Never mind. Silly me, thinking this was done and dusted. We'll come off the keyhole turn and down the long back straightaway. Looks like they're going to try and split that number 180 BMW of Samson Racing Communications. Bruce Innovations goes to driver's right. All-Star Racing has gone to driver's left, and I think that number 5 is going to have the legs here into turn number 4. It does, but it opens the door for the Palomar 38 round the outside on the binders into turn 4. Grip is there, but do we push the issue up over the top of Madness? No. Palomar backs out, and now that LML Racing Pontiac is going to get involved in this as well as they clear the Rapscallion number 669 Ligier. So this is, kind of what we were talking about earlier with Scott of do you push and try and maximize, or do you take it as it comes? Part of the issue is you're going to be lapping cars and up against performance differentials that are highly unusual. So from a rhythm perspective, dealing with a GTO car or a GTU car that you're quicker than is so far outside the norm that you kind of just take what's there. And you play it safe just a little bit.
Looks like traffic just slightly holding up the 10, getting around as it goes through the inside here. Or no, that's the 1 from round 3 racing. It's trying to chase the 59 from Stratus, which goes to a shot here. It's about a 3-second gap. That's your fight for, I want to say, 2nd in GTU.
Good battle on a little deeper in GTU as well between the 908 of Automatic Racing and the Harrowflight number 247. In fact, it's a battle for 8th in class, happening something like half a lap or so behind the class leader. But no tail, they were down the front straightaway, making their way towards the keyhole turn. But we're going to stick with this GP1 battle for the moment. This is, I think, the best battle we've got going on track. Just to touch base with your overall race leaders, it is still the number 70 of round 3 racing. Porsche 911 991.23 Cup leads the 74 BMW from AOA Racing by 4.3 seconds. Then the gap back to the number 90 of Toyota R&D Racing measures just about 16 seconds. And a now kind of charging cambered performance, number 178, Janetta. 5 seconds is the margin between 3rd and 4th in class. And then the LML Racing, that's actually Pontiac there, that's getting quite a bit of screen time here by being mixed in with the GP1 class leaders. All of this happening on the lead lap of the overall race, of course. We haven't seen the Porsche, round 3 racing come through. But these cars a lap down.
No,
So
got the top
Go ahead.
20 or so are still on the overall lead lap.
Yeah. Yeah, and in general, since nobody's really at their maximum absolute performance.
It's the top 16 to be precise. Because
Okay.
the leader just came through with a 39.8, so it's the first car under a 140. Although AOA has gone with them with a 39.9 right behind. So we do have a competitive race overall lead, even though those two cars are split by 4.4 seconds.
Change for the GP1 class lead again. Bruce Innovations back through in the 333. Clears the All-Star Racing number 5 and actually put a couple of car lengths between themselves and the second place car. Palomar Racing still right there with them, so back and forth we go. Little wiggle as the car settles out of turn number 8. Pit caller across from me here at start finish is the number 851 AOA Racing Mazda MX-5. Should not be expecting pit stops this early, of course. Never mind the fact that we're offset or off strategy here, but in, let's say, less than ideal conditions, you're naturally going to use significantly less fuel than you would otherwise. And even our GTO cars here, I wouldn't be surprised to see us pushing stint lengths of hour 15, hour 20. Although, as we said, we're into the 1:39 39s now. We're still a good 7 to 8 seconds off of qualifying pace there in GTO, despite having, actually quite a bit of good dry gray surface there on the pro straight between turns 1 and 2. Shouts to Brian Griggs in the chat. RJ Till has been in the chat specifically calling out Brian as the developer of Red Mist Racing live timing, which is now, I think, pretty universally our solution for live timing. Brian's done a tremendous job to get that all put together, and it was something of a surprise for us back at our last event at Barber Motorsports Park. But even between events, some development going on. We've got the DriversEye live stream link up there at the top of the screen as well, which we really appreciate. And all of Brian's support in getting this built out. It's been a big part of our ability to follow WRL Racing, losing the tools that Race Hero provided us. Believe it or not, our team here at DriversEye Live under the guise of Endurance Radio was actually a pretty substantial part of the development of Race Hero and adding features that were specific to endurance racing and endurance racing analysis. And to have some of those features back with us is really, really important. Love to chat, Brian, as a matter of fact, if you're interested in some thoughts there, building back to what was maybe the most important tool we had here at DriversEye Live. It's very good stuff right off the bat. So appreciate all of the effort you've put in. Jazzbro, have you heard any feedback from drivers on the reprofiled turn 4? We haven't, which maybe suggests it's not that significant of a change. We know that there was some camber change and a little bit of modification to the exit of the corner that drove a lot of the repave there. It didn't allow him to keep the surface like it was. But in the end, it doesn't seem to have been that big a deal. Almost side-by-side for the GP1 race lead again. And we are side-by-side. All-Star number 5 going to try around the outside at turn number 4, up the inside at turn 5, but it looks to be substantially damper there, close to the apex curb, and grip just not quite there for the M3. There you see the puddle there to driver's left at the exit of turn number 6. So normally you track out a little bit further, but some standing water there is... 5 drops of wheel. You can see that coming just under a little bit of pressure from the Palomar 38, and it allows that E36 to slide up the inside, but move not complete, headed through Thunder Valley.
Yeah, that's always a tricky corner.
Oh.
As is that exit.
Everything is a tricky corner here at Mid-Ohio, JT, in the dry, but especially in these changeable type conditions. This is a friend of DriversEye Live, Joseph Mudrock, has been his home track for a long time, and he made an observation, or shared an observation from the house PA team here at Mid-Ohio that there's really no point on the circuit where you're going both straight and level. Right, the road is always doing something. Even the straightaway here between turns 1 and 2, you rise and then you dip back down and you rise up to the keyhole again and you come off the keyhole and maybe it's relatively flat here, but it goes a little bit off camber towards the curb, and then you do the undulations all the way down the back straightaway, and it leads to this constant movement of the car where, yes, there's obviously an ideal racing line, but in these changeable conditions where cars are moving around and you're trying to search for the grip, yeah, every lap is something of an adventure, and nothing is really straightforward here as we go side by side again into madness. Outside line at turn 5 just seems to be the quick way at the moment.
Those clouds looking a bit on.
How about it? Having mentioned the house PA team here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, we should take a moment with... there is no halfway here, but we're 4 hours and 30 minutes remaining on the clock. Just to take a moment to remember a friend of DriversEye Live, briefly a friend of DriversEye Live, but much too short a time. The house PA team here at Mid-Ohio is one that is well known and has involvement in a lot of places. JT, you've worked with John Phippen in the past down at Sebring. Had the pleasure of working with John again back in January at an event, a NASA event down there at Sebring. Tom Michaels has featured on DriversEye Live broadcast during some SCCA events here at Mid-Ohio. And last year we obviously also had the opportunity to work with Rusty Bell over just across from where we stand here at Start Finish in his home up on the second floor of the tower. Rusty was an iconic voice here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. I had the opportunity to meet him despite hearing him on a couple of occasions at pro events here. And not really knowing what I was getting myself into, it turns out that Rusty was a total professional. You would expect nothing less, but he was a gentleman and really, really talented and passionate about what he did. Got a chance to share a beer with Rusty over at the social on a Saturday night and have a picture I'll enjoy and cherish for a long time with getting to work with a pro and a legend like Rusty. Rusty fell ill and passed late last fall. So this will be the first year here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course without Rusty Bell as part of the PA team. And I know for sure that for locals and visitors alike to Mid-Ohio that Rusty will be missed tremendously. John and Tom and the team will carry on for sure, but not quite the same here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in 2025 with the passing of Rusty Bell. Rain beginning to fall around the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course once again. Down at turn number 4 especially is where it seems to have arrived for the first time. JT, you were just saying a moment ago some of these clouds starting to look a little ominous, and you can see it now on the camera lenses.
Yep, it's definitely not going to get to be boring at all today.
No, again, take it as it comes. Just, you think the track is drying out. You got the grip where you want it, and you can start to push the car just a little bit, and now you've got to begin to dial it back. We've done really, really well so far, all things considered, for the conditions.
Yeah, that's coming.
Nothing on the radar, interestingly enough. Nevertheless, yeah, beginning to pick up over on the west end of the circuit first. Wipers on the FPRS number 91 Mustang. Aeroflight's going to slide wide there. What that says to me is that I think the rubbered inline is maybe not the choice in these changeable conditions. We saw it up at turn number 5 to begin with, but I could even feel yesterday in the braking zone at turn number 4 at the end of the back straightaway just how smooth the surface was from having rubber pushed into the gaps in the aggregate on the racing line there. It really does make a difference to the amount of available grip as the road starts to get slick.
Yeah, it's weird. Some corners, the outside line is definitely, a lot grippier at the moment, but other corners, it seems like you can still run a racing line.
Yeah.
So there's definitely some experimentation needed out there in terms of what your driver's going to be doing while they're searching for what grip they can. And now it's just possibly going to be changing a bit more with the addition of rain.
If we have a moment, I'd like to pick up the battle for third place in GTU at the moment. Just under a second, splitting the... I'm sorry, it's a battle for second place in GTU. Splitting the Stratus number 59 and the round 3 racing number 1. It's down the front straightaway here, headed towards our first camera. There's a Rapscallion number 135. There's the 59, and the 74 flashes through to put those cars a lap down. The number 1 recovering recall from a stoppage out on track, trying to avoid a spinning number 58 NPO1. Doing really, really well here to pick up both time and positions. And we have moved for second place here when the opportunity presents itself. Not sure who's behind the wheel of the number 1 at the moment, as we don't have access to the driver ID here outside of the Flagtronics network, which we're not a part of, as that program continues to get built out. But I do know for a fact that young Carter Peace, has a lot of laps behind these NPO1s, and in changeable, really tricky conditions like this, I wonder if that experience through all kinds of phases of testing and program development for round 3 is paying some dividends here, because that car is going really, really quickly. Not the fastest car in class. That fastest lap still belongs to the Stratus number 60, but as the pace comes back out of the track to the tune of 7 or 8 seconds, really, really good stuff out of that lead round 3 racing NPO1.
There was... I'm trying to see if I can figure this out here, but briefly, you did have the 108 Polecat up into 4th in GTU, having got around the 10, but it has since dropped down to 6th in class here.
2 minutes ago in the race control log, 4 off over at turn 4 for that number 108.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it did a 2:04.5.
Yeah, also noted for an unsafe re-entry. I don't know, it's tricky, right? You want to get yourself back out on track, and obviously the gravel at China Beach there is looming, and looming large. But when the runoff is as obviously damp as it is, I'm not sure how much control you've really got there. Even to driver's right, where there isn't any gravel. You're headed down a hill, runoff's a little bit off camber, and you've got to try and pull the car away from the Armco in really, really damp grass, and in some cases actually very deep mud, as my boots will attest to this morning. Into the pit lane comes the Stratus number 58, which is the troubled Stratus car, let's say. Cars into the... we get pit flags on Red Mist now. Tremendous. Yeah. Tremendous. I think that was one of the things we didn't have back at Barber. That's made that has made this weekend substantially less daunting from an analysis perspective. Great work, Brian. Thank you. Battle back on for the GP1 lead, headed into turn number 1. All-Star Racing and Bruce Innovation side by side. Oh, no, sorry, it's for second place, because Palomar is still out off the nose of both of those cars, with the overall race leader coming up now on arguably, maybe inarguably, the most intense battle we've had on the circuit through this first hour or so of racing action. See how the Porsche deals with some side-by-side action here. There is a second-place car just in the background as we cut away. It's a 74 AOA Racing BMW. We talk a lot about those GTO cars in particular, and as GT4 cars become more technologically advanced, easier to drive, they tend to lean on electronic driver's aids a little bit more heavily. And only having a handful of those cars in the field this weekend, the new Ford Mustang and that BMW M4 G82, it's interesting to see the differential between that car, which can lean on all sorts of computer aids, and the number 70, which really just has the ABS. No traction control for the lead Porsche, who drops a wheel onto the painted yellow curb there, slides the triple... Do we have a car off over there? The 333 checked way up as well, and I think a slow recovering Heraflight 247 is our clue to the answer there. Really balked the Bruce Innovations 333, approaching the apex of turn number 9. Slides everybody way out wide. Cost the number 5 a bunch of time as well. And now all of a sudden, as the Palomar number 38 comes across start-finish, we'll get a peek at what'll be the largest lead gap in GP1 so far today at 2.8 seconds, which is saying something, but it has really all of a sudden split up that lead battle in our top production class.
Yeah, so there's a report that the 247 had spun in turn 9.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and
a slight rejoin, just slightly off pace, and just amplifying the accordion effect that you saw there.
The interesting thing moving forward here, now that we've had this little shakeup in GP1, is were any of these cars holding each other up, or are they all that evenly matched? Because if they are all that evenly matched, then picking up even a couple of seconds is going to be
Big.
something of a task.
Yeah, it's it has looked like they've all been evenly matched because they've all more or less taken the lead very briefly, by the looks of it. So it's really hard to tell anybody has an edge, if you would. Also looking a little bit further back in GP1, there's been a really good fight going for 6. Starting to spread out just a little bit here, but Flying for Motorsports, AOA Racing, and TC Klein had all been bunched together, similar to what you've been seeing at the front of the GP1 field. So it's definitely GP1's looking really good so far. The first hour and a half or so. Penalty racing going outside in turn 12 there to get the inside for 13 to get around the Stratus and P01 there.
The rain has just let up again a little bit. Little Le Mans-like from 2024. These light showers that just sweep through. They change the track conditions just enough that you've either got to alter your driving style or make a decision on tires, and then next thing you know, it starts to dry up again, and we repeat the cycle. No tire changes here. Is the 200 treadwear tires that are mandatory in the World Racing League do offer us a fair amount of flexibility, but pace definitely came out of the track, and we did lose what dry line we had forming. I think 74 has been a net positive here, a net gain on the overall race leader through some of the general production and GTU traffic. That's a GTU car stopped, by the way. Driver's right at the bottom of madness.
I can't.
Is that the 58 again? It is, and the 58's been in the wall. Over at the exit of turn number 5. And just pulls up to the edge of the Armco there. It's an interesting one to end up that far out driver's right at that speed. But I guess once you get out in the grass there's really nothing slowing you down.
Yeah, hopefully the driver's okay. I can't tell if there's a tire wall there or not.
I don't think there is. For what it's worth, our aerial flood warning here in Lexington, Ohio has been extended until 5:15. Not tremendous news. But I do have some hopes that we can get through to the end of today without any really significant rainfall.
That may have been a pass under yellow flag there between the Mustang and the MP01.
Oh boy.
That's not what you want to see when there's a yellow flag out, as you can see at the top of the hill there.
Yeah. I think we've had a pit caller for the number 108, the Polecat Racing NP01 down in GTU. even just go
Another
ahead.
overtake there. Maybe there's a green flag corner marshal that I can't see.
Well, no. Now we're populating the list with pass under yellow. The 91 has been reported for a pass over there at turn number 5.
That's the one I saw, and then we just had a couple of general production there. So if you're on the pit wall, please let your drivers know there is a yellow flag there.
Yeah.
Turn 4.
Well, so this is tricky too, JT, because from previous events, there is a corner station down there at the bottom of the hill. But as we go towards more of I don't want to say skeleton crew, but a thinned out, one person, one marshal per corner regime, when we've got track marshals as opposed to SCCA, they do tend to skip the odd station or two where the sight lines are very good. And I think it pushes the marshal station down closer to turn 7. So you come over the crest of the hill at turn 5, you can see the incident at the bottom of the hill at 6, and where there normally be a waving green flag there, you would think, oh, okay, clear to pass, but there isn't a marshal's post there this weekend, and it means you've got to stay single file, or at least not passing, from the top of the hill at Madness all the way around to the left-hander just to the outside of the shot of this camera.
Yeah, and
as we go double yellow now.
You can see the 5 from All-Star Racing passing. Looks like, I think maybe that's Samson BMW. I can't tell for sure.
Well, and now it's full course, right? So we really don't have any reason to be passing at all. But here, you can kind of understand some of the, let's say, potential confusion, or if you're processing things on a baseline information in your head, why you would begin to initiate a pass there. Now, doesn't excuse it, doesn't mean it's okay, but certainly I noticed the lack of a flag down there at the bottom of the hill at 5. They're at 6. So, officially, I guess this will be our 3rd full course yellow of the day. It's, at the very least, our 2nd under since getting the race started. Pit colors already, the number 70 is in, the 74 is in, so your top 2 cars overall are in. Both of your 2nd and 3rd place cars in GP1 have both pitted as well. And while I see the 83 from Palomar, I don't see the 38. I think we've kind of split the GP1 lead group. Nice view of the pit lane here for where we sit across from start finish. No tires, just fuel so far, which is to be expected. 70 is released, so that's the TrimTech sponsored Round 3 Racing Porsche. 74 is released now as well. I was going to say might get a couple of cars between them.
So,
but I think more likely we're going to have nose-to-tail GTO and overall race leaders here when we go back to green.
So it's hard to tell. It looks like the safety car came out in front of the TC Klein BMW as it passes the Subaru.
Yeah, it might have come out in front of the Subaru, and the Subaru is now redressing to get behind the garage, or I'm sorry, behind the safety car. Yeah, maybe it was one of those borderline releases there. Well, obviously the 70 being the overall race leader would have been the first car to be picked up.
But they
70 pitted, so we pick up the next car on track. And if it just didn't quite get to the Garage 66 Subaru, this was making everything right. And that's an important one as well, because I think that's still your GP2 class leader. Indeed it is, with the Palomar car having pitted. That would have been, a significant advantage for the number 214.
I bring up the issue with the 112 because the 112 had been following Flying Fur Motorsports and a little bit further up the road, the Primetime Chevstang.
Yeah.
Who are now going to have that very large gap because they were not stuck behind the safety car here. So that might split quite a bit of your GP1 field.
I think you might be right. The 38 is in, so that's going to turn that lead trio kind of on its head, with the 38 being in. The open throttle number 64 is in as well. We'll wait for the reappearance of the 333 in number 5, which should cycle back through into the class lead. Possibly also the primetime car if that Palomar number 38 doesn't get a wiggle on. So it is worth keeping the pace up here under full course yellow. Safely, of course. But I'm going to look to my left here at the exit of the carousel in turn number 13, because there is the opportunity here with the late pit stop from the 38 for the Chevstang, as we've been calling it, to jump up a couple of spots. The problem is they're stuck in behind the 800 Stuttgart Central Boxster. There goes Flying Fur. So they've already cycled through to jump the 38 from Palomar. I don't think the Chevstang is going to make it all the way back around. Yeah, Palomar's released. So, interesting move there. I don't know if that was the Palomar 38 not having the opportunity to duck into the pits, or if the team pitted the number 83 first and the 38 on the second time around. But it's cost the 38 a fair amount of track position. On the other hand, if you didn't pit the 83, there's an opportunity there, a chance that that car would have fallen off the lead lap in GP2, with the pacing leader at the moment being the GP2 class leader. So, all very interesting there. Did not get a pit stop from that Garage 66 car, for what it's worth. So, wait and see if they duck into the pit lane to driver's left here in a couple of minutes, or in a minute or so, as they end up towards the carousel. Penalties all around for those passes under yellow. 2 penalties for the number 91 FPRS Ford Mustang for having picked off 2 cars down there at turn number 5 on what I believe are consecutive laps. And then the number 5 from All-Star Racing. I think, JT, you called that one in real time.
Yeah.
Again, shaking up the GP1 class lead. So this is kind of leading to what I was saying earlier. Take your day as it comes. Don't try and maximize. Don't pass where you don't need to be passing. Don't take risks. Don't take chances. You're gonna shoot your leads. You're not going to shoot yourself in the foot, but it certainly raises the chances of you making a decision like that. It really is only going to hurt you. We're in sort of a compressed race format here, well, which, if you're going to identify any real meaningful change to the way you go about your racing, it kind of means if anything, you've just got less time to make up for your errors or your missteps. A pit lane penalty or a pass under yellow, or you slide off and you've got to get pulled out of the gravel. It's not like we're an hour into an 8-hour race. We're fundamentally an hour into a 5.5 hour race. And so your opportunities to make up for those sorts of errors have been cut by a good 30-40%. Dustin Ollis is our producer this weekend on DriversEye Live. First time in it's a year and a half, almost 2 years. Last time Dustin was with us was back at Hallett in 2023. And thrilled to have Dustin back with us. I'm wondering if Dustin might be able to queue up the Continental Tire ad. I normally put this in the text, but I did want to welcome Dustin to the chat. Yeah. Should be tucked into the vMix file. Let me know when you're ready there, Dustin, and we'll make it happen while we ride around under full course yellow. All right, let's step aside here. So we approach the 4 hours remaining mark from our Saturday 8-hour enduro at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, finally underway. Headed to 1 o'clock Eastern time. Appreciate your company on DriversEye Live. We'll be back in a moment.
feel confident, Continental is the smart choice in tires.
And to handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back on DriversEye Live, the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Brendan Kazmarek, joined for the moment by JT Tammy. Scott Michaels will be back with us here in a few moments' time. JT will step away and go handle his normal weekend sim racing activity. Where are you today, JT?
Imola, 90 minutes Imola.
In what?
I'm in a Aston GT3.
Oh, so this will be R Factor 2.
Yes.
One of my favorites. Who doesn't love Imola?
It's great. It's not as much fun as the Valkyrie around there, but it's
Sure.
it'll do.
Thanks for those of you who have joined us today. 318 of you at the moment. Hello to Nadami Racing, asking about those weird prototypes. Being an endurance racing person, first time I've ever seen this, but really like this. Thank you. I appreciate it. Those weird prototypes are Sebeco NP01s. Logan Senhauser in the chat has done a fair job of explaining those cars to you, but they do run in a fair few series here in the United States and have found a real home in endurance racing here in the GTU class of the World Racing League. And it's a much expanded class in 2025 for us. Sometimes only 4 or 5 cars over last season, but we're up into double digits this year with some heavy hitting teams like Round 3 Racing and Automatic Racing moving over from GTO into GTU, carrying some of the old IMSA monikers as well with those classes. But one's essentially a lightweight and prototype class. The other is something close-ish to GT4, or at least we see a couple of GT4 spec cars run slightly modified, but they're in GTO as well. Doesn't have to be a prototype, of course, to fit into GTU. You could, of course, run a very lightweight automobile, something like a VW Fun Cup, for example. I had to get it in before the 4-hour mark. Contractually, I'm obligated. But yeah, it's a class that's really started to find its own here in the World Racing League, and does some things really well. It also doesn't make a ton of power. Those NPL1s, the engine is very capable, but we run at 9-to-1 power to weight ratio, and at under 2,200 pounds, roughly 1,000 kilos for those cars. Yeah, you don't get a whole lot of punch out of the corners. It means you've really got to hustle them, take advantage of the downforce when you can generate it. And in these changeable conditions we've got here today at Mid-Ohio, just off the back of the GTO overall pace at the moment. Stratus number 58 is on the back of the wrecker, the rollback, let's say. Tilt bed, I mean, call it whatever you want. But anyway, headed back towards the paddock after an off over at turn number 5. Scott Michaels was chatting with us as he scarfs down some lunch during the break and pointed out that it looked like that car may have had some sort of failure. Remember that was a car that had spun over at turn number 5. I'm sorry, turn number 13 here in front of us. Don't think there was any contact with the number 1, but it did head to the pit lane very briefly. And had a once-over by the Stratus Racing crew, and I wonder if there was a developing issue there, maybe some kind of vibration or something that gave way over at turn number 5. The engine in the NPL1, by the way, is the MZR. It's the Mazda MZR engine. I believe it's the... Oh, boy. It's where we need Ryan Lunch. I think it's the 2-liter. But it might be the 2.5. Or maybe the 2.5 was the discussion point for if we were to move past this 9-to-1 power to weight ratio and separate the prototype class out into its own
thing.
Performance league. Yeah.
You know, I'm looking back at the replay and I'm less convinced it was a failure.
Oh, Scott Michaels has rejoined us.
It looks like it was a driver's regular line is very much rim riding that corner.
Yeah.
And he had a snap of oversteer in the middle, which he caught really quickly, but not quite quick enough. And then when on the grass, there's just no grip whatsoever, straight into the barrier.
Yeah, unfortunately, with that dry line forming, as you said, around the outside of turn 5, way out to driver's right, it doesn't leave a whole lot of margin for error if the car snaps and you've got to catch it. And yeah, looks like maybe that was... if you are new to the World Racing League, welcome. If you'd like to see some things you've never seen before, go back to the earliest hours and minutes of our broadcast this morning and check out 28 inches of water underneath the O'Reilly Auto Parts Bridge. And a tremendous amount of work done to get us race ready a little later on in the morning, but did finally throw the green flag. Also, give us a like and a follow on social media. Layla Kazmarek sits to my left here in the broadcast booth and is handling at World Racing League this weekend, at DriversEye Live as well, if you'd like to follow us. We cover something like 40 amateur endurance, amateur races a year, including 10 to 11 events with the World Racing League. Into race number 3 of the season. Plenty more to come. Head to Road America in 3 weeks' time for the Bratwurst Brawl, first ever running. Well, under that name anyway. We've been there plenty of times before. But excited to head back up to the Kettle Moraine there with 15 hours of endurance racing to come. And the lights off on the safety car. The return to Daytona International Speedway for the first time in 2 years. In the early parts of June, summertime sports car racing is back for the Paul Revere 14-hour. I can now confirm. It's cool stuff to come for those events a little bit later on, but keep your eye on the social media channels there. Some nods to sports car racing history as we head to 2 of the iconic venues in North American motorsports. There's Road America and Daytona International Speedway. But for now, as we crest into the afternoon hours at Mid-Ohio, the green flag waves once again, and it'll be the TC Klein, number 112, that leads us back to racing action. You have to go much deeper in the field to find your overall race leader. So I switch back to the overall view on Red Mist Racing timing.
Oh, there's a spin in the last corner. I think it's the Legio.
It is. It's up at the carousel there. Good
Sorry,
catch,
carousel, not last
Scott.
corner.
Yep. Turn number 12 is a backwards. The crossway is now. Ligier JSP2 gets the car restarted and pulls forward. We do have a new overall race leader, by the way. The 74 AOA Racing BMW has managed to jump the 70, and I know those cars left in a different order. Left the pit lane in a different order. I wonder if that 74 got a jump in traffic on the restart and was able to get the move done before they got back to start-finish. It's really, really good work from that number 74 to try and take advantage, and he's rewarded with a good 10 car lengths or so of clear track, while the number 70 is mired in traffic up and over the hill at Madness. 3 wide behind him, including the Pontiac GTR, including the 333 from Bruce Innovations, and I think the 180 of Samson Racing Communications as well. The Camber Performance Engineering, Janetta in that pack as well. It's worth just kind of mentally filtering out that your lead lap GTO cars, these are the 3 cars on the overall podium as well. 74 from AOA Racing, that's the red and white BMW leaving the screen now. The 70 blue, white, and red Porsche working through traffic around the outside of the carousel. And then the Toyota R&D Racing Toyota Supra a little bit further back. That's a non-GT4 Toyota Supra taking the fight on the lead lap with just about an 8-second margin, less than that now, to the round 3 car anyway, across start finish. Nice to have the Toyota R&D folks back, and really, really good start to the race for them. Stratus number 60 is your GTU class leader. 4th place overall at the moment, with a healthy little margin back to the sister car, Stratus number 59, and the round 3 racing number 1 that sits on the GTU, 3rd step of the GTU podium.
Looks like from the timing screen that only the top 3 remain on the lead lap now.
It does appear to be that way, unless the Stratus number 60, that was the 60, wasn't it? That just went through.
Yeah, they're all in the same bunch, so I was looking for it
Oh, it's
because I thought it might be a race for position. But...
Tail end of the lead lap, Scott. I think that 60 is just off the nose of the number 74. So that margin is something like, let's call it a minute and 40, with lap times in the 142s.
Because the number 90, I was coming back from lunch when it was happening, but the number 90 stayed out an extra lap under the safety car, right? I wonder if they managed to trap a bunch of cars a lap down by doing
I don't think it would have mattered because we don't do wave bys at the end of the full course yellow. But
well, that's exactly it. Everyone else pitted. That car didn't.
Oh, it fell back. Yeah.
Yeah. So everyone leapfrogged all of those cars, trapped them, and then pitted. It's my hypothesis, anyway.
You may be right. It is definitely the case now that the 60 is just on the tail end of the lead lap there. But it means that the 59 and the 1 are properly a lap down to the overall race leader. Oop, 38 drops a wheel off in the exit of the last corner. And I think it's done a number to the right front bumper on the edge of the curb. You could see it. I mean, it's actually kind of destroyed the front bumper of the number 38. And it wasn't any major contact or anything that did it, but there's a bunch of shards of bodywork that have been removed from the corners of the car on the end, the facing end of the yellow curb on the exit of the last corner. And for the car that was, I mean, kind of having its way with GP1, not running around, clear of the whole field, but hadn't really made any mistakes, wasn't really dealing with any of the issues like the number 5 was dealing with in terms of penalties. Now all of a sudden that 38 could be in a world of hurt if performance is modified at all, or if they've got to bring the car into the pit lane to clean up all of that damage there. And now a debris flag over at start finish, presumably for the parts that have been dropped by the number 38. All happening here on the restart.
New fastest lap for the overall race leader, 38.9. I was actually thinking as we went back to green, particularly from the camera we're looking at now, or the couple of cameras we're looking at now, there's a lot of dry track all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I was kind of expecting times to get faster, quicker than they are. But it's a really interesting track condition right now because there's a lot of dry track, but there's also a lot of standing water obviously most of it is offline, but very difficult conditions. That BMW is coming in the pits to get its bumper fixed, presumably.
Yeah, and that is not quite out of the class lead anymore. The Bruce Innovations number 333. Well, remember the Palomar car did pit late. We did note that at the time. They had pitted a lap after the rest of the GP1 class leaders. So it left the 333 Bruce Innovations car and the 946 of Flying Fur Motorsports, the 64 of Open Throttle Racing out in front on the podium as they run anyway. It's a 2-liter in the NPL1. We have that answered. Cinnamel Roll in the chat. My boyfriend in the 333. Well, your boyfriend's leading GP1 at the moment. Class leader, 6th place overall. It's about the best you can ask for out of a GP1 entry. That Bruce Innovations BMW is a really quick car, but obviously driver putting in some work behind the wheel there. And capitalizing on, where both the number 5 and the number 38 have had issues. Now, really, really good stuff and a good opening stanza of this race for the number 333 Bruce Innovations squad. The only Bruce Innovations car this weekend, as a matter of fact, as well. Normally, we'd expect to see the F82 M4 GT4. Some ex-Montgomery Motorsports cars in the stable, a couple of Mustangs in the stable there as well, but maybe didn't quite get the takers on available seats.
Another new fastest lap for the AOA Racing number 74 race leader into the 37s now.
Yeah, the only car to dip into the 37s. Round 3 Racing's quickest lap is a 1:38.6 just a couple of laps ago, but we had mentioned that the AOA car was clear out in front with a little bit of clear track while the 70 was still negotiating traffic. I think that's probably where we're at here. Remember, too, that we did have pit stops for all of our race leaders, which perhaps some driver changes. And in these changeable conditions with a drying line, half wet, half dry, we saw it took 6 or 7 laps for everybody to kind of get their feet under them on the initial race start. And then when we reset after the restart, obviously everybody took off like gangbusters. Here, I think we're still kind of in that discovery phase for any squads that have changed drivers under this first full course yellow. Well, not first full course yellow, but the most recent one anyway.
37-1 this lap, so track conditions are improving quickly and everyone's getting used to the extra grip. 37-4 for round 3 racing behind them, so following, although they have dropped 7 seconds back. Third place car with the number 90 Toyota R&D Racing Supra is, now that car is the last car on the lead lap, it really is all on its own. It's driver of that car is struggling to keep pace with the 2 leaders, dropping around 1.5 seconds a lap. Gap's gone out to 22.6 seconds between first and third. Fourth place GTO car, the Camber Performance Ginetta, is a second slower as well. So really those top 2 cars absolutely in a league of their own at the moment, pulling away from the field. Stratus Racing number 60 has as we mentioned, has a comfortable lead in the GTU class. Is it that comfortable? Looks like it might only be about 12 seconds on the 59. Yeah, they're actually on the same lap. So yes, it is a. It might be less than that now. I think that might be. There was a particularly slow lap by the leader, the number 60 car. 142.1 on that lap, so they lost 3 seconds of that lead. So that's down to 9. Yeah, just under 10 seconds between the 60 and the 59. The lead in GTU, and then it's another 10 seconds back to round 3 racing. Stratus 59 round 3 racing, number 1 are running 7th and 8th overall. With the GP1 leader, the next in. And the open throttle racing number 64 is 11th overall. We've got
That's Heraflight.
GTU car. They're getting back going again.
Yeah.
Interesting. I don't see any tire marks leading up to that. Oh,
You know,
and they've had a spin, trying to get going again. I think their tires
Oh,
got a bit
yeah.
wet in the grass. Now reversing on the racing line.
Remember, that car was stopped over here once before in front of our GP1 class leaders. Similar kind of scenario, just a little further around the corner. Carries on. These are still pretty tricky conditions. You know, we were talking about, Scott, you had mentioned you were expecting to see maybe the lap times tumble a little bit more quickly than they are. I don't know that it's so much the fact that we've still got these little damp patches as much as it is that we've still got little miniature streams running across the circuit in a couple of places.
The track's also very busy.
Yeah.
So I think while AOA got a couple of clean laps in there, they dropped the fastest lap down into the low 37s. Their lap times that last time round are back up to the 39s. So obviously they've caught presumably they've caught a bunch of traffic. There does seem to be cars everywhere, based on what we can see on the cameras.
I mean, yeah, headed right here into the keyhole. There's 5 or 6 cars there right in a bunch, led by that Heraflight number 247, still kind of recovering and getting back into a rhythm. The Blaze Racing number 118 is there. The Chev Stang number 96 is there as well. Yeah, it's, for their, let's say, being only 37 cars here this weekend, with a maximum of 55, you're right, it still feels very chaotic to some degree. In a way that even Barber at times really didn't feel like. And Barber is some of the highest traffic density we'll have all season. So, I'm sure the conditions contribute to some of that, having, cars that are meant to be quicker but aren't necessarily quicker because of the changeable conditions being a part of that as well. Slightly important thing happening on circuit here. If you head over towards the exit of turn number 1, Dustin, you're going to pick up the 333 from Bruce Innovations. There it is, just leaving the shot now. 333 from Bruce Innovations and the number 5 of All-Star Racing. Now remember, this isn't a battle for position at the moment, but that's only because the number 5 picked up a 1-lap penalty for a pass under yellow down at turn number 5 just before the most recent full course caution. And ultimately, this is the fight to stay on the lead lap in GP1 and try and get itself back into a slightly more favorable position against the number 333. The problem is that this battle went on for the better part of 45 minutes, and nobody was obviously any quicker than the other. That included the Palomar number 38 as well, that has since seen a little bit of trouble. So if the number 5 can undo the 1-lap penalty, either by luck under a full course caution or by pace as we get an off, and a big hit for the number 800 Stuttgart Central Boxer. That car's been in that wall once before this morning, very, very lightly. That was a substantially harder hit on the exit of turn number 8, and now comes to rest in the gravel trap between 8 and 9. almost certainly going to be a full course yellow here to go recover that car. Even if it weren't in the gravel, I'm not convinced that car would be returning under its own power. Just caught the left front corner of the car on the red Armco there, unprotected, and it clearly has done a bunch of damage there to the left front.
It's a shame if we do go to full course yellow, because the GTU battle is just about to ignite. Number 59 has almost caught the 60. Been consistently a couple of seconds faster over the last, well, since the green flag. They are heading down into turn 5 right now. If you get that camera.
Might
I
be
think it's them just about to come over the top of the hill, I think.
a little bit wide. Yep, there's Stratus number 60, and is that 58 in tow?
59.
Oh, 59, excuse me. Yep.
Yeah,
The
the
gold shaded
DNF
car. Yep. Bit surprised we haven't gone double. Oh, you know, we have on. Have we on timer?
Yes, we have.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Yeah, and there comes the flag at start finish. Just seeing it now in the little hut there. The exit of turn number 13. And no surprise there. This one is not catching us off guard.
Can you see anyone ahead of the overall leader who might have gained, or anyone right behind them who might have lost from all this?
Not immediately, but I'm sure we can get there in a hurry. I can tell you that the Stratus number 60 is into the pit lane, whereas the
59 stayed out, yeah.
or 59, excuse me, has stayed out. I'm going to do that again.
Well, the 58's out of the race. So
Yes. Mentally, I need to make that note.
Interesting pit stop for the 60,
Yeah.
given that we were only green for less than 10 laps.
And I can't think of an obvious reason that they would have ducked in here. Yeah, if I look far enough here to the right.
I also wonder where the overall leader is on the track at the moment.
It's also worth noting that I do still see safety car lights on at the end of the pit lane. So have we picked up the overall race leader? No, not yet. It's headed out of the final corner now, just behind the number 180 of Samson Racing Communications. The lights have been sent. The 60 has been sent as well.
Is the 60 going to beat him out of today?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Just, but they're behind the safety car.
Shouldn't be. The safety car will wave by until they get to the 70.
Right. We can see it right now. They're behind the safety car, but
yeah, they should be waved by here.
It does give
Yeah,
the
there we go.
There it goes.
It's a 74. Sorry, it wasn't the 70. I was counting on the 70. It was the 74, of course.
I give the 60 an opportunity to make a pit stop now because they aren't, but they're being held up by the rest of the field. It's a very risky move by Vastus there.
Yeah, and how? I mean, 3 seconds the other way, and they'd have been caught a lap down.
Yeah.
59 has not pitted, by the way.
Yep. '91 is in the pits, or has been in the pits. That looks like the only other front runner.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised anybody's into the pits here, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I could see it if you were going to be at the back of the train anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, we always talk about this with Code 35 races. We believe that it's always worth coming in the pits under a Code 35. There's almost no reason not to. Not necessarily, definitely not as simple with full safety car races, because especially around this track, in these tricky conditions, track position is, you'd think it's not really a big deal in endurance racing, but it actually could literally be 30-40 seconds between getting to start at the front of the train if you're a GTO or a GTU car, and having to start at the back of the train and work your way through. So it really can make a big difference. And also you put yourself at risk getting trapped a lap down if you pit as soon as a yellow flag comes out, as we just saw from the the Stratus car. Why does my brain keep wanting to say satellite car instead of Stratus?
You know, it's funny you
maybe
say
it's
that, Scott. I ran into Mr. Satellite Racing a couple of weeks ago for the first time in about a decade.
We've had to race them a couple of times in sim racing, I guess, since I did one of these races last.
Oh, fair enough. Oh, a couple additional pit callers here. We're going to split the GTU field in terms, or GTO field, excuse me.
That's
in
the
terms of
overall
strategy.
leader, isn't it?
Strategy. Well, the 74 stayed out, which is the overall leader, but the 70 is in.
Yeah, I was thinking the Porsche was still in the lead.
And that is brilliant. Oh, that's a bucket?
Yeah, I was going to say that's. I thought it was a styrofoam cup, but then the perspective was
no,
way off.
How has that ended up there? Oh. Was it hit? Or was it
it's
just,
not there anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. It's on the outside
I mean,
of the circuit.
it's pretty windy. Oh, nope. There you go. Oh, yeah. Now the wind's got it. Huh. This is a new one for me. I've seen a lot of things end up on a racetrack and have been there, but a bucket. Slightly new one. Anyway, slightly more important things. 70 is in and doing tires. Which does make some sense. I mean, it's a 5.5-hour race. I suppose you could stretch the tires if you thought you could make them last to the end, but especially if it was going to be damp. But with it drying out here, I wonder if they're looking at this as, okay, we've got a 4.5-hour lifespan on the tires. We're inside that window. Let's get them done and make sure that if it rains again, we've got, tires in a reasonably good condition to go handle it. It's going to, as you just said, Scott, though, and we're just talking about track position. This will be the biggest margin we've seen, I think, in GTO all day, even with the safety car allowing the 70 to catch the queue. Ultimately, it's still likely to be, it could be 30, 40 seconds, like you say.
The number 90 also pitted, but it's going to be less of a loss for them because I think they were going to be towards the back of the queue anyway. So that's the third place overall.
Right, Toyota R&D.
Yeah, the number 60 Stratus car is actually now down to, I think it's 4th in GTU. Still on the GTU lead lap, so they've leapfrogged them. And will restart reasonably close behind the Stratus pit.
Yeah.
And a fair amount of traffic between them.
White's still on the safety car here. I think we've got a little bit more cleanup work to do. We had to go recover shards of the front bumper from the number 38 Palomar Racing BMW at the exit of turn 13. Got to go pick up the bucket. And is that a slow or stop TC Klein? Or is that the 64 in open throttle? That is definitely an open throttle car. It can't be the 64, can it?
This safety vehicle parked at 90 degrees to the barrier, right where the Porsche Boxster hit it, is concerning. Hopefully there's not barrier repairs to be done.
Typically, it was a 63 BMW, by the way, not 64. Dustin Ollis, producer Dustin, seems to believe that the rollback may be stuck in that little depression there between the tire barrier and where the Homatro truck is sitting. Remember that, I mean, even to tow the 800 out of the gravel trap was going to take some significant effort in very wet grass just to get it even onto the back of a roll bar. Yeah, roll bar. The back of the rollback. Now we've got the wrecker out, which still can't get into the gravel. Yeah, in the United States, Scott, we don't. This sounds a lot worse than I mean it. But Europeans will go repair the barrier as soon as it fails, right? If there's any damage to the barrier, if there's a post that needs to be replaced, they'll just do the whole thing. They'll neutralize the race for 45, 50 minutes. Here, I mean, I've seen it at Sebring, I've seen it at VIR, and here on occasion, either they'll reinforce it with the 2x4 or they'll put a concrete barrier behind it to prevent it from giving further, or put a tire barrier in front of it, and then fix it at a later date. But it tends not to result in long-term interruptions like we tend to see in top-level international racing. See here, Scott, in America.
In Germany, they wouldn't even stop the racing. They'd neutralize that part of the track. But...
Sure. Code 120, or whatever they call it. Sarah Morris in the chat. I don't know if I missed it or something, but something happened to the 908. Not that we're fully aware of. I think this has just been tricky conditions. Even if you're only 2, 3, 4 seconds off the pace, you can lose a lap there in a matter of 20 or 25 laps. Or you get caught out by a safety car, your class gets split the wrong way just by luck, and it can put you on the wrong side of that pretty quickly. And we have had our share of interruptions thus far. I was going to say this morning, because we've only been at this for about 2 hours, but already past 1:30 local time.
Is it? Isn't this track in Central Time Zone?
Nope.
Oh, okay. How close is it?
Not close.
Oh, okay.
We're in Central Ohio. The time zone line is in Western Indiana.
Okay.
So a state and a half, roughly.
Right.
Dustin adding to the confusion by with Tennessee. I struggle with the Central Eastern Time Zone line deeply. It was made easier when Indiana ditched daylight savings time, but it's still not very straightforward.
It even manages to split Florida, so weird line.
Technically, is the Panhandle really Florida? Is it the most Florida? Is it Georgia South? People are asking. We don't have any racetracks down that way we can visit, do we? The closest we get is Road Atlanta. Yeah. Nothing in Jacksonville, right? The Firm, I guess.
Is NOLA closer?
No. Even Barber, I'm not. No. Barber might be closer than Road Atlanta. You missed Barber this year, Scott.
I did, I noticed.
Yeah, they installed a new cell tower, so we had actual proper video coverage from the whole way around. It was amazing.
Incredible.
Yeah.
What century are we living in?
Who could say? They've hauled that number 800 Porsche Boxster out of the gravel trap there at turn number 8. Now the question is, do they leave it on the wrecker and bring it back that way, or do they try and get it onto the back of the tilt bed and do it that way instead? Is the tilt bed mobile?
Wildcard option, let it drive itself back.
As in self-drive, like install an AI type thing and let it self-drive?
Well, no.
Or with the driver?
I assume it has a driver installed.
Yeah.
The Boxster drags the wrecker back.
Wait for the track to flood overnight and then let it float back. All kinds of options are available. My guess would be just leave it on the wrecker and tow it home. I think we need to overcomplicate this. Can the wrecker get up the hill with the weight? Yeah, is that the next question? Try and get some momentum here. Oh. Yeah, it's got to get parallel to the track, perpendicular to the incline. I'm rooting for you, man. We're all no. I think we're in trouble.
They committed and it hasn't come off.
Yeah, back up and do it again. Shelly Belil, nice to see the weather held out for the race. So far, so good, Shelly. Once we got the leftovers from last night's rain out of the way, we've been in decent shape with just one passing shower earlier. We'll see what 3:30 holds for us, but at the moment, we're doing all right.
Where is the weather going to come from when it comes?
South and west, so keyhole, back straight, turn 4 area. It's worth noting, by the way, our other DriversEye Live event this weekend going on down at Virginia International Raceway. It's sunny and roughly 86 degrees.
Yeah, well, that's what it is. It's what it is where I'm sat. So the fact that you're telling me it's going to be, what did you say, something close to zero, freezing tomorrow?
39 Fahrenheit, I think is the projected.
Yeah,
high.
that's
yeah.
Bananas to me. It's very warm here in Virginia.
Yes, I'll be driving back to home in Pennsylvania in the snow.
Wow. As I'm driving down to Charlotte next week, I think it's going to be around 30-something Celsius.
You going? What are you going to Charlotte for?
The STEM Racing's F1 in Schools National Finals.
Oh, next weekend. I was thinking the weekend after. You gonna go down to
No,
Rockingham
it's
the weekend?
It's literally
after?
on Monday. It's not the weekend. It's on Monday.
Oh, okay.
I have no intention of doing anything beyond the competition.
Yeah, got it.
We'll be driving back on Wednesday night.
There's a wonderful Bosnian restaurant in Charlotte. I recommend for you if you'd like.
Sadly, we have our evenings filled.
No.
But I'll keep that in mind for next time. I'm not. I do actually have a very European-centric team of boys, but so they might be interested in Bosnian food. If it was a group of Americans, I wouldn't be as
Everybody should be interested in Bosnian food. Yeah.
confident.
Yeah. Shouts to Ennis Dowdy. Yeah. Who is technically Croatian, but born to an Albanian father and a Bosnian Croat mother. So everybody gets their cevapi one way or the other, I guess. Sausage Hour on DriversEye Live. This is we're pretty confident, yeah. So we've got the wrecker out. So the Halmatro truck has pulled the wrecker out. They've got the tilt bed moving again. Presumably they'll pull it back up to the number 800. The problem is the wrecker has gotten out without the 800 attached. Oh man, they're spinning wheels again there on the wrecker, on the tilt bed. Sorry, you could see it. Can't even go backwards. Oh boy.
What a fiasco.
This is the safety team here. They're the track team that just will not quit. After spending 2.5 hours pumping water, well, longer than that because it started at 7 o'clock. After spending, better part of 3.5 hours pumping water out of Thunder Valley, I've now got to juggle around the safety vehicles over there at turns 8 and 9 before we can resume racing. Somebody said earlier in the chat that the track management here, or the track manager here, said this is the worst flooding he's seen here in at least 15 years, which is believable. Now, do they put the tilt bed on the wrecker? What an event.
time they come around, it's just a different assortment. They're all in the same place, just in different orders.
It's like the spot the differences pictures. Corporate wants you to find the difference. I think the Homatro driver only has one glove on in this picture. So back to the attention of the car that started the whole issue, which is the 800 from Stuttgart Central. Shouts to Stuttgart. We think the move here is to winch the 800 up the hill to where the wrecker now sits, and that would seem to be reasonable. The problem is, I think they're going to have to get the tilt bed out of the way first, because that vehicle is also stuck at the moment. Yes. All right, so here's what we're dealing with at the moment. You've got the wrecker, you've got the Homatro safety truck, you've got the tilt bed, and there you've got the number 800 Stuttgart Central Porsche Boxster, right? And in some order, those four vehicles have been dealing with tremendously saturated mud out in this area here. The gravel trap that you see that lines the edge of the shot here, that's where the 800 ended up. Look at that. See the little... Oh boy, it's a terrible arrow. We are actively towing the tilt bed out. Job done. I'll tell you what. The small but mighty Homatro safety truck. Tremendous job to get at least 2 or 3 vehicles pulled out of the mud now.
What kind of truck is that?
I believe it's a Honda Ridgeline.
The real MVP today.
I mean, it really is, though. Like, the only car it hasn't pulled out of the gravel or the mud so far is the 800. It's really impressive. One, as in you're number one. Oh, man. I can't believe we have a telestrator. This is... Listen, I've hired a lot of people to do a lot of things over the years. I mean, you know, everybody's added their own levels of polish and entry. Some of us have added our own levels of Polish, as a matter of fact. But this is something else, man. This is just really... Shouts to Dustin Hollis, man. And I realize that 336 of you watching might be thinking, oh, every broadcast has a telestrator. Not DriversEye Live before today. Like a new toy at Christmas. What else do you do? I think, have we got it? Is this incident recovery in its final form? Yes. I think we've done it.
I really hope they don't put it on the back of the tilt bed, because if they don't, that would mean the tilt bed came down to this crash just to get stuck.
Ping2K briefly said, Pump in the Valley is still running, but not moving water anymore, finally. It turns out it was not moving water because it did shut off. So... I think, and it's not that we need to be moving water away from the track because of anything happening right now. Like, we're not in danger of having an additional flood over on the exit of turn number 9. The issue is that if we get rain later today, or obviously the rain we're anticipating to get overnight, which is another potentially up to an inch, that we're going to be doing the same sort of, you know, pumping and moving water around tomorrow morning with an earlier start, which is not really something any of us want to be doing. So work continuing to go on over there to try and prevent the issues that we saw earlier this morning. It's also worth noting that we had something of a channel built in to China Beach over here earlier this morning. Actually, it did a little bit more of this. But they were able to backfill that and get it all kind of evened out this morning. Sorry. Layla's making faces at me. Illustrator. I don't know if we've noticed here. Oh, man. Oh, now we're not allowed to play with it anymore. Dustin changed the screen as I was about to start drawing. Here. This. Oh boy. I am not good at this. Update. There we go. Yeah, I see that now. So that is the puddle that we were talking about offline, but still on track. And it's forcing the racing line to be way to the inside here on the exit of turn number 6, compared to where you would normally push out. Now, it matters a little bit less because 7 is a left-hander. You can kind of make some of that time back up, but it's still maybe not the most natural racing line on the way through there. Dustin Allis puts in a request to bring back the bucket. Did forget about the bucket. You know, in like 2009, somebody would have had a Twitter account for that bucket already. The Mid-Ohio bucket.
Remember a time when that was what it took to have a Twitter account formed?
Life was simple.
Pre-COVID.
These low, very gray clouds are starting to infringe upon Lexington once again.
Track from the onboards, certainly this part of the track looks pretty much bone dry now. It's interesting because further around the track is very much not so. So it's an interesting challenge for the drivers, certainly off this restart with very cold tires.
Yeah, I mean, cold is relative, I guess, right? It's not like it's freezing out or anything like that, but it's, 60 degrees. We haven't been at race pace in a while. The track isn't completely dry, right? So it's not obvious that we're putting a bunch of temperature and energy back into the track. So, yeah, again, discovery phase here. I also wonder if you pitted early in this full course yellow, is it worth coming back into top off? Because you've already kind of taken your medicine, or taken your punishment, I guess. As a result of shuffling yourself to the back of the queue. So number 70, for instance, maybe an opportunity to get a little bit back here. You know what we need with this to go with this telestrator is a really solid Joseph Mudrock, Larry McReynolds impression. I mean, stuff dreams are made of. Also, Scott, it does appear that they are putting the 800 up onto the rollback.
Okay. Making use of every safety vehicle.
Correct. What's the pump truck up to right now? We did actually have a pit stop from the 74 in addition to the 70. And I think I had missed the 74 tucking into the pit lane this time around. But it is worth noting that this is all cycled the number 90 into the GTO.
I don't know how that's happened because the 90
class lead.
The 90 pitted as well.
Yeah.
Has the 70 pitted twice? Or did it just have a very long stop?
It took tires. It was a 20-second shorter pit stop for the number 90, actually.
I'm surprised it was.
I wonder if the 90 ducked in while the 70 and the 74 were out on a lap, if that makes sense. Right, so if the 70 and the 74 had already gone by pit in, double yellow comes out, they've got to finish the lap they're on, whereas the 90 is able to duck in, get the stop done, and get out on the lead lap.
I think the 90 came in after the Porsche,
Did it?
as in on the same lap, but it was quite a long way behind.
Okay. All right. I'll buy it.
And it's not even like it's close, because the 90 is 10 seconds ahead of the 74 and 1 second ahead of the 70.
I mean,
so
it was a 20-second shorter pit stop, right? So
I think it was more than a lot more than 20 seconds behind.
yeah. Well, I guess you've got to take the laps in aggregate. So 223 and 310
So yeah, that's
versus 247 and 335.
we've cleared all the safety vehicles and the Porsche. It should in theory be ready to go pretty soon.
They went that way.
They
All right,
did.
I'm done for a while. So, if you're just joining us, 3 hours and 10 minutes remaining to a shortened Saturday 8-hour enduro at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. We're under full course yellow for an incident for the number 800 Stuttgart Central Porsche Boxster. Should have been Köln fans instead. Tough. Anyway, clearing the track over here at turn number 13. Lights still on in the safety car, so we've got one more lap under the control of the Mid-Ohio School Acura safety car. Back to green, the number 214 is going to lead us there. Garage 66 Subaru BRZ. Which is still leading GP2, but only by 2.2 seconds from Palomar Racing for 83. That's a battle that we haven't really had to keep our eyes on because nothing is changing, but it is still very close. I think when we go back to green here, our eyes will be pretty firmly fixed on the front of GTO with that Toyota R&D Racing number 90 Supra against some of our understanding. Leading that class back to green ahead of the number 74 and the number 70. It's AOA Racing round 3 racing. GTU still being led by Stratus number 59, but the round 3 cars and the 909 from Automatic Racing have jumped the Stratus number 60. Now, we thought that car had made was it 60 that made a pit stop we weren't expecting, or was that the 59? It was the 59. So the 59 pitted under the previous full course yellow, but not under this one. So that's vaulted that car into the lead. Round 3 racing number 1, same thing. So in effect, by not pitting under the previous full course yellow, the 60 bucked the trend, and it's cost them a fair amount of track position. Has them now P5 in class. The question is, where are they in terms of their class leader? 60 coming down the hill here? I think it is. Yeah. And then the 909 right behind it. Oh, no, that can't be right. That'll be the 59. That'll be the 59, right? Because there's the one came through earlier, the red car is a 10. And then the 909 is elsewhere in the queue.
I think
And then the 60 will be further back.
The 60's lost a lap. They've only completed 61 laps right now, and these 59's completed 62.
Yeah.
So that pit stop we saw them take right at the start of the yellow must have been significant.
Well, they were the only one that had to pit, Scott. Everybody else pitted under the previous full course yellow, so they were the ones caught out. That we thought was an odd decision for everybody else to pit, but as it turns out, as we go back to green, they've been caught out quite badly.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It must have been a really long pit stop.
Yeah. Green flag waves once again. Struggling with the Discord feed at the moment for us internally here, Dustin. I don't think it's anything going on with you, but really difficult to follow the action.
It's not. It's you, Justin.
But we have gone back to green, got the whole field across start finish, and as we said, it's going to be eyes on the GTO class lead. I'll leave Scott to call with a couple of onboards if he's got them.
I am. We've got the number 60 MPO1 going around the outside of the Pontiac in turn 5. Definitely not a. Actually, just confirm. No, definitely not a racing position. We've got our internal feedback perfectly now. Obviously, that 60 car is a little bit less relevant than it was, being a lap behind, and in 15th overall.
Yeah, there's the 58 and then the 1. And the 909 is in there as well. So the 909 is the first car off the lead lap in GTU. So 59, 1, and 10. Yeah, within 7 seconds. That's all correct. This 59 is actually holding a couple of cars up here, it looks like, on the way through turns 11, 12, and 13.
The gap at the
front.
Gap at the front of the field is 3.9 seconds. It's going to be quite interesting because the car in the lead is the slowest of the top 3. So we should see that close out. Oh, and it already has. It's down to 0.8.
Yeah.
So those two cars didn't restart at the front of the train, so there's probably traffic effect. But I don't actually know where they are on the track.
Yeah, it's actually just coming through the middle of the shot here. Flashing lights on the... It's the number 10. There's the Supra, then the 74. Yep.
We should see the Porsche. It's 6 seconds behind. They didn't.
Yeah, the Porsche hasn't jumped nearly or bridged the gap nearly as well to the lead Supra as the 74 has. Drag down the long back straightaway here. Clear the number 10 NPO1. Jump on the binders into turn number 4. The 74 is going to show the nose up the inside. I think the 90 got about halfway to turning in and realized I have no reason to fight this. And allowed that 74 to sneak through. Aggressive, but I think fair on the way into 4. And racing room given by that Toyota R&D Racing Supra very well indeed. So that's your lead change in GTO, also your lead change overall. Cambered Performance Car, number 178, just come across start finish. That was, sorry, we've actually got 6, 7, as I start to count. There's 7 cars on the overall lead lap now. Yep. Back down to that number 1. 333 Bruce Innovations BMW. Overall lead lap, GP1 class lead. And would find itself 4th place in GTO, 2nd place in GTU at the moment. It's a pretty tremendous run for the number 333 Bruce Innovations. Nigel Nixon just arrived. Everybody on enters? No, we think we're just on the 200 treadwear Department of Transportation approved tires for pretty much everybody here. There are wet compounds that are much more heavily treaded, but for as long as we had to wait this morning to get things underway because of the flooding issue over at Thunder Valley, I think pretty much everybody would have been on a normal dry weather type tire, even in the intermediate type conditions we've had. Also interesting to note here, Scott, over at turn number 5, we're much, much closer to the apex curb than we really have been at any point today, despite it still being a little damp over there.
Yeah, it's one of those interesting corners where even in the dry, well, not the outside line, but a slightly wider line isn't typically that much slower. So you've got options. Probably because of the entry from
We're just peeking back to GP1. We already talked about the Bruce Innovations number 333. 139.124 was its fastest lap last time around. That compares to a 52.2 from Flying Fur Motorsports and a 49.4 from Open Throttle Racing that rounds out your podium at the moment. So for cars within a lap of the class leader, it's going way, way quicker than most of the rest of that class at the moment. Remember the All-Star Racing number 5 car also going very quickly into the 1-minute 40s, but is also a lap down as a result of an earlier pass under yellow penalty. Worth maybe looking for the battle for second in GP1 if we can find it, between the number 946 Flying Fur Motorsports. It's a red BMW. It's actually just gone the other way. They've just come across start-finish. So the Open Throttle number 64, you'll see a bright green Beamer here in a second. There it is. Second one, and then the 946. We've swapped around. It's second place there in GP1. Again, some of this is just going to be defense for those cars, as the slightly quicker cars behind Primetime 96 and the Chev Stang, the number 46 Ginger Racing BMW, and the number 5, all actually a fair bit quicker.
Fastest car on the track at the moment is Camden Ginetta in 4th place. So.
Do you know why that is, Scott?
Go on.
It's in clear track.
Oh, okay.
It started second or third in the queue after the restart on the tail end of the lead lap from the number 74.
Actually, yeah. So it's managed to get itself back onto the lead lap.
Yep.
And the AOA has obviously just gone faster.
No, the issue is that the Camber car hasn't pitted since lap 37. It was 30 laps ago, and at least 2 full course yellows.
We see this goes back to what I was talking about before, where you need to do everything you can to either stay on the lead lap, or if you drop off the lead lap, you need to try take your memory back to our Major 24 last year.
I think we've got a car off at the last corner. Sorry, Scott. We've got a waving green flag here at start. No, one more, Dustin. Can we pull the pylon, maybe? Anything behind there?
I don't see
no,
anything.
very interesting. Why do we have a waving green?
It's gone now. Flag.
No, it's still out.
Oh,
Wave here again in a second. So where is our
yeah.
missing? Where's our missing car? Is it before the carousel, maybe? Oh, it's the number 10. It's the number 10 there behind the pylon. Is in the gravel on the exit of turn number 11. Well, kind of the exit. I mean, it's really quite early to be that far into the runoff. That was a...
It is actually in the gravel, I believe.
I think so. Yeah. That was third place, podium position in GTU. And I suspect, I was just going to say that there's a narrow window here for the Cambrian Performance car to take advantage and get back up into the back of the queue before it goes under threat of losing another lap or having to make a pit stop.
It's what I was just going to talk about, is you want to spend, it doesn't matter what else it does to your race, you want to spend as many laps on the lead lap as possible, just in case the yellow comes out on one of those laps.
Exactly.
Improve your probability of getting a free kick back up behind the leaders, and then you'll all pit anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yep, and that's exactly where we found ourselves. So that window that might have been another 10 laps long for that Cambrian car before it was going to have to pit, presumably under green. Not only now can you catch the back of the queue and find yourself in the lead lap, but make essentially a free stop from where you would have ended up anyway. What it does need to do is make sure it doesn't dive right into the pits.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah,
ruin everything.
catch the queue, then pit again.
Can we spot where the leader is? Because there's actually quite a few cars stacked up behind the Cambrian car. The Stratus 59 was only 9 seconds behind, and then 8 seconds behind that was Bruce Innovations.
It's
0.4 behind that was Round 3 Racing. So I don't know
it should
how
be
many
just
of those
behind
cars.
this car, because the Round 3 number. Oh no, there it is. There it is. It's like,
but okay.
Why did they pick up the trip? Is the Camber car pit already? Why would they have picked up the 333?
I think the 59 was ahead of the leader as well, because they're on their onboard. They're
okay,
going
there
through
we go.
The 59 is going through the carousel right now, so I think they might be back on the lead lap as well.
Yeah,
Yes, they've just come through.
It's burned the
So-
one badly, Scott. I caught it on screen, and we were finding other things that we were actively talking about. But about 10 seconds before they threw the full course yellow, the AOA car cleared the number 1. So it split the GTU battle, ahead of, well, it's actually just split the GTU battle because the number 1 car was second.
Yep.
It's put it fundamentally a lap down. I mean, it is a lap down to the overall race leader, but also very nearly a lap down to the Stratus number 59 that leads the class. So, I mean, 10 seconds earlier on that full course yellow, maybe 15, and we would have had a real battle on in GTU once again, and that's not going to be the case. And the irony is that it's the team car that's caused the full course yellow that's put it that far behind. So things go from bad to worse, unfortunately, for the round 3 NPO1s. Number 1 ducks into the pit lane.
Bruce Innovations is back on the lead lap as well.
Timing there may have just taken a refresh. Let me see where we're at.
'59 cars coming.
Should get, yeah, it should be able to go. Race monitor moment there on timing. Sorry about that. Should be both accurate. Oh boy. Well, that's not accurate. Give it a moment to figure itself out, and I think we'll be okay.
Both of the first and second places in GTU came into the pits. Bruce Innovations is into the pits. So Bruce Innovations, sorry, I didn't even notice, that's the GP1 leader.
Yes, it is.
So they are on the lead lap overall.
Mm-hmm.
After this yellow flag. Or during this yellow flag. Very quick pit stop at 59, they're already back running again.
Some insight in the chat. Darren Larson, most GP1 E46 teams use the wets over the dries. They're far more compliant when pushing the edge. The dries are a square edge and make the car almost a little bit darty without some large alignment changes. So that's interesting.
Why would that be GP1 specific?
Because the GP1 is on a spec Continental tire.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Well, a single-make Continental tire. A single brand, anyway. The Ridgeline's back, I think. What's the strategy this time around?
Very long winch. I think they've learned their lesson.
You know, that car is really close to having not been stuck in the gravel there.
Yeah.
It looks really quite close to the edge of the gravel trap being in the grass instead, but give it a pull. Yep.
Well, I don't think they made it to the barrier, so hopefully the car's...
No, I don't think so. Yeah. I'm with you. We back in business on live timing here. I think we're good. Pylon should be correct. Yeah, 90 is leading 70. Yep, yeah, that's all correct. So my question with regards to the wet Continental tire versus the dry Continental tire is how far can you push that? Right? Presumably there isn't a massive drop-off in grip, especially if it enhances the overall behavior of the car. But how far can you push the wets on tire life, especially as it dries out? And
59's back in the pits. 2 laps in a row. Literally just have the windscreen cleaned, by the looks of things.
Oh.
Unless
Is
there's
it 2
something
laps
going on
in
at
a
the
row?
back.
Are we sure it was 2 laps in a row? I only see the one flag.
I've got their onboard up. If it wasn't 2 laps in a row, it was 2 out of 3.
It doesn't really matter, does it?
It doesn't.
Because it's already mostly a lap ahead of the number 1.
And it's at the back of the train. So, no, it makes no difference. It's just maybe the driver was literally like, hey, it really doesn't matter. Could I have a clean windscreen?
Yeah. Just press the tear off button. It'll be fine. Lights are off in the safety car, headed into the carousel. And for, must be the 5th or 6th time of the day, green flag waves again. This time over the actual overall race leader, the number 74 AOA Racing BMW M4, with the 2nd place car in tow. That's the number 90 Toyota Supra, and the number 70. So the podium battle in GTO and the overall race carries on track. This has been a big benefit to the Camberg Performance Engineering number 178 Ginetta as well. Sole Ginetta representative this weekend of the slightly older G55. Past start finish, that margin is 23 seconds, but a fair amount of traffic that number 178 to work through. Kind of doesn't matter though, because it's in a way better spot than it was before this full course yellow came out. In fact, we were just discussing how badly it could have used a safety car to haul itself back into contention on the lead lap. Big slide for the 74, headed up the hill at turn number 5. Collect it and shoot right back down the hill on the other side. Put a little bit of margin between itself and the 90. At least a couple of car lengths.
I'm gonna call out the driver of the race leading AOA car for a brake check right before the green there. That's not cool. That's how we cause crashes on restarts.
Did you catch that?
Just ask Jota. Yeah, it was very obvious from the Toyota R&D onboard. They had to make a big change of direction. But anyway, they both had a very big slide through turn 5 on that lap. So obviously that part of the track is still quite damp. But otherwise the track looks in pretty good condition at this point in the race. Got the that must be the 59 Stratus car. No, sorry, not the 59, the 60 Stratus car coming up behind the 2 leaders, looking very fast at the moment. That car is only 1 lap off the lead, so presumably this is to get, yeah, it is. This is to get them back on the lead lap. So quite an important moment here for the GTU race. If this MPO1 coming through short now can get back ahead, can get up ahead of the 2 cars in front of it.
Yeah, it is the number 60, Scott, and that car is now in second because the number 1 from round 3 racing did pit under the most recent full course yellow, having already basically fallen a lap off of the, or mostly a lap off of the back of the for 59. This is basically undoing what befell the number 1, right? You want to get yourself out ahead of the overall race leader if you can. You know, at this point, the timing pylon shows yellow. We are under green flag conditions. Let's see if that's an us issue or a race monitor issue. But these GTU cars in this specific set of circumstances ought to be getting on for being quicker than the GTO cars. They were quicker in qualifying yesterday. The overall pole was set by a GTU car in the 1 minute 29s from memory. And while I don't know that we're ready for 29s yet, we're not so terribly far away. And some clear air for a GTU car might be enough to get it past the back of that number 74 BMW that's headed through your shot now. Just needs to clear this Supra. Difficult
right
to
now,
do. Oh, go ahead.
Right now, that 60 is actually 7/10 slower than the leader, but obviously it's tucked up behind the Supra, so that might be limiting its speed.
I'm certain it
looks
is.
faster. Yeah, it definitely looks faster than the Supra. At least through this second half of the lap. I think, as the Supra has a massive slide through turn 5 there. I think the inside of turn 5 is the problem.
Yeah.
It looks like the outside is completely dry. I don't know if it's that easy to get to the outside because there's a stream running across the track just before the corner. But I think that's where all the grip is. If anyone's brave enough to use it.
You can see there are places where the NPO1 is obviously quicker. It takes a much wider entry there to turn number 11. I think what it's trying to do is to square it off the exit to do exactly this. Around the outside of the number 90 at the carousel, it's going to be substantially quicker. Clears the Rooster Hall Racing BMW as well. It's the 46. Battle for second, and GTU is entering the shot here as well. Enter the number 70 round 3 Racing Porsche as they head down towards turn number 1. Arc the way into the apex. We have that camera? No. There we go. There's the number 90, still leading the 70 Porsche. 90 seems to have pretty decent legs down the back straightaway here, so if we can get a good run off the keyhole, see if it holds that roughly car length and a half margin all the way down the back straightaway towards the braking zone at turn number 4. Obviously, the Stratus NPO1 has cleared both of those cars and will set its sights on the number 74. As Scott's already mentioned, it's a pretty important move to get done to try and put itself back onto the overall lead lap. 90 continues to defend. Go ahead.
74 just set the fastest lap that last lap, so track conditions continue to improve. Still only a 35.0, so 5 or 6 seconds off qualifying pace.
Well, GTU qualifying pace, to be clear. The GTO pole was in the 131s, I believe. Okay. So we're pretty close in race trim on race fuel and race tires. But remember that we finally just unleashed this NPO1.
Yeah, I'm going to be very
and already
lap.
Exactly. Already put a pretty sizable margin between itself and the Supra. And then we might see a bit of a ripper here from the Stratus number 60.
35.7 from AOA. And 34.2. So yes, we've crossed over to the point where the GTU cars are quicker, it seems.
Yeah,
side
which
by
I mean,
side now for second place with the Porsche on the outside of the Supra. This is a move that's possible in the keyhole.
Just gonna say, I think this might be on.
I think it's done.
Yeah, very much so. I think that number 90. Well, we know it was in the position it was in by good fortune and clever strategy, for sure. But it wasn't necessarily raw pace that got it there in the first place. And now that the 74, the 70, and a couple of GTU cars have caught it, I think maybe it's just likely to slip back a little bit here as the race unfolds kind of out in front of them.
I did feel like under that previous group where I'm watching the onboard, this driver might be struggling a little bit more than the starting driver in the Supra as well. I don't know, maybe struggling is the wrong word. It's just their pace just doesn't seem to be quite as fast as the first driver. So no real surprise. But at this point in the race, it's only 2 hours and 40 minutes to go, but I think there's a good probability of one more safety car in the race.
Yeah.
As long as these guys stay on the lead lap. Although that's actually less helpful now that we've got 6 and nearly 7 cars on the lead lap overall. But I suppose, actually, it's still only 4 cars in GTO on the lead lap. Either way.
The car still has a key. Isn't that what that is? Yeah. So one of my very first memories of watching this car was the 2020 season finale we covered back at Circuit of the Americas. So getting on for 5 years ago. But it was still COVID times, and we were asked to do the race reasonably late in the running. So we ended up covering it remotely and entirely by onboard cameras. And let me tell you, it was very compelling, especially because we got a really, really nice onboard camera from this Toyota Research and Development number 90. I think it was TAPG at the time. And in conditions not very dissimilar to this, actually. Oh, car stopped to the driver's right there. That's a Rapscallion RP1 number 135. In conditions not very dissimilar to this, it was an absolute handful to drive. Constant hacksawing at the wheel. It was quick. I mean, in that trim and against that competition. But man, was it just an absolute mess to drive from the looks of things.
Do we know how close the 59 is to the leader? Because this could be quite important in the next few minutes, depending on when the yellow comes out for this.
Well, the 60, right? It's going to be the 60 is the one we're
Sorry,
looking
yeah,
for.
60.
As I look over here at start finish,
There's
there's the 74. The 60 is about, call it 2.5 seconds.
There were only 6/10 faster on the previous lap, and actually
Yeah.
slower on that lap because of traffic. So
They're going to need at least 4 or 5 laps, I think, more to catch, and then maybe another couple to actually get the move done.
I think it's raining as well.
It is. Yeah, it's definitely starting to spit.
Had some wiper action from the Supra. That won't help with the GTUs, of course. It seems like the GTO cars, the GTU cars are slowed down more by the rain than the GTO cars are. But yeah, unless we're able to stay green, I don't think the Stratus car is going to get its
We
lap
are not.
back here. Yep, we're under yellow.
We are not. It is double yellow once again, yep.
What that will do is bring the Stratus 59 up behind the leaders, depending on how much traffic is in between them. There was a 49-second gap. That Stratus car hasn't been slow, but it hasn't been quite the same speed that the race leaders have been going at.
I think we're likely to see wholesale pit stops here. Just about everybody. It's been 28 laps since pit stops from most everybody. That was under the really long full course yellow we had for the 800 down at turn number 8.
Well, you know who isn't going to need to pit? The 60, because they pit twice under the last safety car.
That is the 60. It's literally the first car to pit. Tremendous.
Oh, it is? Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
I did say isn't going to need to pit. I didn't say that they definitely weren't going to pit.
It's literally the only car to pit. I don't think that's the right move, to be fair, but I'm also...
It might be, because everyone
I'm
else is
also-
going to get stuck behind the safety car now. So.
Well, if they're going to pit at all. I'm a little bit surprised that 74 didn't pit there, to be honest with you. I think I would have. Need to wave by the 669 here, which is the Rapscallion GHASP2.
Yeah, so if everyone doesn't pit, that's a bad move from the 60, because unless it was required for some reason. They did all that work to get right up behind the leader and would have had a chance to attack them immediately on the restart. And now they're just going to drop back in the train as the Ligier has been given its freedom from the safety car. I feel like... oh, here comes the ridgeline again. I feel like, based on back timing, this might be a good time to pit as well. 2 more stops to go after this.
I think we've got a lot of question marks left between here and the end of the race.
Yeah. Potentially the cars are going... I always assume that the cars are going around an hour, but in these conditions on this track, it could be a lot longer. So maybe this is an awkward time. Maybe if they... It could be that if we give them another 10 or 15 minutes, they'll be able to make it on 1 more stop.
I actually believe that they could, maybe except the GTU cars, could make it on 1 more, or nearly 1 more stop from here.
Well, in that case, they should definitely be pitting. you'd think.
But maybe that's still borderline.
Camber and Performance fitted. That's the 4th place car. Not done a lot of talking about them, but they are lingering on the lead. Well, they've got back onto the lead lap and they're lingering. The Ginetta.
Yeah,
that could be an interesting strategy move from them that might pay off later.
Yeah, at a certain point, you're going to want to not be at the back of the queue anymore. You know,
they actually do need to get out of the pits pretty soon.
They
Can
have.
You see them?
They've just left.
They have.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Same with the Palomar 83. Garage 66 is in there as well. If we shuffle down to our GP2 running order, that is your class leader. The 83's already been sent and has cleared that car. So I think we've just had a change for the GP2 class lead in the pits. And if the Garage 66 car doesn't get a wiggle on, let's pick up the turn 1 exit camera here, Dustin. It's going to be really close as to whether or not the BRZ gets out ahead of the pace car. I think it's going to, but only just. There is a Super Crew BRZ, and there's the safety car. I mean, only just. Really good work from the Garage 66 crew to get that car out ahead of the safety car. Unfortunately, it has lost the class lead to the Palomar Racing number 83. Now we've got pit stops from leaders. 74 is in, taking fuel. The 909 automatic NPO1 is in. Blaze Racing number 118 is also into the lane. So this will shake up GTO as well. Put the 70 out in front with the 90 now into second place. And AOA clicks through to go into third. I realize it's been a kind of start-stop race, but it's been a minute since I feel like we've seen this much variation in strategy as it relates to safety cars and pit stops. Normally, it feels like there's a very obvious answer and should be in at a specific time and under certain circumstances, and we're seeing very different approaches to solving the same problem here.
A bit of a glitch on the timing screen at the moment. When it figures itself out, I wonder, because the AOA car pitted a lap late there, whether Camburn is going to jump ahead of them.
I think it is. Camburn's just come across the line. If it shows ahead now,
well,
no.
I've got 2 Camburns on my screen and no AOAs. So
okay.
Not sure what's going on there.
No, I think it's actually not, Scott. I think the AOA car... well, where is AOA? To the left here. There's Garage 66. Camburn is... yeah, boy. Confusing myself. Trouble. Ridgeline looking at its handiwork here in the runoff. Yeah, there's a 74 right in the queue. I think the 74 actually came out in the middle of some of these cars that had pitted, whereas the Camburn car is still catching the back of the line. So still working in the 74's favor. I don't think that Ginetta had been able to catch... yeah. Ginetta wasn't able to catch the queue there. Bits of rain continuing to fall over there on the west end of the circuit. Nothing just yet here on the front straightaway, but it's been like this for a lot of the afternoon. If you're not already following along, at World Racing League, at DriversEye Live over on Instagram. Layla Kazmarek here with me in the booth. 2.5 hours remaining. Fortunately for us here at DriversEye Live, we've missed our lunch window. Being a cross track from concessions is always going to be a bit of a challenge, but might be some. Well, there's definitely German future. So, beer garden in Columbus. Scott, you want to join us for dinner?
It's a little bit of a drive.
Yeah, that's sure, but you know, commitment,
Well,
Scott.
Let me just check the dining hall's menu
Yeah, sure.
for tonight. Stand by.
Schnitzel? Is there schnitzel?
That seems unlikely.
Yeah.
What's the date?
Is chicken parmesan just Italian schnitzel?
I've got chicken and shrimp fajitas tonight. I think I'm into that.
Okay.
Wait, what date? Sounds good. Yeah. Sounds good. Oh, and there's this ice cream sundae though. No, I'm staying here.
World Racing League Saturday 8-hour enduro at Mid-Ohio presented by Honda Ridgeline. Lights out on the safety car. We've got some Ridgeline fans in the chat. Tremendous. We're going to find out that this isn't actually a Ridgeline. I was just talking nonsense because I didn't know what it was. I think it probably is a Ridgeline. Anyway. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Dustin. Yeah, it's been around the track for a long time. Safety car is into the pit lane. We go back to green. Race led by the number 70 from round 3 racing. Again, that Toyota R&D Supra just hanging around in second place. 74 AOA car comes across the line in third. Should have had the Cameron car across the line there in fourth. Did we not? So why wasn't that Ginetta on the back of the safety car queue? There's a huge gap from the last car in line to where the Ginetta was with one of the Sebeco NPO1s in there as well. Having gone slightly unnoticed in this transition here, I think we've lost, at least to some degree, the LML Racing Pontiac GTOR. Came through into the pit lane on lap number 68 with a long lap and haven't seen it since. I wonder if it ducked back into the paddock. It's been a decent old run for that car in the early going here, but and actually some reasonable pace out of that car as well, but unfortunately is very stationary at the moment. Pit stop also for the number 27 Pure Performance Honda Civic. .909 Automatic Racing up the inside of the 333 of Bruce Innovations, which continues to lead GP1. It's, unfortunately, we've had this...
and is only 12 seconds off the overall lead.
Oh, yeah. Great point. So we've seen that throughout the day, where that 333 is just kind of hanging around, taking advantage of the full course yellows. So we get a slow Hera flight and open throttle up the front straightaway. No idea what's caused that.
Bruce Innovations did just lose 4th place overall to the AOA Racing number 74 BMW.
I wonder if there's been contact here.
Yeah, that was a very slow lap for Bruce Innovations.
It wasn't Bruce Innovations. I think some of that's going to be in traffic. I wonder if the open throttle car caught the back of the Hera flight number 247 there. Is there damage to the... Oh, man, this is chaotic. Because both cars were slow headed up the front straightaway, and that Hera flight car is being absolutely swamped down at the keyhole. 247 just says driver's right 4 off and continued. Not in that order. Yeah, all right. Everybody seems to be reasonably well back up to pace now, but that 333 that you mentioned, Scott, they're very, very much caught up in some traffic.
Yeah, you say it was due to traffic, but all the cars around it did 140, and it's done a 148.
Also possible there was a driver change there?
Yeah, very possible.
You know, if you think about it, we are pretty much halfway through today.
Personal best fastest laps of the race were both the number 70 and the 90 on that lap, leading the field, obviously benefiting from clear road. Stratus 59 is 11 seconds behind them and is just about clearing the vast majority of the traffic. So
Yeah.
next couple of lap times are going to be interesting from that car.
Two quick things here, Scott. Number one, the 90 is not letting the Porsche get away. We just saw him flash through in the braking zone here. Get him up over the crest. There it is. And it's, for as long as we've been back to green, 3 car lengths is basically nothing.
Yeah, it has been the 74 as the track's dried out that seems to have been the fastest of the 3. They are 17 seconds off the lead, having made a pit stop under the last yellow. So obviously a little bit more stuck in traffic than those guys.
Second thing, hello to Christine Foley in the chat asking about GP2. GP2, we did mention under the full course yellow that the lead changed hands with a slightly longer stop from the Garage 66 Subaru BRZ that allowed the 83 from Palomar Racing to take the lead. That class had been not under contention, but Garage 66 pretty firmly had a control of the class. And obviously it was close enough to change hands in the pit lane, but having just gone back to green, things settling in the second of the general production classes. All-Star Racing up in GP1 continues on the recovery drive from the earlier pass under yellow. 137.3 is the fastest lap in class. By a pretty considerable margin, actually, and getting on for yesterday's pole time.
Both of the remaining Stratus cars are going quickly. The 60, which is down in 8th place after somewhat confusingly pitting under the last yellow flag, they've just done a 34.268, which is the fastest lap of the sorry, it's not the fastest lap of the race. It's very, very close to their own fastest lap of the race. The Stratus 59, which is in 3rd overall and chasing the leaders, has done their fastest lap of the race on the last lap. It was only 36.9, but they were stuck behind a Mustang for a few corners, so that car's got more pace in it with a clear track. Still not sure if it's going to be enough with the round 3 car doing high 38s now. Stratus are about to finish another lap, but I just saw them get held up quite badly through Thunder Alley. So this one probably won't be... It's still their fastest lap of the race, 35.9. So it's another second off of that personal fastest lap. It's going to get held up by another MPO1 on this lap. Eventually they'll get a clear lap, and we'll see what their real pace is like. But that number 70 Porsche at the front's looking... Yeah, as you recently mentioned, Brendan, that the Toyota was able to keep up. The Porsche's really started to stretch its legs now. The gap's out to just under 3 seconds. So yeah,
I shouldn't have said anything.
Yeah, well, I think as the track gets drier and drier, and the MPO1s get their tires up to temperature more and more, they're going to start reeling in that car.
Yeah.
But for now, it doesn't look like the Toyota has quite enough.
No, and I don't think I would expect it to just in general. Well, do we have a car off at the top of the hill?
Oh, yep, there's a spun Ligier.
Oh, yeah, 669, yep.
In Thunder Alley. It's just where it's behind the O'Reilly sign. Can't see it.
Need to move the camera further down the hill tomorrow. Yeah, the question is, where has it ended up? If it's out in the gravel to driver's left, we could be in trouble.
No, it was in the middle of the track. On the race line.
Okay. Have we? I don't think I've seen it come back through yet, have we?
Might be waiting for a clear bit of track to reverse, because you don't really want to go over the grass. It looks like everyone's coming around the corner wide and slow, so I think it's still there. Yeah. All of the onboards that I have access to are at the other end of the track, so I can't check at the moment. There's the Ginetta. running 6th and slowed lap. Are we under yellow for that, really?
Yeah. I don't know that that car is going to continue under its own power. I mean, you can only leave a car stopped on the apex for so long.
Well, I think, yeah, like it was just waiting for a clear piece of track, but fair enough.
Let's jump on board the number 90 Supra here. Yeah, that's a bad spot.
Yes, it's
Maybe
still
the
there.
worst spot. Yeah.
Well, it's pretty visible on the top of a hill.
Well, sure. What are you going to do?
Reverse when you get some clear track, but
the ridgeline's calling the shots on the full course yellows. Time to shine.
Serious main character syndrome from the ridgeline.
Yeah, but you know what? It's holding up its end of the bargain.
It does make me think the Stratus number 60, if they'd stayed out, they'd have restarted. Actually, they'd have restarted ahead of the leader, and they'd be back on the lead lap now. So even more confusing what they were doing, pitting under that last yellow. They have managed to get back up to 7th, so they are, I assume, the first car. Yeah, pretty sure they're the first car off the lead lap again.
This is Stratus number 60.
Yep.
Yeah.
They've got the fastest lap, so they're the fastest. They've got the most pace. They were the fastest car under that yellow, under that green stint we were just watching, but their track position was just terrible because they pitted.
Yeah, unfortunately, had it not pitted under that full course yellow, it might have been in a position where it was, back on the lead lap here.
Yeah, it would have been tail end of the lead lap. And,
yeah.
Well,
it cycled back through, or back around to catch the queue, yeah.
Exactly, yeah, when this yellow came out.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. Now, I mean, you don't know when the yellows are going to come out, but I would anticipate here that maybe we've got a chance of seeing some pit stops from your race leaders.
Didn't we just pit under the last yellow?
Only 74.
Okay.
The 90 and the 70 haven't been in since lap 55.
Well, I'm pretty sure the Stratus. I'm pretty sure the 60's behind the 74 as well. Maybe not. 74's 26 seconds behind the leader. They might be ahead of them.
I'll look for them in the queue next time I see them.
But either way, it's definitely behind the top 3 cars, so they're going to need all 3 of them to pit. Yeah. The Elysia has cleared the track, probably because it was absolutely fine, and just needed a little bit of space in traffic to reverse a little bit, so it could get going without going into the boggy grass. So hopefully this will be a quick yellow. Didn't even need the ridgeline; it's just doing laps for its own cause. There it goes. So no, only one of the leaders has come in the pits.
$70, 59, and 908 is the queue. The 90's ducked in. There's the 60. About halfway through the line. I think it is behind the 74, Scott. I think you're right. Dustin, can we, when you're ready, say hello to Continental Tire one more time? Here with 2 hours and 50 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll step aside here for Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course on DriversEye Live. Say hello and thank you to, of course, our GP tire provider, Continental Tire, and be back on the other side. A brief commercial break on the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. Back in a moment.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, lights are out on the safety car, and another very brief interruption to go recover the number 669 Rapscallion Ligier. We are ready to go back to racing. Number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche leads down the front straightaway. 74 is tucked in there as well. This is going to be battle on here in a couple of corners here, I think. Good jump for that AOA Racing BMW, headed down towards turn 1, up the inside of the... is that Stratus number 60 that's in there? I think it is. Tucked right in behind the number 70.
It's the 59. That's the battle for the lead.
That's 59. Excuse me. Okay. Yep. And they are all tucked together there in the overall running order. Yeah, top 3. Cambered Performance Janetta, which hasn't had quite the outright pace of the leaders, is on the lead lap as well. A couple of cars further back in the running order.
Sorry, I just saw at the carousel one of the lower class cars running off into the grass in front of the number 90, sorry.
Would have been right on the restart.
I think the 60 is in this as well. Is that the second MPO one I see? This one coming through shot now?
Yeah, the one sliding up the hill, yes.
Yeah.
That was the 60.
That car's trying... Oh, there's a car off in the grass. I think they might have just been shot.
It's a 108.
The
It's the Polecat.
So the 60 car is obviously trying to fight its way onto the lead lap. And it's the fastest car in the race at the moment. And this is the battle for the lead, side by side through the carousel. Can the number 59 make it all the way around the outside of the 70? Not quite. So they go into the last corner line astern with the Porsche in front. This first half of the lap usually favours the Porsche. So we'll probably have to wait another attack. Having said that, they're going to try and go around the outside of the goal. No, it wasn't possible to do that there, and they've ended up having to onto the wet curb to make the pass on a lapped car coming onto the back straight, and that gap has stretched out a bit as the Porsche stretches its legs down the back straight. And the number 74 AOA BMW gets right up behind the Civico before it hits the brakes into turn 4. Now
here comes a 60.
Yep, we're getting into the part of the track now where the MPO1s are going to be at the advantage. Yeah, we see that straight away. The number 59 pulls a second or two on the BMW and right up behind the Porsche. Side by side there, I don't think that's the position. It's the Mustang.
It's not. That's getting past the number 5 from All Star Racing. That 5. Number 5 BMW pitted very, very late in that full course yellow cycle.
Side by side, Brendan.
Yep. Around the outside of the carousel goes the number 59. Battle for the overall race lead. Not a class position battle, remember, but that Porsche doing well to defend to the inside through the long right-hander where the 59 should, by rights, have been quicker, but going a long way around, not helping anybody.
Yeah, carbon copy of the previous lap there. Same thing happened again.
Yeah, we are green flag, by the way. You see the yellow in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Just pay no mind to that. We should get a refresh here on Race Monitor hopefully soon. So work through the Hera flight number 247 and head down to the back straightaway. Again, 70 will be stronger here. More power, more torque off of the keyhole turn down the back straightaway.
The 60 was really attacking the 74 on the way out of the keyhole, but it just doesn't. Now that we're in the dry conditions, it really doesn't have anything on the straights for those GTO cars. '59 struggling with the laps car through that still very wet turn 5. Oh, well, there goes the 60 down the inside of the 74. That's not for position, but it is important for that car trying to get back on the lead lap. It's made the pass and pulled away immediately. Should be able to keep that for the remainder of the lap. So now we've got 2 Stratus MPO1s coming up behind the overall leader, and I think that car, the 60, the car that's a lap down, is the faster of the 2. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do here. I don't feel like Stratus are the kind of team who gives team orders, swap positions or anything like that.
No, definitely not. But this is the strongest position the 60's been in. And you wonder if, hey, we're going to try and... I mean, the benefits aren't just, in the battle for the overall position, which isn't particularly significant, but it does create an additional layer of safety between itself and the first of the round 3 racing NPO1s in the number 1.
What's
so you think if the opportunity is to clear the 70, you'd want to take advantage of that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. What's interesting there is the 60, while passing the 74, set the fastest lap of the race at 33.8. So that car's got tons of pace right now.
Yeah, this will be another demonstration of the kind of pace these NPO1s have. The other thing, too, is if they all start getting held up, it's going to back them into the 74. Which, again, not the battle for class position, but still potentially of some significance.
This could be the move around the outside in the carousel again. It looks much better positioned than he has been before, the number 59. Stratus car. Just lost them coming around the carousel, and he's through. 59 is through to the overall lead, and 60 is immediately trying to attack the race-leading Porsche. That actually tries to come back on the leader down the front straight, but not a long enough straight for that powerful GTO car to make the pass. Let's see if the 60 can make a move down into the keyhole. It's actually the Porsche into the outside of the 59. Don't think that's going to work. The
70's wide. Really wide out there, Scott. Went in just a little bit too deep, I think, and ended up out in a bad spot where it was losing grip all the time as the road drops away and had to really slow the car up to keep it out of the grass.
Yeah, it's interesting. Watching it from the onboard of the 59, the Porsche was actually completely clear, but had totally outbroken itself, so ended up on the outside line and lost both of those positions. And the 2 Stratus cars managed to hold it all the way down the back straight, so they should now stretch their legs and pull away.
Yeah, I think this is it for them.
Oh, and actually, I didn't notice the 60 car got ahead, so that 60 car is back on the lead lap now.
Oh, yep.
They went around the outside of turn 4, and that is I was about to talk about how it's going to be really awkward for these two, because it looked like it was the faster car was stuck behind, but now the faster car is ahead, so we've kind of got everyone in speed order now. I imagine we'll see the gaps extend. Only question is whether the 74 can now catch the 70. Incidentally, speaking of the 90, they obviously pitted under that last yellow. They've suffered from the field spread that you get on restarts, and they're 24 seconds behind at this point.
Eagle-eyed viewers will notice that the upper left-hand corner of the screen is now green. Appreciate your patience with the pylon, but I think we're back in business there. Very good. Scott's carried you through the last couple of minutes here. That 74 has lost just a little bit of pace here in this portion of the race, and 908 has been, either that or the 908's gotten substantially quicker. It is really hanging with the
I think the
BMW G82.
The conditions are coming to the GTU cars for sure.
Also true. Yeah.
Not super surprising. getting a lot of lag from Dustin's stream on my end.
Yeah, same. No. So the rain does, or I'm sorry, the conditions do very slightly favor the NPO ones and the GTU cars at the moment. Unfortunately, rain potentially beginning in 10 minutes. And, I mean, we've seen some sprinkles and some track dampening, but this looks to be a little bit more involved. I don't think it's likely to be show-stopping or anything like that, but just enough to take the pace out of the track one more time. Really kind of open up this battle for the overall race win. Right now, the GTU cars ought to be making hay while the sun shines if they want to fight for that overall race win. Because it doesn't seem, Scott, like there's a whole lot of margin there before, as the track gets a little bit greasy, they're able to continue fighting. It just seems to all go at once, and then, within a handful of laps, they're back behind the pace of the GTO cars. All set on our internal feed here. Things cleaned up a little bit. Nope. Scott was here.
No, I am here.
Oh, okay.
I just thought I'd share my thoughts on our internal text channel.
Ah. Worth noting down in GP2, Palomar Racing number 83 still leads the Garage 66 Subaru BRZ. It's 11 seconds now, and the lap times that are being put in down there in GP2, top three are all in the low 1 minute 45s. It's really good, consistent stuff. Now the Palomar 83 BMW dips into the 1 minute 44s. Not quite fastest lap of the race for them, but nearly. 145.3 for Garage 66 that time. So just stretches that margin out ever so slightly now to 11.7.
New fastest lap of the race overall from the Stratus number 60.
Yeah. Yeah, down into the 33s. Remember, too, that, for as much as, we've got reasonably fresh pavement, most of the track is only a year old and all of that, and we'd expect it to be smooth and, reasonably compliant towards just about everybody. The rain last night would have washed basically all of the rubber out of the track. And we're now just in a couple of places getting to a point where we're finally starting to rubber in the track a little bit. That can make a significant difference towards your ability to maintain, mid-corner speed in a lot of places as well, which, again, when you need downforce to make your speed, is going to continue to favor the GTU cars. So there are a lot of things that are trending in the direction of the GTU cars in terms of overall battle at the moment.
Oh, there's a car off in the keyhole.
Nope.
Looks like it's gone straight on into the gravel. Not sure any of our cameras.
Just behind the pylon there.
Oh, there it is.
That's the Brian Herta Auto number 106, the Hyundai Elantra N. Let's get through the gravel down the hill there and onto the access road. Yep, job done. Take a moment to reset or just press on. Okay, we're just pressing on here. All right, we like a self-recovery.
Oh, full opposite lock for the Supra around turn 5. That corner's just not drying out at all.
It's very odd. It's because it's not even like the water is running from right to left with the slope of the hill, because the outside of the track is completely dry.
It's also at the top of the hill. So
that's what I mean. Like, there's nothing geographically that makes sense.
I guess they're pulling the water from that stream that's running across the track.
Maybe.
And then I think that's coming. That's like a fresh water that's coming in constantly, runs across the track into Old China Beach. So I think that's a constant source of water that they can drag through that corner.
Yeah, but they've
which might be where the outside's dry. Well, yeah, but then nobody's running the outside. That's why it's not getting dragged.
Not anymore, right? Yeah, because interesting.
So yeah, that would be a catch-22. If you
Yeah.
go out to try and find the dry track, you'll just wet it yourself. So.
Race leader, second car in your shot there, clears the Brian Herta Autosport Hyundai Elantra. But be nice to have the TCR cars back.
It would.
In WRL competition. It's just a little flavor I think we've been missing recently. A little spice, you know? Not the full curry powder, just a little turmeric, you know? Your thoughts on garam masala, Scott?
Couldn't place it. I'm sure it's great. I'm a fan of most curries.
It's not
But,
just a spice.
off the top of my head, sounds like a curry. But,
Tikka masala is. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm aware of that. There's a lot of masalas, I think.
So many masalas.
You ever have too many masalas?
You can't. I mean, you really can't.
Correct answer.
Yeah. All right. Albany E4. What's the temperature at the track now? Yep, we're right about 60 degrees. Tune in tomorrow for mid-30s. We're really headed for something special there. Also says, nice if the stats on screen indicate the type of car as well as the car number and driver. Unfortunately, we don't have driver. It's not data that is included in the overall processing of things for what we're offered. Similar issues for pit stop projections and things of that nature. And as far as type of car, I believe that was included in the make and model description fields, but it's sponsors at the moment. Yeah, Trimtex, Mobile One, Mobile Alliance, Bridgestone. Yeah,
cool
so these are things that have changed over the last couple of events.
It'd be cool if we
Go
could
ahead,
have a
Scott.
manufacturer badge or something. That would be nice.
I mean, it's probably not that difficult to do.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Make a request with the man. Try and integrate that.
New fastest lap for the Stratus 59 race leader, 32.4. That's actually the first time that car's been faster than the 60 recently. Although the 60's right there as well, 32.6.
Yeah, I think there's just not much to choose between them at the moment. You've got two drivers in those cars who are getting basically everything they have to offer out of them at the moment.
And they are following each other around.
Yeah,
Which is
exactly.
Going to help the 59, I think.
This is interesting to note as well. This is one of the longest, feels like one of the longer green flag stretches we've had. It's only been about 10 laps, but still, we were very start-stop there for a while. And if I go back through our monitor here, it is actually the longest green flag run we've had since the full course yellow that started on lap 35. I mean, it's really, yeah. It's been very, very start and stop. But, you know, this goes back to kind of what we were talking about earlier on strategy. And when you pit, can you make it on one more? Do you need to pit twice? Do you wait till you can make it on one more? Answering all of those questions is very, very difficult when you have as many unknowns as we have, both in terms of the weather and the frequency of full course yellows. The longer we go green, the more you wish you would have pitted under the last full course yellow. You really want to stretch that as far as you can, especially if it starts to rain again. This looks to be where we're headed at the moment.
Well, yeah, something that's a bit frustrating for us is that we haven't had a long enough green flag run to know how long any of these cars can go on fuel. And even if we did, it would have all been under wet conditions, which is going to change under these predominantly dry conditions. What it means is that I have no idea whether the position the number 90 in is a strong position, because they're the only one of the top 4 or 5 cars who pitted under the last yellow. That said, I don't think their pace is really strong enough to keep, even if they are able to pit one less time. They've fallen back to 39 seconds off the lead now, so not sure that they're going to be able to get into position no matter how the strategy works out, but yeah, it's a shame we can't really tell what's going on with them until we're going to need at least another half an hour, aren't we, to see everyone pit?
Yeah,
who hasn't
I
pitted
think you're
yet
right,
recently.
but again, you kind of wish you would have pitted under the last one because you don't need to find out exactly how far your tank can go, right? You want to push that as far as you can, and if it turns out you can only do an hour or an hour 15.
Well, if we were close if we were in the right position where, with regards to how long there is to go in the race, where pitting under that last yellow wouldn't save you a pit stop, then I can see why you'd want to keep the track position, and especially in these track conditions where it's so wet offline. So yeah, that's kind of why we don't really know what's. It could be that actually the Supra's not really got the pace because they're saving fuel and trying to stretch it so that they can do one less stop. Who knows?
Very briefly take a peek back through the class running order at the moment. Our GP2 battle is as it was. We are still only separated by 13 seconds between Palomar and Garage 66. I mean, really nothing to choose between them for lap time. It's constantly in this 11 to 13 second window since we went back to green. The number 851 of AOA Racing, it's the Mazda MX-5, sits in third, 2 laps off the back of the class lead with proper performance. Both of those Honda Civics, number 27 and 39, rounding out the top 5 in class. Number 333 from Bruce Innovations leads in GP1 with, I think, a full lap in hand now of the number 64 from Open Throttle Racing. And then it's another lap back to Flying Fur Motorsports in the 946. So just a little bit of gap building there at the top of GP1. TC Klein Racing, the number 112, sits in fourth ahead of the BMW M2 of AOA Racing. They're in P5. A little bit of a battle potentially, well, would have been developing between the AOA 85 and the All-Star Racing number 5, but a slow lap that time from the number 5, 145. If anything, that gap's actually gone out last time around in favor of that BMW M2. GTU specifically, we've been talking, of course, about the numbers 59 and 60, 2 Stratus Sebeco NP01s at the front of the field. Not quite a lap between them, or, well, very nearly a lap between them, I guess, is the case at the moment. 47 and a half seconds back to the Automatic Racing number 909 that rounds out him at the moment. And that car is actually going away from the number 1 of round 3 racing. Don't look now there if you're down at the round 3 camp, but the 908 from Automatic Racing that's had pace today, fast lap in the 134s, currently lapping in the low to mid 135s, is catching the number 1. So there's a decent chance here if we get conditions that match what we're doing now or what we've got now, that we could see the pair of Automatic Racing NP01s jump this round 3 racing interloper with that number 1. The margin at the moment is standing yellow there. So do we have a car off the gravel at turn 1? Oh, is it a slow or stopped? I think that's a stopped Rapscallion car again, isn't it? Is that the RP1 number 135? I think it is. Race control log will confirm. One other thing to bring your attention to here. About 11 minutes ago, reported in the race control log, contact between the number 108 and the number 60. Now, that's important for 2 reasons. First reason is that it puts our second place car in GTU under some amount of investigation for contact. Whether they're on the causing end or the receiving end remains to be seen. The second issue is that it brought the number 108 Polecat Racing NP01 into the pit lane. And if they were there to look for damage on the 108, what's it meant for the 60 on the other side? It's possible it means nothing, that the car is absolutely fine, but It's also not a guarantee.
Which car did you think this was to
Full
stop?
course yellow. It's a 135, the Rapscallion RP1 down in GP2.
What's an RP1?
It's a NC Mazda MX-5.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. But it's been, they did all kinds of things to it and then renamed it the RP1, which is fine.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if you were referring to the Ligier, which, yeah, it's not that car.
This will close a couple of things up. First off, it's going to send the 60 all the way around to catch the queue, which is exactly what they were waiting for, right? Just bide your time out in front of the overall race leader, wait for the full course yellow. It's bound to come eventually, and I think it's got it. Should, as long as it doesn't pit here, go catch the back of the line, and then it can make it stop and resume the fight. It's going to allow the 74 to catch up as well, which had just slipped off the back of the number 70. It wasn't in big chunks or anything like that. 13, but it had grown out to 13 seconds. So, yeah, had to just begun to go the direction of the Porsche as the 59 is into the pit lane. It'll also close up that number 90 Supra back onto the lead fight. Same thing goes for the Camber Performance Ginetta, who will get a fresh stab at things. 70 is into the pit lane. It'll close up a couple of these GTU battles as well that I think we're all on the same lap. We got to confirm that based on how they line themselves up in the queue. So I'll keep my eye on the GTU specific running order. Get an answer on that. Looks like the 135 had made a little progress there, but actually shut off again. Yeah. Made it 100 yards or so. .909 is into the pit lane. And gotta be really careful here if you're in GTU not to allow the overall race leader, I guess, is into the pit lane in front of you, but you don't want the 74 to cycle back around. Because actually, the 74 is the race leader on the road. Yeah, so it'll be all right.
So it is definitely one more stop after this for everyone.
Yeah, I would think so.
This has also kept the Bruce Innovations GP1 leader on the lead lap.
Amazing.
Well, particularly so because I think because of the exact cadence that we're having these yellow flags at, it's fast enough to stay on the lead lap, and every other GP1 car gets lapped every time. So every time we have a yellow flag, I think its lead extends by a lap.
Yeah. So it's actually in the pit lane directly behind the number 60. It's a battle for position between second place in GTU and the GP1 leader.
The 60 passed it the lap before the yellow.
Yeah.
So
yeah, inexplicably overall, a battle for overall position.
Well, the lap times aren't that different. It's not like it's a GP2 car that's like 12, 13 seconds off the pace. It's only,
no, sure.
Fastest lap difference is only 6 seconds.
I mean, there's a couple of really interesting things to unpack there. I mean, number one of them is that it's a really good car that the Bruce Innovation Squad is running. If I stretch my memory back from things that have been told to me over the years in the World Racing League, oh boy, the leader's coming through here. If the 60 doesn't get a wiggle on, it's going to go a lap down. And the 333 is as well. Yeah, it's because the 74's stayed out. Is that the 60? Yeah, set 333 is not. So the Bruce Innovation, the long-running Bruce Innovations GP1 lead lap streak is over. Anyway,
how did they manage that?
I don't think they caught the back of the queue before they pitted.
Okay. Then don't pit. What? I just don't understand how you can. It doesn't matter.
I mean, yeah, exactly.
They're going to win their class, but like, okay.
I'm with you. And that is one of the things that you and I, Scott, in particular, have taken notice of over the years in the World Racing League is, just because you should be pitting under this yellow doesn't mean you can ignore all of the other specific circumstances about where you are on track, right? The pits don't close, so you kind of have to self-enforce what is going to be your best situation, right? Is it going to be to pit immediately and try and get the stop done so you can catch the queue, or to catch a good spot in the queue before everybody else gathers themselves up? Or is it going to be to wait, catch the back of the line, and then pit so that you don't risk going a lap down while you're stationary in the pit lane? And some of that happens very, very quickly, but I'm with you. You got to have kind of a good understanding of where you're at and where the race leader is. I mean, more importantly, in this case, it became the number 74, and that's the car you had to watch.
Yeah, because that decision's now cost them a minute and a half, essentially.
Yeah.
Which it's going to be inconsequential for their class position race, unless they have an issue that where a minute and a half they could have done with a minute and a half extra to repair damage or whatever. But yeah, it's just it's a bit of a shame to lose that GP1 car for the lap. It's kind of the only real consequence of it. But yeah, just an unnecessary error that won't cost anything, but unless they value overall position.
Lights are out on the safety car.
But very few cars up behind the safety car. I don't know why this Ligier is lagging back so much. It's a very spread out field. The Supra, I know the onboards. My Supra onboard is delayed, I think, but they're back way before Thunder Valley right now. As we go green. The Ligier came in the pits, so I guess that's why it was having a problem or something. But
possibly. Sorry, I'm trying to get a quick update to our timing and scoring feed there. Everything is waiting for data, so we're not taking updates on our side. I think the rain is beginning to fall here on the front straightaway.
It is definitely from the onboards. Quite a lot of cars got held up by a very slow Mustang that wasn't catching the field. They've only just come to start finish, I think.
Through madness again there. Ooh, there is your GP1 leader. We're just talking about under the full course yellow. A little bit less room to spin than it had before, but a big slide headed up the hill out of turn 4 and into turn 5. Seen it more than a few times now. I wonder how much more of that it's going to be able to handle before spots of rain we're getting now begin to impact the overall amount of grip available. Not the first time we've seen a couple of drizzles. Even during racing conditions today, but forecast is that this one may stick around a little bit longer and take us up a little bit closer to the checkered flag. If it stays light like this, it may not matter much at all, but it doesn't seem to be the overall forecast for today and into the evening. Good news is, despite anticipating a ton of rain overnight, should be dry for most of the day tomorrow, if a bit cold. So it's been the storyline of the weekend, arguably, and continuing into today and may continue into tomorrow as well. Around 40 minutes left on the clock. Thanks for being with us on DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek and Scott Michaels. Dustin Allis is on the buttons. Layla Kazmarek up here as well on the Instas, and it is two of them at DriversEye Live at World Racing League on the series on the ats. Weather on the ats. That's pretty good. And looks like our timing's refreshed now, so we should be in good shape there as well. Seems to only happen around full course yellows, which is very odd. The one thing to keep an eye on here, as we spoke earlier, in terms of GTO, we had said that you would want, I mean, you want track position, obviously, but you want to be able to carry these fuel runs as deep as you can so that in changeable conditions you have maximum flexibility. The AOA car did not pit on the last lap, or on the last full course yellow, and is only about 13 seconds out in front of the round 3 racing number 70. So, I mean, you haven't gained a whole lot there. Yes, you've taken the overall race lead and the class lead, and that is worth something. And your lead potentially can grow here as you're out in some clear air, but in the grand scheme of things, you really only traded it for about 13 seconds worth of track position, and you're potentially going to have to pit sooner rather than later. So, especially if we get significant weather changes. There's that automatic 908. Headed up the hill. That is still your 4th place car in GTU. And we had said, sorry, 5th place car in GTU. We had said we were going to kind of keep an eye on this down in GTU specifically because of the way the queue was forming in... Is that a slow open throttle? It is. Off on the front straightaway, just getting itself together and pulling away. That's number 63. Anyway, we were looking at the GTU running order and how it was likely to form up under the safety car. Not much has changed in reality. The round 3 car is 37.5 seconds off the back of the 909. And the 908's just come through... And it's 56 seconds off the back of the 1. So we're really about a lap in total when you run the 909 back to the 908. And then that round 3, number 1 is just stuck there in the middle. Might have a scrap on here for 3rd place overall. Camber Performance, the number 178, Janetta, had jumped the number 90. Now, what's that as a result of a pit stop for the 90? Yes, it was. 90 still seems to have decent pace here, so just keep an eye on that. I think that could probably still go the... What was that? Oh, we've got a waving yellow or a yellow flag up here at the last corner. It's a waving. Oh, it's the number 1 again in exactly the same spot as it, almost exactly the same spot as it was before. Sorry, it's the number 10. It's the red and white.
It's in the grass this time, not the
Hasn't
gravel.
quite made it to the gravel. All right. It almost caught its team car out, by the way. The 70 was about to pass to driver's left down the front straightaway here, and all of a sudden backed out of the throttle. That was the thing that tipped me off first, is all of a sudden the Porsche went silent. Something's not right here. Saw the green flag, and Dustin walked the cameras back to find the sister car. Sideways again down at turn number 11. I wonder if it's the river that's catching that car out going up the hill. Because they have had water running across from right to left as you climb up into turn number 11.
I think that's reasonable. Does look like a tricky
Yeah, just enough
So that's
there.
that's something. It's interesting because that's something that would be. You can actually see the rain on this camera. That's
Yeah.
It's something that would be absolutely deadly if we were running slick tires. It's one of the benefits of running road tires, I guess, in this series is that stuff like that is challenging, but definitely not the absolute death sentence that would be in much more racy tires. On much more racy tires, it's not catching most of the field out, so it's not really an excuse. Having said that, that BMW just looked like it had a massive moment in front of us. The similar thing is obviously happening up to turn 5, but that's a much slower part of the track.
Yeah.
The rain really, I know we could see it from that camera, but looking at the onboards, it really doesn't seem that bad at the moment. Any feel, Brendan, for whether this is going to get worse?
I mean, based on the forecasts I've seen, it doesn't seem like we're headed to a... it doesn't seem like this is quite the passing shower. Now, that being said, it's not supposed to be very heavy. But we're just so on the fringes of the heavier rain to the south that it's not obvious that, the rain is either going to stick around or disappear either direction. So, again, like we said at the top of the race this morning, you kind of just take it as it comes. Take what your understanding of the conditions is and apply it to how much grip you think you have and build yourself in a little safety margin there. We've been dry for long enough that, maybe you can dial it back a little bit safely. You certainly don't keep pushing until you run out of grip.
GTUs are still in the 34s, so
yeah,
I think there's plenty of grip still out there. 33 even for the number 70.
I'll say this: there's a couple of puddles just across from me at the back end of the gravel trap here at the exit of turn 13, and I'm not seeing any droplets in the puddles. So, if anything, I think it's eased up ever so slightly from where we were at. Just very, very fine droplets you can see there on the screen.
Yeah, there's obvious rain on the Stratus windscreen, but not big rain.
Here's the other thing: is there aren't a whole lot of our gaps that are in obvious, immediate danger. In terms of, well, you've got to go chase that car down now, or I have to push to defend because that car is catching me, right? Even in GP2, where the lead battle is only 19 seconds, it's been 19 seconds for.
That said, we're watching on
a long
track
time
now, going into turn 4, the Ginetta, which has the Toyota R&D racing car right up behind it. So that's for position.
It is, but, I mean, things are still going to change between now and the end of the race. So, yes, there's a little bit of a scrap on there, but I don't know that, the Ginetta needs to defend for all it's worth.
No, I agree.
Because we're not in that phase of the race.
I was just pointing out what we're watching right now.
Yeah, no, sure. Sure, no, and it's a good pickup.
I don't think they'll put up much of a fight here. There's about 2 seconds a lap difference, I think, between these two cars. But this is the position change potentially for, fourth overall, third in class? Between the
I'm only looking at classes.
Oh, there's a yellow flag there because there is a...
Oh, Terraflight.
Right, orange MPO1. They got going again. It's a weird place to stop. They're shaking the car, so are they out of fuel?
No idea. Maybe
I assume they'll be straight in the pits.
Nope. They're not.
No, they're not. All good. Let's go.
See what the race control log says. This is 4 off drivers right at turn 11.
They are...
Doesn't seem right either.
Oh, okay, yeah. They are still very slow, so probably should have pitted.
Thank you to those of you that have stuck with us here on DriversEye Live throughout the day. 335 of you at the moment. We've been up right around 350 for most of the day concurrently. It's been a tough one today. Let me drop a wheel again here on the way in. Nope, just around the outside. Started with a 2 hour and 40-minute delay, the standard length of an IMSA race. Delay this morning due to several feet of water underneath the bridge over at Thunder Valley. A lot of work put in by a lot of people to get the track race ready with that in mind early this morning. And we kind of stood by and, waited for updates. RJ Till and the team did a great job. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. The Ginetta and the Porsche nose to tail through Thunder Valley right now.
Okay, and that'll be headed up towards 9 and 10 now. Oh, no, out of the carousel, as a matter of fact.
Sorry, yeah.
But yeah, you're on a little bit of a delay there. But at start finish now. Pick that up, Dustin. Yeah, they'll come through here in turn 1 in a moment. Waiting. There they are. That's Super up the inside. Yep.
Yeah, Super got a nice run out of the last corner and was able to draw up alongside before the Ginetta had a chance to defend. So that's third in GTO, fourth overall, changing positions. They've got the number 60 car, the Stratus second place in GTU car, coming up behind them. About 2 to 3 seconds elapsed, but there's a 25-second gap at the moment.
Yeah.
Give that 10 laps, and it might become interesting.
Anyway, we've all dealt with a lot here. It's a big slide out of the 90 there, headed up the hill. All dealt with a lot today. You all have toughed it out with us, and we really appreciate it. We get to do it all again tomorrow. Hopefully not all of it. We do get to do the racing again tomorrow, starting at 8 o'clock Eastern time, ending at 3 o'clock. It's a 7-hour enduro. It's out on a little bit early. Helps us clear the paddock out before 7 o'clock, which is usually our time limit. And potential to be a longer day of racing tomorrow than it was today. But we'll see what Mother Nature has for us overnight. Another round of rain and thunderstorms. Nobody really knows what we're going to be walking into tomorrow morning, but I'm sure we'll handle it with all the same enthusiasm and professionalism that we did first thing this morning. So, the Just Mid-Ohio things. Always seems to throw something new and exciting at us, and doing it again. Up the inside of the Rapscallion Ligier.
Talking about track conditions a little while ago, the number 74's just set their fastest lap, so track conditions can't be too bad. Actually, the Flying Fur Motorsports has also just set their fastest lap, so I guess that rain must have eased off a little bit.
Yeah,
despite the fact that we're watching some windscreen wipers in action.
Round 3 still quicker than AOA last time.
Yes. That gap's 9.7 seconds.
Yeah, it was 13 to 14 not so very long ago. Also, the battle between the number 1 and the number 908. That's round 3 in automatic racing. Is the scrap for 4th in GTU. That battle is closing as well.
Another 2 seconds taken out of the gap for the lead between the 70 Porsche and the 74 BMW. So the gap is now 7.7 seconds.
I think when push has come to shove here towards the end of the race, in the closing stanza of the race, that 70s had just a little bit in hand over the AOA BMW. It's not been a lot, but in little chunks here. Even the 74 doing what it did in not pitting under the last full course yellow, I'm not entirely convinced that it's really got anything for the 70 or enough for the 70 to offset the heaves it's having to make with strategy calls. Now, that being said, a well-timed yellow here could undo some of that. Also, it's possible that the 74 is saving fuel to try and make it home on one more stop. Whereas I don't think, in fact, I know that's not going to be an option for the 70, and certainly not at the pace that it's going.
How long have we had since our last yellow?
Last yellow was lap 107, so 12 laps ago.
And neither of those cars pitted under that, did they?
The 70 did. The 74 did not. Yeah, 70 did. 74 did not.
Did the 70? I thought it was only the 90.
Yeah, 70 did.
Okay. Well, in that case, they're better off on fuel.
I have to give one more shout out here to Brian Griggs of Big Mission Motorsport, now of redmist.racing, which is the website we're using for live timing this weekend. Back at Barber. Scott, you weren't with us at Barber, but
sorry. There's a spun car on the outside of this corner that we're looking at now. It's behind the O'Reilly sign. It's an orange MPO1.
That'll be Heraflight again. Anyway, we had no pit stop history or anything like that at Barber. And we were just having to make notes and follow along what we could based on what I could see out the window. And man, it was tough. Full course yellow
again.
Yep.
They really are trigger happy with these today, aren't they?
Well, I think the conditions off the track means that recovery in the grass or using the grass is just not an option. Right, so anytime we've got to recover a car... No. What I'm saying, though, is anytime we've got to cover a car, your chances of track blockage are significantly higher. Oh, it's high-sided.
Okay.
Yeah, the floor of the car is stuck on the lip right at the edge of the circuit. That's the issue. Pit stop for the number 83. That is the class leader, has been the class leader in GP2. Indeed, it still is. I think it's going to allow the Garage 66, number 214, through into the lead. Indeed, it does. That is the car we just spoke about on camera. You see the Palomar BMW with the yellow front end was off there in the distance. So the GP2 race lead changes hands as we call it. Next question here is, what does the 74 do? Knowing that they're going to have to pit between now and the end, well, try and pit one more time between now and the end of the race. Does a pit stop now get you there? And even if it doesn't, I think you have to pit, right? Reduce that last stop to a splash if you're going to need it at all. Maybe just bank on a good chunk of some wet weather running to try and stretch that fuel mileage out.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you'd otherwise be stuck at the back of
they're both in.
queue.
74 and 70 are both in. Yep.
Yeah, I think you probably have to because you assume most of the rest of the field's going to pit, so you won't be at the back of the queue. It's really going to be dependent on how long you can go on fuel.
Yeah, they're both in here, so this is going to be head-to-head more or less in the pit lane.
The 59's in as well.
Okay. 908 is in, and that's the car that's been doing battle with the number 1. The 70's been sent. The 74 is not. That's a really short field for the 70, and of course it is because it was in under the last full course yellow. So, I mean, try as the 74 might, it's still... I don't necessarily think a net gain for that 74. Camber Janetta is in. The 909 is in. Sorry, it's 908, 909, and the 1 that are in the scrap with each other there. And I haven't seen the 1 in yet.
Looks like the 60 didn't pit.
You said the 59 did, though, right?
59 definitely did.
Yeah.
I think that was that the 60 going through shot? Maybe not actually. Looked like there's a lot of white on that MPO1. Yeah, that's not the 60, is it?
That was the number 1 in shot there, Scott, which is still a car of interest in terms of the top 5 in GTU and battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Oh, there's the 60 right there, I think.
Yes, I think you're right. No, 59? Yeah, it's 59,
might
because
be.
there comes a 70,
Yeah.
has already caught the back of the line.
All right, yeah, so that is the lead of the race there, the 59
Yeah.
70. Should be the 90, don't think pitted, but they did pit under the last yellow. There's the 90. So that actually puts them up to 3rd overall, and then there's the 60. They're 4th overall. And then we should...
There's the 60. 60 was,
Yeah.
sorry, out my window there is the 60. It's just
Right.
coming into the pit lane now. Yep.
Oh, okay. So they just decided to play it safe and not make sure they didn't get lapped, I guess. But the 90 stayed out, I assume?
Wasn't looking for it, but yes, appears to be the case based on the pit flags over on redmist.racing.
Right, so they did pit under the last yellow, and I guess trying to move up, gain some track position out of that. Or maybe they're going to pit towards the end of this yellow because they can't stretch it this far. Don't know.
One other thing that's worth watching here is the battle for 2nd in GP1. Flying Fur Motorsports and Open Throttle Racing were right together on track, but the 64 BMW has ducked into the pit lane, which has left that red Flying Fur car out on its own. It's all 2 laps behind the Bruce Innovations number 333, but in any case is just going to allow some breathing room for that Flying Fur Motorsports car. Has that already been in under this yellow? No, it hasn't. Actually, hasn't been in a while. You would think that the production cars should be able to get through to the end of the race here.
Yeah, you would have thought so.
Yeah.
It's another good excuse to pit under this yellow if you're a GTO or GTU car, because you know at this point all of the production cars should pit because they can all make it from here. So you shouldn't lose a huge amount of track position as long as you do it near the start of the yellow. I think at this point it's a bit late.
247 has continued and is back in the pit lane. The Honda Ridgeline has also returned to its... no, it hasn't. It's pulled off the exit of turn 12, but where is it headed? I don't know. Lights were still on the safety car, however, so... And now they're off. An hour and 17 minutes on the clock. Headed back towards green flag racing once again. Mid-Ohio School Acura safety car ducks to driver's left into the pit lane. Swiper's still on there. As cars head through the carousel, the green flag waves, and immediately 3 wide down the front straightaway. Number 1 tries to jump them all, and remember that 1 is going to be defending from the automatic racing Subeco NP01s. Unfortunately, it means it's most of the lap down to the 909, and the gap to the 908 should present itself here soon.
It's 53 seconds behind the 909.
Which means the 909 is probably at the back of the queue.
Yeah, very back of the train.
Yeah, or hasn't yet caught the back of the train. But there's the 908, who has potentially just had an off, or is having a problem down the front straightaway.
This is the 59 putting the number 1 another lap down. So they, I imagine, would have hoped to have held on for a bit longer than that.
Yeah.
To catch another yellow. But that driver hasn't been able to get that car up to speed quickly enough.
Which car is this, Scott?
I was talking about the 1.
Oh, yeah.
Be starting ahead of the leaders, you'd always hope to at least hold on for a few laps and give yourself a chance of catching the yellow.
Mm-hmm. The other good news is that with as much, let's say, compromised running as we've had here under the full course yellows, it doesn't look like the continued spots of rain have really changed the track condition very significantly. I think we're still largely dry most of the way around the circuit, with the exception of those rivers that have been ongoing throughout the day. There's a 74. Which is now actually behind the 90 again. So long was the pit stop for that BMW that the Supras jumped it. Put itself back into P2. But right now back onto the back, once again onto the back bumper of that black and white, a little bit of red Toyota Supra. My guess is that the 74 is a decent bit quicker than those cars, or than that car. But the 90 just able to hang out in front there, and that's all going to continue to allow the 70 round 3 racing Porsche to escape out the front. Now the reality is, these cars are all going to be pretty evenly matched here to the end. The 70 and the 74 pitted at the same time. The 70 has track position advantage, so I don't necessarily think that there's any obvious advantage one way or the other than the advantage that already exists. And unfortunately, that's
here comes the move.
Yep, firmly in favor of the 70 at the moment, and this is all being held up by the number 1 as well, which is just not quite up to pace. 908 is back into the pit lane, and we said we thought maybe that car had some sort of mechanical issue on the restart, and indeed it's made it all the way back around, but that kind of takes the wind out of the sails in this battle for, would have been the battle for 4th in GTU.
And there is the pass for 2nd in GTO. The 74 AOA racing car going down the inside of the 90 Toyota R&D Racing Supra into turn 1. Now we'll have to, while they've got some clean air in particular, watch the timing screen to see how the relative pace of the 74 is against the 70 Porsche. The gap is about 10.5 seconds. So it's catchable if they've got pace. Meanwhile, the 70 didn't pit and the 74 did. Is that right? No, actually, none of it. Didn't pit on the last yellow? Yes, the 74 did. Oh, they both did. Okay. So they should both be pretty equal on fuel. But were you saying earlier that you think the 74 is more efficient? Should go longer than the 70 on a tank? Get that from Brendan a little bit when he's back. 33.4 from the number 70 on this lap. Should be a good representative time. It was a completely clear traffic-free lap. 74, this was completely clear and traffic-free other than making them pass into turn 1. His lap times are 34.7, so doesn't look on that single sample size of 1, but the AOA car is going to have anything for the Porsche on pure pace. Give it another lap to see if just that move into turn 1 they hold them up. Meanwhile, the overall race lead in GTU Stratus 59 just set the fastest lap of the race at 32.2, so we're starting to get towards those qualifying times under 1 minute 30. I think there are still some wet corners. Particularly turn 5, it's going to be holding those lap times back a bit. But the vast majority of the track is completely dry at this point. Just a couple of rivers running across on corner entry in a few spots. It's meaning those following corners are still damp and staying damp. The GTU race isn't settled. The number 60 is only 24 seconds behind overall, in 5th place, behind the 59. Last lap was a 36 though, so stuck in traffic presumably. Also the 59 pitted on that last yellow as well, so they should both be in similar places as far as strategy goes, really the only car that's in the top 5 at least is disadvantaged on strategy is the Toyota 4th overall, 3rd in class. Didn't hit under the last yellow. Managed to get itself some track position, but I feel like it's going to need some help with convenient yellow flags to make that work. Wait for the Amber and Janetta to come through to make sure. At the moment, timing's saying it's a lap down. I'm hopeful that it isn't.
Which car's this got?
The Janetta.
Shouldn't be.
Unless it pitted under the last yellow at a really inconvenient time. It's quite a long way behind. If it's not lapped, still hasn't come through yet. There it is. Okay, it's managed to find itself 1 minute and 9 seconds behind already, behind the leader. After only 5 green flag laps, so dropping out of contention, unfortunately. Yeah, it's really only about 10 seconds. Nah, it can't be 10. It's really only about 20 seconds ahead of the leader right now.
Yeah.
The leader that's hitting those low 32s every lap at the moment. Whereas Camber's in 38s on the last lap. Were you speculating earlier that you think the BMW can go further than the Porsche on fuel?
I was speculating that I thought maybe the 74 was saving some fuel.
Okay.
Why?
I was just curious because they both pitted under the last yellow. So
Well, that's exactly it. Is now, there's really, if both of them can make it to the end without an extra stop, then, the fuel point is moot. Now, if the 74 thinks they have an edge on fuel, then maybe there is an advantage here. But that also only
2 seconds slower right now.
And that was exactly where I was going. Is that only matters if you're not losing that much time on track trying to save fuel. And they've already given up 13, almost 14 seconds since we went back to green. I mean, some of that was already built in, I guess, but still. It's worth noting here, by the way, it's darkening up a fair bit.
From
These clouds that are moving in.
From this camera, those clouds look very ominous.
Yeah. So I stepped outside briefly just to walk downstairs, and number one, there's definitely a bigger chill in the air than there was earlier on this afternoon. So the temperature's dropped a little bit. Number two, it's darker than it was, and it seems to be that the raindrops are just a little bit bigger. It's still just a light drizzle at best, or at worst, I guess. The conditions aren't exactly what they were half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago, and the lighting itself is even changing a fair amount. So, yeah, it's
You got radar?
I don't think we're done with the curveballs here yet. Do we have radar?
Do you have a radar? You have a weather chap of choice?
I do.
Weather
I was
app
going to
of
ask
choice.
if Dustin does.
We love inaccuracy. Let's throw it up. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, so I think we're in the blue, which is mostly the spitting at the moment. The green is... Oh, man, I can't even tell the frames. There we go. Okay. 36, 40, 50.
I think we've just
all
gone
right.
through a green section. So it's probably going to ease off a bit.
But everything on my weather app of choice here says continued spots of rain between now and the end of the race. So, maybe these dark clouds do carry a little bit more moisture with them. Maybe they don't. I guess we again just play it by ear and see what presents itself. Yeah, Layla just poked her head outside and said it's starting to pick up, and now I can see some splashes in the puddles here on start-finish.
I don't know exactly where the track is on my radar, but it does look like there's some heavier stuff heading from Columbus to the northeast.
Yeah, just continue to watch the skies here. Wipers are on basically not every car, I guess. Some cars, a few cars. There are cars with wipers. You know, one thing that is worth saying here is for the changeable conditions we've had, and as difficult as things could have been today, basically every issue we've had has been a single car off. And we've only got 80 entries in the race control log, top to bottom.
Was that a yellow flag out of turn?
Was it?
Turn 1? I might have just before the camera. No, maybe not. Sorry. Carry on.
Yeah, no, I think everybody's been really quite well behaved today. And I know we're down to 39 cars. But even so, today could have been a lot really more exhausting for everybody.
It was really just that Boxster that threw itself off twice in the same place.
Yeah.
Nothing else has been too outrageous.
Battle for overall position between the 90 Toyota R&D Racing and the Stratus number 60. I assume by the time we see it anywhere, it will have gone the way of the Sebeco NP01.
Yeah, I just saw that pass made it to turn 1, and the NPO1 is just gone. It's so much faster.
Yeah. Round 3 racing, by the way, is slowly, or has slowly caught the Stratus number 59. It's under 2 seconds in the battle for the overall race lead. Again, it's not of immediate significance, but to my left here.
Absolute wad of cars coming into the final complex. With the leader in the middle of it.
Just cleared this camera, headed down front straight away now.
My onboards are delayed slightly, but
yeah, that is why the 59's lost so much time.
Yeah.
As the 70 is just rocketed up to the back of the car, this group of cars that the 59's working through.
It did, by the way, put the Ginetta a lap down in the middle of all that, because the Ginetta's in that pack.
Interesting. Ginetta's lost a lot of time over the last little stanza here.
That last lap was a 43, whereas that's nearly 10 seconds off the pace at this point.
Yeah.
It is 10 seconds off the pace. The 60 just come through with a 33.5. They're only 7 seconds behind AOA and gaining at 2 seconds a lap by the looks of things. So that race for third overall, I think we could end up with a... In fact, it's fairly likely to end up with a... Actually, hang on. How's the... Yeah, the 70's actually... I hadn't noticed that. The 70's right behind the...
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's all because... Well, not all because, but that giant wad of traffic that you were talking about coming to the last sequence of corners, it caught the 59 out quite badly at a part of the track where it would be making up a bunch of time, sat behind 5 or 6 slower class cars, and it's allowed the 70 to just pull right up to the back of them. Pick them up here, headed just behind it, Dustin. There we go.
Yeah, there they are.
Yep.
Yeah, I was about to say it seems quite likely we'd end up with a Stratus 1 too, but no, I think the Stratus car is still fairly comfortably going to beat this Porsche, but yeah, I didn't realize it was quite this close.
Yeah, 70 won't be pushing for this, obviously, but given the opportunity, I don't think it's one they'd pass up. Approaching the final hour of racing from an Ohio Sports Car Course on this Saturday afternoon. Said earlier, it's been a day. We don't need to rehash all that one more time, but we do get to do it all again tomorrow. 7 hours of racing to begin at 8 a.m. right here on the World Racing League YouTube channel. The similar cast of characters, Dustin Hollis on the ones and the twos, myself up here in the booth, Brendan Kazmarek, with Layla to my left on social media at DriverSeye Live at World Racing League. And Scott Michaels and JT Tammy to feature on the mics as well. And Ryan West would normally be here if you've been expecting Ryan's voice. He's down at VIR at the moment, covering some SCCA Super Tour action for us. Nope, we lost. Nope, there it is. We lost the camera there, maybe. If you're a fan of the production classes, GP1, GP2, not much has changed there. The Bruce Innovations number 333 still leads in GP1 with like 2 laps now in hand over the Flying Fur Motorsports number 946. Remember, under one of the more recent full course yellows, the 946 had jumped the number 64. That's the Open Throttle Racing BMW. And the pace has kind of gone the way of the 64, but the margin is such that the margin is such that it's not really making a whole lot of progress, or at least meaningful progress, in trying to pick back up second place in class. It's a good run for the 946 of Flying Fur. GP2 led by the Garage 66, number 214, still 50 seconds now, or I guess again, 50 seconds now in hand over the Palomar Racing number 83. And maybe that Palomar's car's in with a shot here. The question is, for both those cars, what's the pit stop situation there? Garage 66 in on 117, so should be good to the end of the race. You would think. Palomar, same thing. So that ought to be a straight fight. Pace does favor the 83 here, so keep an eye on the GP2 lead battle at the moment. 70 swings around the outside of the car number 5. It's the All-Star Racing BMW.
I think the rain has eased off. There's very few drops appearing on windshields as far as I can see. Gap between third and fourth overall is down to 4.8 seconds. And I think those cars are about to come through the line. Oh, maybe not. The cars behind them are just coming across the line. Actually pretty even pace between 74 and 60 on the last lap. So I think it was traffic affected. In fact, I think no, these are the leaders we're watching at the moment on the screen. This is again the 59 getting badly held up and just possibly allowing the Porsche number 70 to close in behind. We've got 4 cars ahead of him as the Porsche is picking them off one by one behind. So yeah, now these leaders are going to be nose to tail. Depending on how many the 59 can clear on the way up the hill here. And around the outside into the carousel. That's bought him a little bit of space.
You know, one of the cool things that's happened over the years here in the World Racing League is that the classes have become significantly deeper and closer on pace. We're seeing that in GP1 at the moment, where so many of the GP1 cars are just right stacked together on top of each other, with very little to choose between them in terms of lap time. The problem is when you get down to these phases of the race, you're not taking big chunks of time out. So even a 40-second margin that, you know, even 2 or 3 years ago we would have gotten really excited about. And so, you know, this can change very quickly. It's rarely the case now, right? Because you still only got a second or so to choose sometimes in terms of lap time. And within the final hour of the race, these bigger margins just sometimes they frequently actually, they fail to materialize into battles. And it's not that it's not interesting or it's not close or close enough to talk about. It's just a matter of how much closer the fields are in terms of pace. even within the classes. It's taking some adjustment there. It is worth maybe watching the battle for 6th in GP1, 5th, 6th, and 7th. TC Klein Racing, Blaze Racing, and Ginger Racing. It's been a minute since we talked about any of those three.
Rain's definitely picked up again.
Yeah.
The Supra has even got his wipers on, which is the first time I've seen it all race, using the wipers. Meanwhile, that gap is closing up a little bit between 3rd and 4th, down to 3.2 seconds. It's 0.2 in the race we're watching at the moment for the overall lead. In fact, the Porsche might have a chance here because the MPO1 got held up in the keyhole by a slower car.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the 70 to be, I was going to say it's got to be close enough, but that might be close enough. If it can get the move done, yeah. Remember, it is raining just a fair bit here, so maybe not threshold braking, but the Iveco sends it in pretty deep. I think with the move being done here before they get to Madness.
Further back down, the 60 is right behind the 74 now, by the way. They're 20 seconds behind. Might be worth finding that battle, because that looks like they should change position. Big snap of oversteer for the leader there.
Should be somewhere around turn 5 and 6 now. But let's actually keep on this if we can, Dustin, because one more good run out of the keyhole here, especially if the Iveco is balked at all. It could be enough to give that 70 a run. I think these two cars are a lot more closely matched in the current set of conditions and with the current driver pairing than they were earlier on in the race. And while normally we wouldn't spend this much time on it, I think it's definitely worth following now. 59, does show the nose and clear the, it's Brian Herta, or is that the AOA car? That's not Brian Herta, it's BMW. Maybe?
Well, that was a Civic, I think.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. It was the Civic. Yeah, one of the pure performance cars. Yep. 70 not nearly close enough this time on the number 59. 74 in the 60 has gone back out to 1.2 seconds. Oh, sorry. It's not pure performance. Proper performance. Proper performance. I've been saying pure for most of the day. Well corrected there. That's I don't do well with that much alliteration. 333 gets in between the two race leaders.
Didn't work out very well for the push there.
Blaze Racing onto pit road.
Hey, JT's back. So that'll be the last stop between, that should be the last stop for the Blaze Racing number 118 in this sort of ongoing battle for fourth place in GP1. Ginger not really catching the TC Klein car.
.1 seconds now between 74 and 60, so that looks like the closer battle in the top 5.
I think we're trending towards a slightly damper track here than we've had the last little while. The leaders lap time 135.5, round 3 a 136.4, and then into the 37s for the 3rd and 4th place cars. And we did note about 5 minutes ago that the rain had picked up slightly in intensity. It's definitely, now it's definitely much steadier here on the front straightaway. And I think we're about to lose any concept that we had of a dry line here. Not likely to get sopping wet or anything like that in the immediate future. It's not pouring, but we're definitely trending away from the pretty much entirely dry track we've had for the last couple of hours, running water notwithstanding. There's the leader, a pair of lead cars. 74 should be, and that battle should be back towards Thunder Valley. Maybe headed up towards turn 10.
There
There it is. Yeah, 74 still out in front of the 60. 60's played this reasonably well, Scott. I mean, we talked about it trying to stay on the lead lap. It made a little bit of a blunder in terms of pitting and allowing itself to go back a lap down. But since then, really done well to say, A, solidify second place in class, but B, in to fight for the overall podium for whatever that's worth as well.
Yeah, it needs one more yellow.
Yeah.
I think with some better choices in under yellow flags, it could have been in this position about 2 hours ago, which would have given them a real chance. But they've got a real chance. They just need a yellow at the right time. The 74 coming onto the straight, but that's not usually something that's going to lead to anything when you can P01 trying to chase a GTO. This production BMW might be well placed though to give them a chance. Oh, you can really see the rain now.
Yeah.
Even from this camera angle.
Yeah, well, I can see it out the window here on the front straightaway now. Sometimes it's tough to tell behind a pane of glass, but yeah, very, very much picking up all over the circuit now.
Yeah, it's about 4 seconds a lap off the pace for the leader right now. Some of that might be traffic, but yeah, it's definitely starting to make a difference. In fact, the production car isn't even that. Whoa, big slide. There we go. This is drivers now having to adjust to this lower grip. But yeah, the production BMW really didn't lose any time there through the twisty section. Which again probably shows you how low the grip levels are at the moment. In fact, it was a 41 that time round for Stratus, and the 60 was about to come across the line. 44. So yeah, that lap, the track's really dropped off a cliff. Nobody under 41.0.
Well, and remember too, Scott, the further away we get from dry track. Oh yeah. It's car long off driver's right.
That is that production BMW we were just watching.
Is that the AOA car?
If it's white, blue, and yellow, no, it has a rear wing.
Palomar. It's the one without the front bumper. Yeah, 38. GTU actually gets a run there. What I was going to say, actually, was that the further we get away from the pure dry track, the more it's tended to suit the GTO cars.
It's true. It does help the GTUs in traction, I think, out of that corner.
Yeah.
In particular. But yeah, pretty much everywhere else it's suited the GTOs. Might not be so bad for the GTUs as they've already got temperature in their tires. From the
also true. Yeah.
The gap between first and second is still only 2.2 seconds, so that will be interesting to see. That'll be a good marker, actually, if the Porsche can start to close back in on the... I'm watching the 59's on board, and he's very... and he's... Amazing save in the carousel. Full opposite lock.
For 59.
Yes, and the Porsches come through, made the pass. So yeah, they were dead sideways. I was pretty sure it was going to be a spin. They managed to save it, but did lose the lead to the Porsche. So yeah, the GTOs are struggling a lot less in these conditions by the looks of things. There is the Porsche and the 59 right behind.
I mean, that makes sense. You've got quite a bit more weight. Yeah, you can really try to put down on the pavement for traction.
Well, yeah, especially in a rear end. That Porsche is actually rear-engined, right? The Cup car.
I believe so.
Yeah.
It doesn't have traction control, but you know, still you do have that weight over that rear axle.
Yeah.
As Palomar slides.
Palomar, yeah.
Nice. I think that's just the navigating line there.
Slide into the next corner.
Yeah. Ooh, the 70 gets a.
It's like proper wet now.
Yeah.
Fastest lap I can see that time around was a 46 by the leader.
That 83 is properly drifting around some of these corners.
Yeah, this is no mistakes mode here. Nobody really needs to be pushing anything. You've built up the margin you're going to have.
The 60s.
Oh, there's the 180. That car go around? Nope. Saved.
60 is close, actually still closing in on the 74. That might be a good battle. They are both pretty much the fastest cars on the track. I think they're ahead of that Ginetta.
Well, let her. Yeah, there they are.
There they
actually.
are, side by side.
Yeah. Yep. So this is your battle for third place overall. It's still not a class battle, obviously, between the GTO number 74 and the Stratus number 60.
Nice wet line there from
Over
the
under, yeah.
car. And he didn't get the run off the corner. See if he can do the same thing at the keyhole.
74 is in just a little bit deep there.
Well, I think that probably is the line in the wet.
Oh, you can see him
Again.
wiggling on exit.
Yeah.
Good traction from the MPO1, but it's not going to be enough at the top end of the BMW.
The inside of Paraflight down here at turn number 6. 74 is out wide again in what has been a pretty persistent puddle. That's the 909, is it?
Yeah.
Yep. It's the car restarted, or at least recycled. Yeah, well recovered. '70 is in the pit lane, so did we not think this car was going to be clear to the end? I wonder if it's got to go to Rains. Yeah, tires are ready. They're going to do rain tires on the number 70 Porsche. Okay. So a wrinkle we hadn't maybe expected, thinking these cars were going to be good on these tires through to the end of the race, but we've taken something like 15 seconds of pace out of the track based on the conditions.
Also, it should be noted that just before that 909 spun, or in turn 9, the 70 had a 4 off there. So the driver probably reported, all right, it's a little too much. Let's come in and do it.
There's another layer here. Think back to about an hour and a half into the race, just when we got past the 4-hour remaining mark, they put dry tires on that car. And I believe they were replacing dry tires, trying to get the tire change done under a full course yellow so as to not have to do it under green. I wonder if they've just taken whatever little tread was on the 200 treadwear tires, taken the life out of it, taken the grip out of it, and now that the rain is coming at the end of a life cycle of those tires, they've had to either replace with dries or put wets on them just to get the car home safely. But it's happened really quickly because that car was out in front and seemed to be doing really, really well, and all of a sudden gives up the GTO race lead.
Well, the lap times were in the 49s and 50s at this point. I don't think we were even that slow at the start of the race. So I think this is as wet as the track's been the whole race. Oh, yeah, it's rubbered in as well.
Yeah, that's also true.
Big snap in the carousel there for the race leader, the 59. They managed to save it.
Yeah, the 60s now cleared the 74 AOA car. And I think if you're the AOA car, this is, again, you've been back and forth with the GTU car. Same thing with the 70. But here, maybe just best to let them go, keep it on the island. Now that you know the 70 is going to be charging from some margin down.
Well, yeah, we can also be fairly confident with this weather that the 74 can probably make it to the end.
Yeah.
If it was borderline and dry, then it should be pretty safe in the wet.
The only question is going to become how much quicker can the 70 go with new tires?
Yeah, exactly. Well, with wet tires as well.
Well, I believe that they're wet. I can't tell from here. I believe they're wet because the change was made, but yeah, maybe they went all weather. Across the line, 2:44.2 is the outlap. So the margin is now 39 seconds from AOA up. I'm sorry, from AOA back to the number 70.
Yeah, and the Toyota Supra is as fast as anyone as well, and they've jumped the 70.
That's also a really good point, yeah.
So the 70 needs to catch them first. That's 15 seconds, and then it's another 24 seconds from 90 up to 74.
Tension risen just a bit here as the 74. There's a big old slide from the rear first, backs it into turn number 9. Catches it and carries on. You know, fires it up the inside here at turn number 11. One of the comments that was made earlier in the chat, and forgive me for forgetting who it was, but made a comment about how much more grip there seemed to be in the rain post-repave here at Mid-Ohio. That was one of the chief issues with the old surface, was it just completely lacked grip anytime it got even remotely damp. And it just
I don't
really
think
wasn't. Go ahead.
It wasn't actually that wet earlier. The only reason we weren't racing was because of the huge lake.
No. I got you. What I'm saying is, previously, in a previous iteration of Mid-Ohio, before the repave at the end of 2023, these were conditions that would have potentially been showstoppers, right? But the track has a lot more flexibility in it now, post-repave, that it, we've seen it go from dry to, patchy damp to now pretty solidly damp. We're not really getting rooster tails, but the track still has, if not a ton of pace, still a decent enough amount of grip in it that we're still doing all right. Round 3 racing comes through 146.4, which is only 0.3 of a second quicker than the number 90 from Toyota R&D Racing, and 1.2 seconds quicker than the AOA Racing BMW.
I was going to say, I think actually that Toyota is doing really well at the moment.
Yeah.
Because that 46.4 is way quicker than anyone else on track, except for the Toyota and to some extent the 74. But the Stratus cars are in the 48s and 49s. So it's almost like this is going to telescope back together, where the fastest cars are at the back of the top 5 and the slowest cars are at the front. So I've got no idea which way this is going to go right now.
Do we have an onboard still from the number 90?
Yes.
We can take a peek at. Love to see how they're handling the conditions here.
Their onboard's been solid all day.
Yeah. Try and get an idea where the grip is and isn't here. We know it's not at the apex of turn number 9.
How do you have so much less of a delay than me? That's annoying. I guess so.
Very, very gingerly counter steering on the way through turns 10 and 11 there up over the top of the hill. Gets the car slowed down, out wide, but picks the throttle up nicely and just carries a little bit of opposite lock over 12 and 13. Lap time there for the number 90, 149.6. Another 146.5 from round 3 racing. So round 3 is not done here. Still a bit of a charge on from
very traffic dependent, I think.
Porsche 911. Yeah, that could be fair.
Well, we know the Toyota can do a 46. It did 46 on the last lap. We just had to pass a bunch of slower cars that lap. The 74 is definitely catching the 60 again for a second overall.
Is this car full automatic?
I believe so, or at least
yeah. I've not seen a whole lot of grabbing of paddles, even on corner exit. Clears the Jannetta. Yeah, clears the Jannetta there at turn number 6. Drop some wheels in the puddle there at the exit. Oh man. That was the slide that caught out the Stuttgart Central number 800 earlier. And our really only significant incident of the race thus far. Over there at turn number 8, the car just gets so light, you've got to have the wheel as straight as you can, or have really quick hands. Try and catch it. These are really kind of, they're not borderline conditions in that we shouldn't be racing or anything like that. They are really challenging still. There we go. Square the car off, head it down over turn 13.
Yeah, remember these 200 treadwear tires have had a bit of use today already.
Yeah. Well, and that was what we were talking about with the 70 just a minute ago, JT. They replaced tires early. And as you say, with 3.5, 4 hours of running on them, there's not a whole lot of life left there. Whereas that 70, 45.9, they're getting quicker. Whereas Toyota R&D with very little traffic still in the 48s, AOA Racing still in the 50s. It does make that 70 from round 3 racing the fastest car on track. And perhaps also worth noting, maybe the least risky car to drive on track. Everybody's handling themselves reasonably well, but it only takes one misstep to find yourself in a world of hurt, and there is the Porsche. Is this Palomar looking up the inside of the Ginetta, the Camber Ginetta? It is. So, to reset where we're at here, we'll just do this quickly by class with just over half an hour remaining on the clock in the Saturday 8-ish hour enduro from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Your GTU overall race leader is the Stratus number 59 ahead of the Stratus number 60. 22 seconds in hand between those two cars, but the margin is not changing substantially quickly there. Something to keep an eye on. That the GTU battle may not be decided completely between those two cars. Also keep an eye on the 908 versus the 10, and it's a battle for 5th in GTU. Automatic versus round 3 there, separated by 5 seconds to round out the top 5 in that class. Down at GTO, AOA Racing continues to lead. It's a 149 flat that time around. Actually, the slowest of the top 3 cars in GTO. Toyota R&D Racing in the Supra in second, and then round 3 racing puts in another 146 with a car off in the background to sit in third, but catching both of the lead cars. Now, I have to wait for it to get closer to the camera here on corner exit, or have a race control log number.
Well, it's giving us a different corner.
That car stopped. Maybe?
Yeah. Oh, looks like it. Do we have it on board?
All right, let's see if race control gets us a number.
Oh no, it doesn't. The closest approaching car on board would work.
GP1, Bruce Innovations continues to lead now 3 laps in hand over the 946 of Flying for Motorsports. The Open Throttle Racing number 64 in second. The margin now is only 7.9 seconds. I think there's a chance here for that open throttle car. We were wondering what the opening was going to be, if at all, given how closely matched they were. I think that's going to be it. That is unbelievable.
Jeez.
Oh, double yellow. Oh boy.
I've put a screenshot in. Yeah, I can't identify it. But...
Yeah, this will be our one, I think.
As no, I believe that's the 800, maybe? Or
back?
It's hard to tell. Did it have orange on the back? But it did look like either a Boxster or a Miata.
Yeah, it did.
So could be the 851. Oh no, well, the log does say turn 2 for the 851 or turn 3 with possible contact.
Continued, yeah.
So most likely it is that GP2 Miata.
So now we have to kind of do this all again and figure out, you know what, 64 had a long lap.
How does everybody
2079.
bunch up?
That was the car that was involved in the possible contact listed with the 851 at turn 3. So do we now have a problem, like an actual problem for the 64? And that charge for second place in GP1. GP2, Garage 66 still leads Palomar Racing. The margin is 33 seconds.
So 63 right here.
The other thing this does is closes the 70 right up to the back.
Yes.
Well, not right up to the back, but close enough. Yeah.
It's
not like
up
they're
the
going to be
gaps
split by the safety car or anything. Yeah.
Yeah, now they're on pressure tires, and it's going to be a charge here.
Yeah. With 28 minutes on the clock, this shouldn't be a terribly long recovery. Oh, the Supra's in. The 90. Wonder if they were not safe on fuel to the end. Yeah, they were last in at 107, and we're out to 150 now. So actually, potentially been bailed out a little bit here. But it will allow the number 73. That's one less car they're going to have to clear. Try and go catch that number 74.
64 comes through shot. Looks like it's running okay, so. I think this is also going to close up your lead in GP2 as well, but I believe there's still the advantage to that Subaru BRZ of Garage 66. Second car in line here, whereas the 83 Palomar's a bit further back, I believe.
You know, in some ways, it's actually just marginally unlucky timing. Because it means that they would have just been put another lap down by the overall race leader. Had that full course yellow come out maybe 10, 20, 30 seconds earlier, it might have allowed them to loop around to the back of the field.
Yeah.
Which isn't any good for us, but would have been tremendous luck for the 214. The problem, JT, those cars have been so evenly matched, I mean, quite literally all day, right? Nobody's got an obvious pace advantage in any sort of conditions there.
Yeah, you had brought it up earlier with GP1, just the fact that, the field's getting quite competitive. You have a lot of similar times up and down the class, and that means when you have a gap, the gaps don't really expand or contract quite as easily as they used to.
Ginger Racing is into the pit lane. That's out of 6th place in GP1. And even with pit stops from All-Star Racing and TC Klein earlier, not quite enough to get them onto level terms. Open Throttle Racing number 64, margins down to 15 seconds between themselves and Flying for Motorsports up in P2.
.851 coming through shot.
Yeah, and they did confirm it was the 851 in the race control log. It was catching me off because the number was listed as the turn was listed as turn 3, very briefly at least. .38 and 74 contact under investigation at 4:14. Potentially a little asterisking over the provisional results here. when we take a checkered flag. Dustin, can we sneak in? Well, actually, the light's on in the safety car. Can we sneak in one more ad right here before the end of the day? Wait and see. Ah, they're off. No, that's okay. We don't want to pull an NBC here.
Back to green, and let's say hello to our sponsors.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Let's talk about Mobil 1 Oil. All right, keep an eye on the GTU gap.
I guess we can expect the track to be even worse now because we've had cars running around a lot slower, so they won't have been clearing the rain or clearing the water off the surface.
Oh, spinner on the front straight. It's a 74. Oh, the AOA BMW backwards on the front straightaway. Your GTO class leader has looped it, coming back to the green flag. Through goes the number 70. Through goes the number 90. And now the 74 is going to have to try and do a 3-point turn to try and get itself pointed in the right direction. Waits for the gap in traffic, now has it, but it's all come unglued for AOA Racing here on the what is potentially the final restart. 23 minutes left on the clock, and the round 3 Porsche, you don't want to say it's been gifted a win, but makes a call to change tires in the final 45 minutes of the race as a rain shower begins, and does what? Keeps it on the island and inherits the GTO class lead.
Yeah, they gambled. They got a safety car and put them in a position where it looks like just a bit too much pressure for the 74 there, and unfortunately the grip was not there as you had a little struggle here.
I'll be honest with you, JT. I don't know that the safety car, I don't know that it benefited the 70 as much as it hurt the 74.
True.
I mean, the 70 was going to catch, I think, regardless of the safety car or not. The pace has been there, 3, 4, 5 seconds a lap sometimes, owing largely to the fresher tires. But it was the safety car that ultimately, like you said, put the pressure on the 74 to get the restart exactly right and just overstepped the limits of grip ever so slightly, coming up over the crest at turn number 13. Looped the car around, and that was it.
All right, front of the field, GTU, 2.2 seconds is your gap between the 59 and the 60, both from Stratus Racing. GP2, the Garage 66 over the 83 Palomar. That's the yellow-nosed Palomar entry. That was at 11.5 seconds, I believe. Now 12.4. The Palomar comes through shot right here behind the Mustang.
Yeah, and a little bit of traffic there, which is contributing.
Yeah. Seventh in GP1, the 38 Palomar Racing has a couple second gap over that 96 Chev Stang from Primetime Motorsports. We see go through shot here, and 3 seconds behind the 118 Blaze Racing, also going through shot there. The black BMW with the yellow accents. A little bit further behind, 8 seconds, you have the 85 from AOA Racing. So still quite a bit in play for that 7th spot in GP1, all the way down to 10th there.
Tell you what, that 90 is not, it's not just given up, right?
No.
And accepted second place here. I think the 70 still probably has the edge, but he's hanging there within shouting distance.
Yeah, bit over a second in terms of the pace difference, advantage to the Porsche last time through.
Yeah.
but it's it's very easy to make a slight mistake in these conditions right now, and the race is certainly not over for anyone.
Overall race lead heads down the front straightaway between the 59 and the 60 in that order. Two Stratus Racing Speco and P01s. Let's watch the second place battle in GP1 as well. We'll keep this on the screen, but Flying Fur Motorsports 2 minutes, 0.9. Open throttle racing number 64 is mired in a ton of traffic out of the last corner and will trip. It's not even in the traffic, it's stuck behind it. 2:04.7. The gap has gone from just a couple of seconds out to 18.
We'll go back to the keyhole, I think it is, or China Beach. That battle of GTUs, nose to tail.
Yeah, there it is. So it's the number 1 that's out in front. That's the round 3 racing, the lead round 3 racing, Speco NP01, and then 60 leading 59. Has that changed hands? It has. The white accented NP01 that now leads the 59, the sister car with gold trim. JT, I think you were away during most of the fight for that number 60, but that car struggled. I mean, really fought to stay right on the tail end of the lead lap. Had to navigate through some of the full course yellows, take advantage where it could. Made one ever so slight error in terms of pit stop timing that put it back off the lead lap. Got itself back on it, and it's been a really good fight back for that car to stay in contention for the class and overall race lead. Really, really well managed by the 60 squad.
Quite funny is the car that's in between them right now, that All-Star Racing BMW, is by far the quickest car on the track.
No.
Yeah, that's why it's just past the 59 and it's now hassling the 60.
Yeah, 154. Unfortunately, it's a minute and 17 behind the open throttle car.
The previous lap was a 150.
Yeah.
That's why.
So the 154 is just traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But nobody else is really below 156, as far as I can see. Second fastest car is actually an MPO1, the round 3 racing number 1 car. So that's the car in front of these three.
I need to make a shout out and an apology. Down in GP2, AOA Racing number 851, that car's stoppage has promoted the pair. Oh, full course yellow, yep. Has promoted the proper performance Honda Civics up into 3rd and 4th in GP2. So a class podium is on there. Also, I've been calling them pure performance. It's 909 is why we've got the yellow apparently spun at turn 2. Have anything over at the keyhole? Not on the way in. Anything on the way out? I wonder if this set of tire tracks that leads up to the camera is, you see that?
Oh, on the left-hand side.
Isn't this 909 coming through here?
It's a yellow MPO1 on the left-hand side out the keyhole.
Oh, exiting the keyhole. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, that'll be it. Yep.
See it from the onboards.
Oh, the 908. Gotcha.
By the way, the battle for the GTO lead is nose to tail as well, so that's going to be interesting on the restart. And I assume they won't be far behind the overall leaders. Assuming we get a restart.
The 851 takes the escape road at turn 2. Driver's left. Interesting.
59 is into the pits? 60's into the pits.
Oh yeah, so they are.
So they took the class lead.
No,
Maybe they
59 is not.
60.
Yeah, you said.
Yeah, so I corrected myself.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying both of them.
Yeah.
No, sorry. Yeah, no, my bad. No, I was correcting. Yeah, 60 into the pits. So they were apparently not good on fuel. I wonder if that's why the 59 let him go, because they knew it wasn't going to be on anyway. And again, the Super right up to the back. Number 70 Porsche. You know, I tried to use my telestrator to show you what tire tracks I was talking about here, but Dustin took my toys away from me. Yeah, that's fine. Here we go. Let's see if we can pick it out here on the driver's left. Whoa. Yeah, it's this right there. You see it? Nope. We tried. Huh. There it is. These tire tracker. You see that? Right here and right here. Car went off this way. This is John Madden is what this is. Tremendous. Ridge line. That's the ridge line if you weren't sure. Amazing. What do you want from me? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know what time the racing starts tomorrow morning? Right here on the World Racing League YouTube channel. 8 o'clock. We'll be back with you. I hope we get a run to the checkered flag here to close this one out. Today has been challenging at best, but I think everybody's been a little bit too well behaved for this one to finish under full course yellow. Would really love to see this one finish under green. We've got a lead battle on, believe it or not, in GTO of all classes between the 70 and the 90. This could have been another three-way scrap. And actually, if you like really draw out where we were at 20 or 12 minutes ago when we went back to green, this extra full course yellow might have allowed the 70 being arguably the slowest out of the three GTO class leaders, enough of a reprieve from the chasing cars that it might have been able to hang on here.
You know who could have done some damage under this these conditions had they not lost a lap? Bruce Innovations. I think we could have had a GP1 overall podium if it wasn't for that one. They were about 5 seconds too long in the pits under yellow, weren't they? Got trapped a lap down. But their lap times on that last run were in the 51s and 52s.
Yeah.
Which would have been very competitive.
Well, and look at the All-Star car, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
it's the quickest car on track, and it being a GP1 class car.
Yep.
Yeah, opportunity was definitely there for them. Rain lightening up ever so slightly here? No, maybe not. It's raining more sideways than it was before. Yeah, this is going to be another tricky one because it's not just that they've got to recover this car, the 908, they're off of driver's left, but they can't go into the grass to get it. So unless they can flat tow it all the way from the track's edge,
In Ridgeline.
I don't know, maybe this isn't, maybe this one isn't.
Nah, I think they'll be fine. They're attaching the tow rope. Yeah, they're
Okay,
attaching the
all
tow
right.
rope. They'll be able to pull it from the side.
All right.
It's not going to be a long green run, 5 minutes maybe.
All right, let's do this. Let's do one more thank you and hello to our friends at Continental Tire. Whenever you're ready, Dustin, and let's knock this out and bring ourselves into the final stanza of racing here. The stanza, into the final minutes of racing here at the Mid Ohio Sports Car Course. On DriversEye Live, and I'll be back in 30 seconds. Thanks to Continental Tire and the World Racing League. Back in a moment.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah. Road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. 159 actually laps complete with 9 minutes and 40-ish seconds left on the clock. It's going to be wrong no matter what I said. We are fingers crossed to get a green flag finish to this one. Not that under the conditions it's absolutely necessary, but we do have a potential battle on here for the GTO class lead between the number 70 and the number 90. Would love to see the Toyota R&D squad get a stab at the back of that number 70 Porsche.
I think it's on. I think it's on for the overall win, to be honest, because that Stratus 59 wasn't fast.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I mean, they're not right there.
They're right
though.
behind him.
Are they?
Yeah, there's 3 cars between them.
All right.
Pretty close. Yeah, there you go. You can see it.
Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, there's a Mustang in there. The 908 has made it back to the pit lane, by the way. So they've got it pulled out of the off-camber grass from being up against the Armco there at the exit of the keyhole turn.
You'd hope we could go green this lap then, maybe.
Yeah, you would think so. Usually get lights out on the safety car over around the entrance to Thunder Valley. So it's the Palomar car, the Garage 66, and then the Mustang, and then you've got the 70 and the 90. That Palomar car is going to be reasonably quick. I mean, even without a front bumper, the GP1 cars seem to be reasonably well suited to the conditions. And the Continental Tire actually seems to be very consistent in these conditions as well.
The 59 might be just in the way, to be honest.
Yeah.
With how these cars warm up their tires in these conditions. And how old those tires are, how much he was struggling before the yellow. It's not necessarily that the Porsche and the Toyota need to get through these 3 cars. It's that the 59 needs to stay ahead of them. It's gonna be very tricky.
Well, I mean, they can capitulate to some degree, right? I mean, the 60's back there as well, even with the pit stop.
Where are they?
Right. They're behind the Palomar car, right there. That's the 60. So that's a battle first and second GTU
5 minutes.
as well.
We're going to get 3 laps, I think.
Probably 4, since we're just under 2 minutes for lap time.
We're not good. Yeah.
Yeah, 7 minutes on the clock. Yeah, we should be able to get 4 laps in here. Field swings out wide to driver's left. We'll try and square up the run off of the final corner. The Acura pace car pulls into the pit lane, and the green flag waves for hopefully one final time here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. The 70 ducks to the inside, and the 90 goes with them through some of the traffic down the front straightaway. It's still nose to tail for the GTO class lead. The battle we're watching most closely, they sail off down into turn number 1. Good front bite for that number 90 Supra. Has them right up to the tailpipes of the number 70, headed out at turn number 1, pulls out to driver's left as they make their way up into the keyhole turn. The Supra has cleared the Porsche. Oh, but goes deep into the keyhole. Can he keep it out of the grass? Yes, he does, but round the outside of the Palomar number 38, change for the GTO race lead on the restart. Really superb jump off the green flag there for the number 90 to clear the round 3 racing Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. The 59 is out in front. Now the question almost becomes, does the 90 have enough to go clear the 59 and chase the overall race lead?
I think they will. That MPO1 very sideways.
Yeah,
that MPO1 is really struggling for traction out of the keyhole. It was on the it was spinning its tires for a couple of seconds.
Man, it's going to be so touch and go. The 70 had the pace once it got up to temperature, but I think the 90 was just a little bit more committed, a little bit more daring. Drops the wheel over the curb. Up goes the 70. The inside at the entrance to Thunder Valley. That outside line might be a little bit quicker. Indeed, it is.
I can't believe he held on to that.
Oh man, great tremendous.
Save. There's obviously no grip at all on the inside of that corner.
No, and that's why we saw him slide into turn 5. It was because he took the apex, the inside line, whereas the 78 ran outside. So that's the cause of that massive slide there.
Porsche's trying the outside again.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the grip is, but I don't know that it's going to have enough there on the 90. Now that they've mostly cleared the traffic, is this the 851 in front of them? Yes, it is. goes to the inside. It's not really where all the 70 is going to go wide here. Does get back to the rain line, and all of a sudden the front bites again and is able to haul them off of the corner down the front straightaway. Green flag is waving at start, which means we've got a spun car at the last corner. Or over at turn 11, perhaps. It's a Heraflight car continuing. So I think we're clear there.
It's going to be down to whether this Supra can stop making mistakes, I think, because the 59 is not getting away, even with all these errors. If they could clean this up, I think they can get there, but there's only 2.5 laps to go at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just no mistakes, right? Because there's no real passing opportunity if you're the one on the rain line. It's not like the 70 is going to be able to dart up the inside and have the car actually hook up. There's just no grip on the inside of most of these corners. 90 squares the corner off.
It does look like that Supra is trying to take too much of a dry line at the moment.
Yeah,
they've got lots of pace in the car, but you can see that the lines the Porsche behind are taking is gaining time to the middle of the corner.
Yeah, oh, man.
Just the way to have the traction.
Well, it's still a question mark. You could see the car wiggle as it came off the rise there over the top at turn 9.
Yeah, the Porsche.
Oh man, no grip,
quicker.
No grip at 11. Ooh. 70 is going to go around the outside again. It almost worked last time around. It's a long way, but the way grippier way. And as they come out of the carousel, I think the 70 is going to be back in front. Indeed, it is. The 90, I think, is quicker through most of the corners, but just does not have the traction on throttle. And now with 3-4 car lengths in hand, I wonder if without traffic intervention, if this is going to be enough for the 70 to hang out in front. Under 3 minutes remain on the clock, and there's just not much that the Toyota R&D Racing squad can do. Stratus number 60 not quite closing the gap quick enough to be able to go chase its sister car in the overall race lead. Standing yellow up there, so that means there's probably a car in the gravel.
Brian Herta.
It is. It's a 106. So no passing down here, remember. Are they going to let this one go to the end? My guess is probably yes.
Yeah, lap and a half to go. You'd kind of hope so.
Yeah, we'll be coming to the white flag this time for sure. With the
would you in a heavy braking zone?
I mean, is it worth shutting it down?
I mean, it sucks, but WRL is paramount safety first and foremost. So it's
it is right in the firing line. To be fair.
that is a problem. Hopefully you'll have drivers, seeing the standing yellow and go slow into the corner. So you hopefully shouldn't have anybody else going off track and getting stuck. But
let's watch GP1 here. All-Star Racing is up onto the class podium by virtue of being maybe the quickest car or one of the quickest cars on track. Because the number 5 into third, got past the 64 from open throttle, and 7 seconds is the difference between them and Flying Fur Motorsports. They could be on for P2 overall. Big wiggle for the 90 out of the final corner.
White flag.
And just as we suspected, white flag in the air, 90 drops the wheel again, and I think that'll be the end of the charge for the Toyota R&D Racing
I think
Supra.
I think it's going to be too much for the Porsche as well. They weren't any quicker on that lap, and the gap is 4 seconds. So it's all about just not making mistakes at this point.
GP2, by the way, Garage 66 in Palomar. The margin's 2.2 seconds, cut in half on the last lap. Let's try and pick this up, headed down to turn number 1. There's All-Star, so it's a little bit ahead of this. We'll get them down towards the keyhole now, Dustin. Thank you. There's Bruce Innovation, so we'll go behind them. That's GP1 class leader. There's the BRZ of Garage 66. Directly behind them is going to be the yellow-nosed BMW of Palomar, number 83. So first and second in GP2 are right there. Then it's Flying Fur Motorsports. That's the second-place car in GP1. And the third-place car in GP1 of All-Star Racing right behind them. All happening on the final lap of, 5.5 hours of racing anyway, at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Zeros are on the clock, and we work back towards the checkered flag.
Yep. Where is our
No passing
GTU
here.
leader?
I'll call the GTU leader here out of the final corner once we pick him up. I want to try and stay with the production battles as much as we can here. Everything seems to be pretty well done and dusted
Ooh, there.
in the Grand Touring classes. Oh, All-Star around the outside of Flying Fur will become the inside if it can get the front bite into turn number 6, and the move is done. So that's second place in GP1 changing hands on the final lap. BRZ versus BMW. Do we have it? Leader is out of the final corner. Checkered flag is in the hands of the starter. And the Stratus Racing number 59 wins the Saturday race at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Round 3 racing, second overall, first in GTO directly behind them. Back to the production battles. Through comes the BRZ, that's the number 5 that's cleared the Palomar 83. So I think this is going to be settled through the final sequence of corners. Indeed it is. Garage 66 comes through. Bruce Innovations comes through to claim GP2 and GP1 respectively. Palomar close, and it's been close all day. Will come up just a few seconds short of the class win in GP2. Flying Fur Motorsports and All-Star Motorsports, not quite in that order, but do round out the GP1 podium as well. That is why I was hoping we would go green before the end. That's what we were hoping for. If you're Toyota R&D Racing, I mean, you obviously did not have the weapon of choice in the conditions or otherwise. That 70 was, I think, meaningfully the stronger car, but did everything right. I mean, took the fight to them right off the restart, got the position, got the class lead with 5 minutes left on the clock, and then just tried to try and hang on. And as the Porsche's tires came back up to temperature, it didn't have quite enough to hang on.
I don't know what happened to the AOA 74 either, because they ended up down in 6th overall behind the Ginetta.
Well, the Ginetta was quick at the end.
Well, yeah, but they were a lap down, whereas there was not, as far as I can tell, there was no real reason for the 74.
1 lap penalty, 4:14 p.m. We did say that was under investigation and a potential asterisk, but that was before the car spun. So we kind of moved that to one side. It turns out it doesn't really matter, but it does take them off of the class podium, Scott, and back to 6th.
Well, congratulations to the Ginetta team.
Yeah.
Performance then.
Imagine a WRL race in 2025 containing a Porsche GT3 Cup, which is less of a surprise, a road-going Toyota Supra, and a Ginetta G55 on the podium. Tremendous.
Well, you say that was the 911 Cup car. You say that's not too much of a surprise, but there were many years where we were wondering if anyone would be able to make one of them work in this series. So go back a few years, and that would have been quite a crazy thing to think about.
It's at a time.
Work.
It's at a time where so much of the discourse of GTO has been about having the modern GT4 cars, having the weapon of choice, the easy button, so to speak. That whether it's a GT4 Supra, G82 BMW, whatever that flavor has been over the years, we're now in a position where we've got some real variety, and in changing conditions, it was very nearly, none of those things. Not even a race prep car, a factory-built race prep car anyway. That was literally just a couple of minutes from taking the class win. Really, really good stuff. And for as tricky as the conditions have been here at the end of this one, I think everybody behaved themselves very well, and really, really good reflection on what today has been. I mean, everybody started the day with a lot of patience with the issues we had over at Thunder Valley, and all paid off when we came to the checkered flag here. So, let's take a deep breath, ladies and gentlemen. Look forward to tomorrow. We are going to start an hour earlier, as we've said, 8 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time, 7 o'clock Central. We do have more rain coming tonight, so let's just keep an eye on things when we get things up and running tomorrow morning. We'll have cameras going out around 6:15, and we'll get an eye on what Thunder Valley looks like over there. The good news is we haven't had any running water back to that same flooded area through the course of the day. But, another couple of thunderstorms overnight, and maybe things go the other way. I hope not. I hope we get a full 7 hours of racing in tomorrow for the Sunday Enduro. Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. JT and Scott, if you have any additional thoughts, feel free to take it away. Otherwise, we'll wrap up and go home. All right.
It was a fantastic event again. It sucks that we did have to condense it a bit, but it's still great racing that we see every weekend. So it's I'm looking forward to more tomorrow. Except the whole part where it's like a 5 a.m. start for me. That sucks.
I'll take that as a no from Scott, which is fair enough. We've got plenty more to talk about tomorrow, first thing, 8 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time. Friend of DriversEye Live, Brian Belansky, said some time ago, it's not necessarily the issues you have to deal with, it's how you respond to them. It shows, what everything's about. And I think today, nothing we could do to get cars on track at 9 o'clock this morning with the significant flooding we had over at Thunder Valley, but constant work put in by the staff at Mid-Ohio and World Racing League to get us back into a race-ready, road-ready position. And once we got there, everybody delivered. Everybody kept their heads about them, watched the changeable conditions, kept things mostly square and pointed in the right direction. And we got a pretty decent little race there right at the end. It was fun to watch in GP2, fun to watch in GP1 through most of the day. And, of course, the Grand Touring battles were really, really good and really compelling as always. So put this to one side for tonight and look forward to 8 a.m. start time tomorrow morning on the World Racing League YouTube channel for JT Tammy and for Scott Michaels, for Layla Kazmarek at DriversEye Live on Instagram, at World Racing League also on Instagram. Keep an eye on social media there for photos and information from the podium with the official results as well. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. Dustin Ollis has been on the buttons all day. Thank you for joining us, the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. We'll see you again tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock a.m. for the final 7 hours of racing action from the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. And until then, take care.